This young man just returned to Earth from another world, yet facing an incredibly powerful monster rushing at him. He simply flicks his arm nonchalantly, and the monster is instantly wiped out. It turns out this young man is the strongest hero on Earth. But after defeating the Demon King, he accidentally got lost in another world, where he met a creature that allows him to steal other people's skills and make them 100 times stronger. By stealing a speed-enhancing skill, he unexpectedly moves at the speed of light. Without further ado, let's get started. 100 years ago, a strange star fell into the demon world. The young man clutches his wounds, his mouth full of blood. You've toyed with the demon world using that strange power, but this is the end for you. In pain, he forces his eyes open. Speak, mortal. What is your wish? What did you desire so much that you risked your life to reach my dragon throne? The protagonist struggles to speak. The place I used to live is my home. I want to go back. The dragon looks at him in astonishment and asks, go back. Someone who dared to challenge me at the risk of their life wishes for something so trivial. Even though that is inherently impossible, you've come to the right place. The dragon inadvertently reveals the power to return to your homeland. The secret is the space orb located in my heart. Extremely satisfied, the protagonist says, do you know what I had to endure to find it? He walks forward and speaks with emotion. A full 100 years. 100 years in this cursed alien world. The dragon cuts him off and arrogantly says, then you should feel grateful. I will end your meaningless life right here. Instead of showing fear, he smiles and says, ha, I can finally put an end to everything. The divine dragon charges at him. But then it screams in immense pain, ugh. Divine dragon says, what is this uneasy feeling? The protagonist smiles and says, the wounds I suffered are healing. The dragon is completely shocked by this ability, healing. It thinks in fear, no, this isn't just a normal healing ability. The protagonist steps forward and says, are you going to take it out yourself, or should I rip your heart out? Only now does the black dragon think in fear. Don't tell me he isn't just a simple warrior. Ignoring it, he replies, I'll give you 3 seconds. Before it can do anything, it's attacked by the protagonist, magic restoration. The protagonist says, sorry, but I've waited long enough. He then lunges at the dragon, attacking with all his might. The monster collapses in agony. He is none other than Hunter Min Suwu, possessing the healing ability. He holds the orb in front of him and asks, so this is the space orb. After struggling for 100 years, all I get is this damn dragon pearl. He drops it into his mouth and says, the food in this world is all equally hard to swallow. Just then a voice echoes, it's not a dragon pearl, it's the space orb. The protagonist ignores it, shut up, Frey. As soon as he swallows the orb, a glowing magic circle appears beneath his feet. He smiles with satisfaction, thinking, I can finally go back. Back to my disciples, back to my younger brother. And back to planet Earth, the place where I was born and raised. After executing the teleportation magic, the protagonist passes out cold on a kumquat trellis. He groggily wakes up from a long dream. The protagonist shoots up and screams. Looking at his surroundings, he calls out in confusion, hey, freeloader. An angry voice rings in his ear. Why are you calling me a food source? I'm busy throwing up in your stomach from teleportation sickness. The protagonist stands up, sighs, and says, thank goodness this guy made it through safely, you disgusting bastard. Just turn into food already. The eerie voice speaks up again, are you sure? If this body gets digested, the consequences will be dire. Annoyed, the protagonist replies, shut up before I throw up again. He looks around confused and asks, this is Earth, right? The eerie voice chimes in, what's this? You don't even recognize your own homeland. Glancing at the surroundings, he replies helplessly, the scenery on Earth changes depending on the location. The protagonist stands up and thinks, the mana flow here feels just like being inside a gate. Don't tell me I'm inside a gate. The infernal voice rings out again, but hey, freeloader, you smell like a weakling. Startled, the protagonist asks, what the hell? Is there something wrong with my mana? Don't tell me. The dark voice interrupts him. Were you always this useless from the start? I'm breaking up with you. The protagonist furiously screams, damn it, not again, not this again. It seems this is a side effect of interdimensional travel. Last time when he traveled from Earth to another world 100 years ago, his power was also severely reduced. His current condition is probably around 15, no, maybe 20%. The mysterious voice mocked him, 20%. Are you kidding me? Hurry up and recover before we get kicked out of here. He angrily replied, it's not that simple. Last time, it took me decades to fully regain my strength. The mysterious voice was shocked. Decades. That's reason enough to cancel our contract right now. With this tiny amount of mana, I can't use most of my ultimate skills. He said it's not that you can't use them. Suddenly, a panicked girl cried out, "Damn it! I was so busy running away that I lost all my teammates. Are they okay? No, first I have to." She screamed in her thoughts. We're still on the lower floors, so why is there an orc here? The girl screamed desperately, "Help." Unfortunately, she tripped over a rock. At that moment, she thought indefinitely a goner. He appeared out of nowhere like a savior and said, "Hey, I have something to ask you." As he asked, he casually slaughtered the orc. "Is this Earth?" The girl was in complete shock. "Yes." "Excuse me, what's going on?" He stepped closer to her and asked, "This is also South Korea, right?" Still heavily shaken and dazed, she replied, "Huh, what?" "Ah, yes, this is South Korea." He asked again, "What year is it now?" It's 2037. She couldn't help but be shocked as she thought about him. He took down an orc with just one strike. He thought for a moment, "I was sucked into the other dimension in 2027. Does that mean my time in the demon world is only equal to 10 years here?" He asked again, "Who is the current president?" She obediently replied, "Right now, it's Choi Dae-soo." He yelled, "Choi Dae-soo? Don't tell me it's that muscle-brained guy with only one eye." She was terrified that he dared to disrespect the president. What the hell? Is this a prank? Thinking about the title of president pissed him off. That guy Choi Dae-soo is the president? He bombarded her with clueless questions. Is South Korea really that short on talent? She thought to herself, what the heck? Is this a regression plot or something? He turned back to her and said, more importantly, the mana flow here is strange. Could it be that we're inside a gate? At this point, she looked at him in disbelief and said, this is inside the tutorial tower. He was surprised, tutorial tower. She confusedly explained, it's a place that suddenly appeared a few years ago, like a gate for hunters. If a hunter clears this place, they can awaken their powers and even gain skills. Depending on their awakening rank, they can join strong guilds. So everyone wants to clear the tower as fast as possible. Hearing this, he scoffed and said, back when I was active, we could awaken just fine without any of this. She replied, that was only for the first generation of hunters. He started stretching his joints and said, so simply put, if I want to leave here, I have to clear this tower? How long does it usually take to get out? The girl said, normally 8 weeks. If you're excellent, at least 6 weeks. The record is 3 weeks, set by the genius second-generation hunter Ryu Ji-hwan. Oh, he said, 3 weeks, huh? Siwoo closed his eyes and tried to sense his surroundings. Instantly, a tiger monster approached from nearby. That monster was called a tiger troll. The girl froze and yelled, run! He looked completely unbothered and said, 3 weeks? 3 weeks is a bit too long. Due to the side effects of interdimensional travel, my mana flow and bodily movements have slowed down. She was trembling so much she could barely speak. Hey, excuse me. Didn't the academy teach you to run immediately if you encounter a tiger troll? Still not moving an inch, he said. I guess there's no other way. I'll just set a more comfortable deadline for myself. As soon as the tiger lunged, he swatted it away with a wave of his hand. Seeing the tiger annihilated in a split second, her face was filled with sheer terror. Just then, he said, 5 days. That would be enough for him to get out of here. Switching to another location on Earth, Min Siwoo, guild master of the Empire Guild, was working when a respectful voice rang out, Captain, someone just left the tutorial tower. Oh, if I remember correctly, it's only been about 6 weeks since they entered, right? Not bad. But this person wasn't part of the original entry group. His working hand paused. He calmly probed. Then which batch do they belong to? The blonde girl replied, they're not on the tower entry list at all. She handed the surveillance footage to the Empire Guild Master to look at, then said, and they're currently causing a commotion. The girl brought up the image, making the Guild Master jolt in shock. It was his older brother. The scene cuts back. The girl was relentlessly chasing after him. He turned around and sighed, thinking, how long is she going to keep following me? What left her dumbfounded was the sight before her eyes. What the hell is that? She was extremely shocked, thinking, he cleared the tutorial tower in just 5 days. Meanwhile, completely ignoring her, he said, fighting really does help me recover faster. It feels like my power has returned to about 25% now. The system chimed in, tutorial complete, calculating stats and analyzing skill compatibility. Suddenly, the system sounded as if it were glitching. Measurement cannot be performed. Finally, the gate of the tower opened. The girl chasing him finally snapped back to her senses and screamed at the top of her lungs. Wait, let me go with you. He stepped forward in thought, finally back in Seoul. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the gate outside the tutorial tower, a crowd of people were whispering about him. The security team approached and said, "Why is it so noisy here? The gate just opened, but it seems like there's an issue." "Is it those two? I think I saw that pretty girl on the participant list." A creepy guy walked up and asked, "What's going on here?" A secretary-like guy said, "The captain of the second squad is here." The guy looked at him and said, "The thing is, these two just walked out of the gate, but that guy over there isn't on the participant list." The captain of the second squad looked him up and down for a moment and said, "A guy claiming to have cleared the tower without a single scratch? Sounds a bit absurd, doesn't it? And look at that insolent glare. He looks like a starving parasite. He must have snagged a decent skill, huh?" Then he smirked and said, "Hey, move aside, I'll handle this." "Who the hell are you? Why aren't you on the list?" "Because I didn't come in through the entrance." Our main guy calmly replies, "If I go in through the mouth, of course I'll come out the other way." The guy furiously yells, "You went in through the entrance, so why are you coming out through the exit?" Our main guy sarcastically retorts, "It just happened that way, you know?" At this point, the captain frowns and says, "Ha ha, this punk really looks down on his seniors." Suddenly, a mysterious voice rings out, "Hey, supply stock, this guy must really love eating crap." He unhappily snaps at him, "Hey kid, it's obvious you just awakened some disguised skill and are playing tricks. If you don't want to die, cut it out right now, got it?" "Oh wow, what's with that shit-eating grin?" The dark voice speaks up again. "Let me correct myself. You definitely love crap." The captain, unable to stay calm, screams, "Hey, I told you to stop, or should I rip that cocky face right off?" Our main guy is not afraid in the slightest. On the contrary, he says, "Shut up, you reek terribly." He goes crazy and snaps, "What? Is this bastard out of his mind? What did you just say about ripping my face off?" Our main guy smirks disdainfully. "Shut your mouth and fight, and try to breathe less. That smell is absolutely disgusting." He immediately swings his fist and screams, "You bastard." Our main guy says without a hint of fear, "Oh, I told you to shut your mouth." "I keep telling you, but you just won't listen." And a terrifying scene unfolds right as the guildmaster arrives. What the hell is going on? Someone runs up to explain. "Well, the guy we just reported for causing a disturbance. He fought with the guards and then vanished." The guildmaster calmly asks, "Is there any CCTV footage of him?" Here is the recording from that time. Witnessing our main guy handle these punks in mere seconds before darting away from the scene. Everyone is incredibly shocked and says, in just a few seconds he took down 5 hunters and disappeared. Considering he's not showing up on screen, could he be a hunter with a stealth skill? The guildmaster says, "No, he was just moving too fast." The crowd still doesn't understand. "Huh, what do you mean?" The young guildmaster keeps murmuring the name Shiwu. He thinks to himself, "I'm certain it's him. He looks exactly the same as he did 10 years ago." Breaking the silence, the guildmaster suddenly says, "Issue a wanted order immediately. Mobilize all members of the Empire Guild to find him. Do absolutely nothing rash. Just tell him you were sent from Min Shiwu and bring him back here. Hurry up." Although surprised, the crowd quickly obeys. "Yes, sir." As they scatter to do their work, he thinks, "Hyung, where exactly have you been all this time? Why are you only showing up now? Possibilities like being kidnapped, running away, there must be a reason. If you were still in Korea, you definitely would have come to me by now." He thinks carefully. If so, in this situation, where would you go first? A voice beside him rings out, interrupting his train of thought. He finally notices and says, "You're one of the people who just came out of the tutorial tower this time, right?" She replies, "Yes, that's right. But to be completely honest, I didn't do anything. Someone else brought us all out, but anyway, we awakened and got out together." The guildmaster says, "I see. You came out earlier than expected, so you must have gotten a pretty decent skill." She shyly scratches her head, and not entirely sure if it's good, but it's at least an A-rank skill. "Oh, A-rank. Even though there's no final evaluation yet, it's best to recruit her first." The guildmaster immediately says, "We will offer you the best possible contract terms. Are you interested in joining the Empire Guild?" Hearing about joining the Empire Guild, she squeals in delight. "Really? If this is a serious offer, it would be a huge honor for me and my whole family." Just then, someone walks up and says the guild name is Empire, but they act just like a gang of thugs. The guildmaster unhappily replies, "You should be careful with your words, Hunter Ryuji Hwan." Putting on a fake expression, he says, "Oh my, seems like I've accidentally offended you." The man in front of him is the S-rank hunter from the Diamond Guild, Ryuji Hwan. He says, "You're way too sensitive." Beside him is Choi Sung-il, an S-rank hunter and guild master of White Lion. He says, "Looks like you got here before me. I assume everyone received the notice from the association. The entire security team was wiped out. Is that the unregistered awaken the association mentioned? Oh man, look at that." Ryuji Wan says rather excitedly, what a noisy guy, causing such a ruckus right after coming out. Choi Sung-il beside him says, "We don't know who he is, but it's best we find him quickly. Judging by his strength, it seems he awakened a high-tier skill. That means he has the potential to become key personnel. Honestly, I think he's very valuable." Ryuji Wan interrupts, "Then it's finders keepers, right? And if our methods are a bit unorthodox, surely no one would complain, right?" Hearing this, the Empire Guild Master isn't happy at all, but there is nothing he can do. With the deal settled, Sung-il says, "Then I'll go look for him myself. None of us have time to waste. If we find this awakened, we should at least notify each other. And what about you? Here is my business card. Take your time to think it over. With an awakening rank like yours, you'd be welcomed anywhere. It's up to you." Ryuji Hwan leaves immediately, not wanting to delay for even a second. "I'll let you know if I find him." At this point, the Empire Guild Master reluctantly agrees, saying, "Yeah, I guess so." As soon as Ryuji Hwan steps out, his subordinate is already waiting. The guy asks, "Did the talk go smoothly?" Ryuji Hwan ignores his question and says directly with a sense of urgency, "Jin Sik, gather all C and D rank members of Diamond into squads. Deploy them immediately. We need to find someone." Jin Sik asks again, "Who?" His face becomes more dangerous than ever as he says, "It's Min Sijin, that damn bloodline of his." Scene change, our main guy is wandering on the street when a mysterious voice rings out. "Just got back to Earth after 10 years, and the first place you visit is a fried chicken joint." The MC looked down on it and said, "Just try it and you'll understand why I rushed here like a starving dog." As soon as they tasted the crispy fried chicken, the mysterious voice kept screaming, "What the hell is this? I've wasted my whole life. What is this? Is this fried chicken made of pure gold? How can it be this delicious? How did you survive 10 years in the demon world without this? Are you a psychopath?" The MC mumbled with a full mouth, "I'm restoring my humanity, so shut up." "All right, then give me more already. Don't eat it all by yourself. The rest is mine." And so they devoured the delicious plate of fried chicken and left the shop. The mysterious voice asked again, "So, where's the next destination?" The MC stared blankly ahead and said, "Where else?" In front of him, the closely packed, shabby old houses made him incredibly emotional. He said, "Home." Stopping in front of a door, the voice rang out, "Is this your house?" The MC said yes. Then he slowly opened the door and walked inside. As soon as he stepped through the door, his memories came rushing back. A warm voice called out, "Suwoo, are you home?" His father looked at him warmly and said, "You're back? You're a bit late today." His mother peeked out from the kitchen and asked, "Are you hungry? Should I call Sijun to come eat with us?" The young MC ran over in absolute joy and said, "Yes, Mom. I'm home." The young MC shouted happily, "Wow, it's soybean paste stew." His mother reminded them, "Everyone, wash your hands first." Back in reality, the house was incredibly messy and desolate. He sat there in a daze thinking, just as I thought, I can't even remember my parents' faces anymore. People say forgetting is a gift from the gods, but to me, it's a curse. 100 years in the demon world. Endless battles on a blood-stained alien planet. My human senses gradually went numb. A body frozen in time, a fading sense of self. During that horrifyingly long period, I desperately clung to my memories, afraid that the curse of oblivion would swallow me whole. Memories of my little brother, memories of my disciples. And then, those memories were no longer mementos. They turned into obsession and regret. But that's okay, because of that, I managed to survive for 100 years. The mysterious voice interrupted, "Your house looks pretty lonely." Honestly, the place we stayed at in the demon world felt warmer. He tried to pull himself back to reality, thinking, it's also thanks to this guy. Then he told it, they didn't have fried chicken there. The dark voice replied, "Logically speaking, that is true. I cannot argue with that." The MC put his familiar smug face back on and said, "I only meant to drop by for a quick look. Let's go. It's time to find the others. I wonder how they've been living for the past 10 years. I hope Sijin is doing well." Suddenly, a voice shouted from out of nowhere, "Found him." They surrounded him and said, "Damn it, looking for you was a total nightmare. Pleasure to meet you. You must be the one who caused that uproar at the exit up there, right? Imbion Hackman, a Craig hunter from the Diamond Guild. Do you have any idea how hard we worked to find you?" The MC replied, "Oh, so what? So now you want me to comfort you or something?" Beyond Hakman felt his pride getting trampled on. He said, "Hey, are you even listening to me? We're from the Diamond Guild." The MC replied, baffled, "Yeah, Diamond Guild or whatever. I don't care. What do you guys want?" They replied, "What do we want? Haha, this punk still doesn't grasp the situation, huh? Do you want me to teach you how to crawl instead of walk? The hunter world is completely upside down now." The MC chuckled and said, "I think walking on all fours would suit your ugly monkey face a lot better." He sighed again and added, "Can even gorillas become hunters these days? This world sure must be a great place." Hearing this, the people from the Diamond Guild lost their temper. Beyond Hakman said angrily, "This bastard is beyond saving. Just beat him up first, then drag him away." And so he lunged at the MC's back and delivered a brutal punch that sent him flying into the wall. He immediately taunted, "Who did you just call a gorilla, you little brat?" The underlings beside him looked at the MC and burst out laughing. "Hakman, you're awesome. You knocked him down before he could even take his hands out of his pockets." Another guy asked, "Is that enough? Just keep beating him, haha." Meanwhile, the MC stared blankly at the system window. Skill, lightning, rank, C. Effect, more than doubles movement speed for a short duration. If the body and stamina can endure it, you can move even faster. Surprised, he asked the mysterious voice, "Well, want to give it a try?" The voice replied, "This is the first skill I'm absorbing since returning to Earth. I want to taste it." And so he said okay and jumped back to his feet. Hakman looked at him in shock and said, "What the hell? How could you withstand that hit?" He barely managed to say, "How could you?" before the MC dashed over and delivered a stinging slap. His face slammed hard into the ground, leaving his accompanying underlings terrified. Beyond Hakman lay there, his body stiff. The MC said, "Eat it, Predator." Instantly, a layer of black aura erupted from his hand. Predator said, "Okay," and just like that, he successfully absorbed the skill. Skill, lightning. Rank, C. Effect, more than doubles movement speed for a short duration. After testing it out, the MC said in surprise, "Oh, so it still works on Earth." The mysterious voice replied, "Well, stealing skills is nice and all, but it doesn't taste as good as fried chicken." The underlings who witnessed this scene completely lost their cool. They frantically rushed forward to avenge the bro Hakman. "What are you standing around for? Attack him now." The MC said, "Frey, let's test out this skill we just stole." The mysterious voice replied, "Roger that, supplier." And then our MC moved with incredible agility, leaving behind blinding trails of light. A guy rushed at our MC for a sneak attack. "You bastard." The moment they clash, he effortlessly kneed the guy, making him spit blood in agony. The system chimed, "Skill, heavy strike. Rank, C+. Upon activation, the body automatically reacts to target the opponent's weak points, more effective when using a weapon. Our MC grabbed the weapon and said, "Humph, the blade is completely dull. A swordsman should at least keep their weapon sharp." He took it and dashed forward like a flash of lightning. He said, "I'll be taking this." The sword stopped right at his carotid artery. Just as our MC was about to strike, someone ran up to him. Our MC looked briefly surprised and stopped in his tracks. The person in front of him reminded him of a familiar kid. The Empire Guild Master cried out in joy, "Suwoo Hyung." Hearing that familiar voice calling his name, our MC froze. Then he asked in astonishment, "It's Sejuna, right?" Going back 20 years ago, when gates opened on a once peaceful Earth, the world instantly fell into chaos. Monsters poured out from the gates, and the very first individuals to awaken their powers began to appear. It was a wild era with no laws or policies to control the situation. And everyone was inexperienced, nobody knew what to do. Amidst that chaotic world, my brother and I, children who lost our parents early on, had to find a way to survive. My brother, one of the first generation awakened, dropped out of school to become a hunter, just to raise me, a tiny kid at the time. Back then, Sejun asked with utmost innocence, "Hyung, aren't you going to school today?" Our MC replied, "I'm not going to school anymore. I'm going to work." The little kid asked sadly, "Is it because of me?" Our MC patted his head to comfort him. "No, it's because I'm terrible at studying, so I just decided on my career path early." At that time, little Sejun asked fearfully, "Then when are you coming home? Will it be really late?" Even our MC didn't expect that when he said, "Don't worry, I'll be home soon," It would become a story of many years later. Back in the present, our MC said in amazement, "Wow, this house is awesome. Damn, isn't this the Han River? You bought this all by yourself without any loans. Min Si-jun, you really made it." His younger brother replied, "It's no big deal. I only made money thanks to the skills you taught me, anyway. I bought this house so we could live together. There's even a room for you." Si-jun thought emotionally, "This feels so unreal. Is it really you, Hyung? The person I couldn't find no matter how hard I searched, suddenly appearing after 10 years like this." Siwoo said happily, "I even get my own room. Wow, raising such a filial and affectionate little brother really paid off. You've been through a lot, haven't you, Min Si-jun?" His brother said, "You're the one who really suffered. Seeing you still able to joke around like this, you're definitely my big brother." Si-jun hesitated and said, "Hyung, do you know how long I've been looking for you? Where on earth have you been all this time?" Our MC comforted his brother and slowly began his story. "Sit down. I've got 10 years worth of stories to tell." The two were incredibly happy after years of separation. Our MC said, to sum it up, 10 years ago, the moment I defeated the fourth demon lord, I was teleported to another dimension by an artifact he possessed. In that world, I met a creature named Predator who could steal other people's skills. I grew stronger using that power for 100 years, fighting while tracking down a dragon with spatial magic until I faced the Dragon King and won. The system announced, "You have defeated the Dragon King." Our MC used the space orb from its heart to return to Earth. He thought joyfully, "I beat the Dragon King. I can finally go home." Then he said, "Oh, that predator followed me back to Earth and is now inside my body." When our MC ate, Little Pre could feel it too and said, "These chicken feet are delicious." Si-jun said in fear, "Inside your body. Do you mean you're possessed?" Hearing this from Si-jun, Pre angrily said, "Hey, you want to cough up some blood?" Our MC replied, "It's actually more like a parasite." Our MC's cheeks flushed as he said, "Don't take it too seriously. I know it sounds like pure science fiction, but just remember your big brother isn't crazy." Si-jun replied, "Of course I believe you, because you're the one saying it. After all, we live in a world where these things are no longer impossible. It's just hard to wrap my head around it immediately. Anyway, just having you back is enough." Our MC then said, "Right now, it's your turn." On the newspaper was a picture of President Choi Dae-soo. Our MC yelled, "What the hell happened to this country in the last 10 years for that bastard to become president?" Si-jun explained, "After you disappeared, Choi Dae-soo brazenly took all the credit for defeating the fourth demon lord. He climbed to the presidency with the titles of God of War and the greatest first-generation hunter, using that fake reputation to gain public support. And even now, he continues to push policies that disadvantage our guild." Our MC gritted his teeth and said, "If he knew the only person who could challenge him had returned." Our MC said unhappily, "That bastard's intentions are obvious. Korea's only SS rank hunter sounds like a joke. By the way, that gang that attacked us earlier, the ones calling themselves Diamond, are they Choi Dae-soo's lackeys? Including our guild, Empire." Hearing this, little brother Sejun felt a bit guilty and said, "We've all gone our separate ways. It's been a long time since anyone has stayed in touch." Xiaolong went back to his hometown, and Kang Yo-hwa joined Choi Dae-soo's faction. Our MC rested his chin on his hand in surprise. "That is a bit unexpected. What about Min-jun?" Sejun said, "He was murdered." Our MC's face darkened as he asked, "He's dead? Who did it?" Si-jun replied, "The body disappeared, so the culprit couldn't be identified. There are only two kinds of people who can kill a hunter, other hunters or unregistered awakened. HMCS launched an investigation at the time, but they couldn't find a single clue." Our MC asked, a bit confused, "HMCS, what is that?" Si-jun said, "HMCS stands for Hunter Management and Control System, an international organization dedicated to handling hunter-related cases. They have full authority to investigate and arrest awakened criminals globally. Simply put, they are the police of the hunter world." Looking at the massive amount of information in front of him, the MC asked, "Do you have any connections in there?" Si-jun replied, "I do, but are you really planning to go there, Hyung? If you need better information, we should use our guild's intelligence team. That place is extremely ruthless. You shouldn't go there without a good reason." The MC had his own thoughts. "It's fine. I need more than just information." Si-jun explained further, "Hyung, Hunters are fighters, but the work there is mostly handling murder cases. You just got back, so don't rush. Take a break for a while and get your battle senses back first. The MC continued reading recent news about Earth and said, Sejun, I've been fighting for 10 years in another world. Do you think there is anything left that I haven't done? At this moment, the younger brother gulped in fear and thought, I almost forgot his nickname. He reluctantly said, all right then, if you've decided, Lee Yeji from the Cold Soul Guild is a high-ranking official over there. I'll contact her. The MC gave a gentle smile and replied, thanks, little bro. While the younger brother sadly thought, Hyung, your face is the same, but your aura is completely different. Just what exactly happened to you in that world? The MC suddenly asked, I feel like I've seen this face somewhere before. The younger brother ran over to look. Who? Let me see. Sejun said, Hwan Jong-gu, the gangbuk team leader of the Management Bureau, a Generation 1 hunter. Do you know him? The MC looked at him and said, Jong-gu? No. This bastard used a different name back then. And so the two brothers catching up time flew by, and in a flash it was 2 days later at the HMCS headquarters gangbuk team office. A fierce-looking guy yelled, damn it, these Generation 2 hunters nowadays. Someone else asked him out of concern, team leader, what's wrong? He angrily replied, the higher-ups just assigned a rookie brat to my team. Fuck, no wonder people call them the incubator generation with brains full of mush. This guy was precisely part of the Generation 2 hunter group that this old man was cursing so hard. He continued speaking, damn it, kids these days are completely useless. Back then, the hunter world was a lawless wasteland. We always had to write our wills before going on missions. You hear me? Hey, did I ever tell you about the time I almost died in a raid 10 years ago? In his head, he tiredly thought about 768 times already, but outwardly, he could only endure and reply, yeah, I've heard it. The man spoke again, but it won't hurt to hear it one more time. And so he passionately continued, back when I was a rookie, I suffered a fatal injury on a mission. My team back then almost lost all combat ability. Everyone fell into despair. Right at that moment, a healer with extraordinary abilities appeared. He suddenly became shy and continued. He used his Huatuo skill to save me, then said. Behind him, a voice shouted, Hey, Byung-gu. The MC stood in front of him and said, Why did you change your name? Your old name was fine. This new name makes me a bit confused. You still remember me, right? I'm your lifesaver. Hee hee. Byung-gu looked at the MC like he had seen a ghost, fearfully saying, What the? The memories from back then rushed back. The MC appeared incredibly badass in front of Byung-gu and saved him. And so he had to take him around for introductions. Ahem, this is the newest member of our gangbuk team, Hunter Min Siwoo. Jung-gu stood next to the MC, visibly flustered and panicking. He said, since he's a rookie, there will be many things he isn't used to hear. If he needs any information, provide it immediately. Hey, as seniors, you should treat the rookie nicely. The hunters were surprised. Wait, doesn't that contradict what you just said? Why is team leader Jung-gu acting so weird today? The guy next to him whispered, keep quiet. Looking at the team leader's reaction right now, it seems he isn't just an ordinary rookie. Jung-gu yelled, Kim Sung-ah. She flinched and replied, yes. Jung-gu said, follow me into the meeting room right now. We need to do a brief orientation for the newbie. The rest of the people asked in bewilderment, wait, could it be a 3-star hunter joining us as a rookie? And so Jung-gu looked at the MC extremely gently and asked, Hunter Min Siwoo, would you like some coffee, instant or Americano? He casually said, instant is fine. Jung-gu immediately scurried off to make the coffee, then gently asked him again, this is the HMCS deployment uniform. What size do you wear? Kim Suma, the data manager of the HMCS gangbuk team, awkwardly said at this moment, team leader? Even if it's a brief orientation, I haven't received any documents to prepare for it. Is there anything I need to explain to him? I'll wait, to this gentleman. The MC didn't look like a rookie at all, even issuing orders to manager Sung, summarize all the data on hunters who have been murdered over the past 20 years and give it to me. She immediately exclaimed, 20 years of data is a massive amount. Moreover, we still have to report to the Hunter Association. Hearing this, Jung-gu turned to scold her. Hey, don't make excuses. You've worked here long enough to handle this. Then boss Jung-gu ran back to the MC and respectfully said, don't worry, Hunter Min Siwoo. Our data manager is extremely efficient. Seeing her boss act like this, Kim Sung-ah fearfully thought, maybe he's been possessed by a ghost. Kim Sung-ah got back to work and asked, Rookie Siwoo, When you said murdered, you mean you just need the information of the victims, right? The MC said only the cases officially recognized as homicides by HMCS. Additionally, I also need the list of unidentified hunter-killers. He angrily thought, killing an awakened is almost impossible unless the attacker is also an awakened. Furthermore, if someone managed to kill Min Jun, a high-ranking hunter, then they must be a professional. Whether the culprit was caught or is already dead, if they were an awakened, the association definitely has a record. Kim Suma asked, where should I send the information? The MC replied, for now the priority is finding out their identities. Then send it to my phone first. Suddenly, a voice called from outside, Team leader, do you have a moment? Jung-gu said, what's going on? Come in. The guy immediately reported, the police just requested backup. A turf war has broken out between gangs with awakened members. Jung-gu returned to his big boss persona and said, can't the police handle that themselves? They're just low-level thugs. The guy said the problem is one of them is Cerberus. Jung-gu angrily shouted, what? Those bastards again. Seeing this, the MC asked in surprise, what is Cerberus? Kim Sung-a replied they are completely different from regular gangs. Arms trafficking, assassinations for hire, there are even suspicions about hunter smuggling. It's hard for the police to deal with them alone. Hunter smuggling. The MC said, Byung-gu, let me tag along. He timidly said, it's Jung-gu now. I changed my name. But a second later he sighed and said, sigh. But if you're calling me that, then I guess I'll be Byung-gu from now on. Let's go. The MC didn't say much and immediately put on his HMCS uniform. The scene shifts to the Cerberus group. They said, the elite forces of death battle are nothing at all, right? Cerberus sub-leader named Kang-ho replied extremely arrogantly, in front of our shields, those death battle punks are nothing. Next to him, a bootlicking kid replied, spot on boss. Jikin, the third in command of Cerberus, unhappily replied, huh? Kang-ho, that's not fair. Half of them were slashed by my meat cleaver sword. Kang-ho keeps bragging, jealous, then beat me, Jikin. She sneers in response, just you wait. One day I'll surpass you. While he smugly says, haha, how would you guys survive without me? Good thing I quit being a hunter to join the organization. Our boss sure has an eye for talent. His bootlicker chimes in, boss, can we start marking our territory now? He smirks and says, all right, from today on, this place belongs to Cerberus. Right when Kang-ho says, tear everything apart. An explosion goes off and he asks in shock, is there still a god of war left alive? The MC steps forward and replies, what was it again? CMUK. Frey scoffs, your memory sucks. I remember it being HMCS. He doesn't care and punches the MC hard, causing the sub-leader Jikin to scream, did you just kill him? Messing with HMCS will only bring trouble. She says in fear, you're on your own. Meanwhile, the MC slowly gets up and says, listening to you talk, it sounds like you've killed hunters before, huh? With a terrifying look on his face, he says, show me what you've got. The Cerberus members are bewildered. Huh? He's still okay? I've never seen his face in Gangbuk before. More importantly, what kind of idiot sneaks in here alone? The leader Kang-ho feels a flash of fear, thinking, that's weird. I swear I just heard his skull shatter. But outwardly, he tries to stay calm, saying, what are you waiting for? If he wants a show, give it to him. So he goes berserk and yells, welcome to the river, you bastard. Kill him. His skill is full body armor, rank B. Effect. Upon activation, it creates an invisible armor covering the entire body. Duration depends on the user's mana. Increases physical defense by 30%. Increases magic defense percentage. But a second later, Kang-ho suddenly sees pitch black. Huh? What happened? I was just fighting. Wait, who is standing on the other side of the river? Grandpa, are you telling me to come over or to stay back? Cerberus. Kang-ho keeps saying, Grandpa, Grandpa. Then he dry heaves and wakes up. Cough, cough, motherfucker. While he's still dazed and hasn't fully grasped the situation, the MC's voice rings out, hey, wake up. You're the only one left now. The MC says, eat up, predator. Frey replies in satisfaction, this skill is really tasty. It feels so satisfying. He thinks dizzily, just one person wiped all of us out. He struggles to say, what do you want to know? We don't know anything. We've never killed hunters, we're just expendable pawns. The MC chuckles and says, oh, I know. Small fry like you wouldn't have the guts for that. Kang-ho asks in pain, then why? The MC dusts off his hands and says, I just wanted to test the strength of awakened criminals these days. But you guys look like a menace, so I figured I might as well take care of you while I'm at it. At this moment, Jong-gu runs over in a panic and asks, Hunter Min Siwoo, are you okay? The entire upper floor of the club has been secured. He looks at the crowd behind in fear. You insisted on going alone? I was really worried. The MC calmly replies, Oh, are you guys done? Took you long enough. He approaches Kang-oh and says, I kept one of the leaders alive just in case we need to extract information. Faced with the MC's fierce declaration of having wiped them all out, Jong-gu tries to explain the operating principles of HMCS. He emphasizes that apprehension is the top priority and all actions must comply with international law, except in cases of legitimate self-defense. However, Jong-gu can't help but tremble at the MC's ruthlessness. Even though he knew of Siwoo's reputation as a mad dog from before, his blank face and cold, murderous intent this time truly terrified Jong-gu with a level of brutality that has spiraled far out of control. Less than greater than. Hearing this, the MC just casually says, Oh, the body cam. I forgot about that. But hey, I'm still on my probation period. You'll cover for me, right? And so Jong-gu could only cry a river and say, yes. The MC adds, Besides, they really attacked me first. Do you see the blood on my clothes? Outwardly, Jong-gu replies, Of course, I believe you. But deep down he thinks in terror. That's obviously someone else's blood. Meanwhile, he accidentally missed a little rat. He immediately contacts the mysterious guild, recounting in a panicked voice, telling the truth. Cerberus is completely wiped out, and the third-rate leader, Jikin, the one you guys told us to keep an eye on, is dead. The other end hesitates for a moment, then says, Say that again. The person on the other end of the phone whose eyes glow red is the A-rank hunter from Hong Kong belonging to the Zich Guild. Her face darkens as she asks him, Who did you say died? A group of mysterious people appears at Gate 1. Facing them, the men in black say, Hunter Gert, belonging to Hong Kong's Red Guild, has just entered our country. We will proceed to escort you to the designated location. The man in the suit speaks respectfully. May the deceased rest in peace. Hunter Gert, I am Lee Junyoung from the Korean Hunter Association. The guy with a dark expression in front of him says, Where is my little brother? The body of the suspect, Jikin, is currently located at the Hunter Forensics Lab. Hunter Gert, you will accompany us to identify the body and complete the necessary procedures, after which you will be taken to your designated accommodation. His face darkens and he flashes a furious smile saying, A suspect. Jikin, I heard that the one who killed my brother is connected to HMCS. Junyoung replies, I cannot answer any questions related to that matter. Hunter Gert frowns and asks, Am I allowed to leave the accommodation outside of the schedule? Junyoung replies, That is not permitted. You must stay at your accommodation until your scheduled departure date. If you leave without permission, according to international hunter laws, you will face mandatory deportation along with appropriate penalties. Now then, we will take you to the forensics lab. Hearing this, Gert's face turns as black as the bottom of a pot as he says, So I can only light some incense and then leave. After finishing their exchange, the Korean Hunter Association immediately leaves. Hunter Gert acts quickly, saying, Ryu, go find him. Ryu Yampang, B+ rank hunter of the Red Guild, replies, Understood. Gert completely loses his temper now, snarling, Just you wait, you bastard who killed my brother. It'll rip your heart out while you're still breathing. Scene change. The NC looks at his little brother and asks, Did they take everything in the house? He replies, Yeah. 2 days after Min Jun was murdered, the house was completely ransacked. A hunter's mana is like a fingerprint. It reveals their ID code, attribute, and rank, right? The investigating hunters at the time assumed the culprit took everything to erase their tracks. Because Min Jun was an archaeologist, the house was full of important research documents. There isn't a single item left containing his mana. Are you sure it was really the culprit's doing? Couldn't it have been a random burglary? Si-jun is extremely surprised hearing his brother's analysis. What? The MC adds, If you look at the list of stolen items, most of them are valuable. And with how messy they left the place, the chances of leaving traces behind should be much higher. If the goal was truly to erase mana traces, it would have been much more effective to just burn the whole house down. Si-jun finally realizes and says, Are you saying someone took advantage of the empty house after Min Jun was killed? The MC says, I dug through the HMCS crime records, and there are more similar cases than you think. The MC walks away and says, Looks like we need to pay a visit to some connections. Si-jun awkwardly stammers, What? Even if the fencing process takes time, it's been years. There's no way any of Min Jun's stuff is still out there. He held a file, smirked, and said, How would I know if I haven't checked? See you tonight. That's what I said so boldly. But how are there so many thieves in this tiny country? It's been a week and I haven't tracked down a thing. The dark predator said, food has good intuition. Trust your big brother, I'll show you the right way. Go right. He went crazy. It's a dead end, you idiot. Suddenly, a voice rang out nearby. Did you hear the recent rumors? He quickly found a hiding spot. The crowd said, HMCS is cracking down hard on those smuggling stolen goods. Just yesterday, the entire Yeongdeungpo area was swept clean. The fat guy was quite surprised. What? Seriously? Without any search warranty or reports. The rat-faced guy replied, it's HMCS, boss. They have full authority to investigate hunters worldwide, and they have the right to execute awakened criminals on the spot. If you resist them, you don't go to jail, you lose your life. The fat guy said disdainfully, but aren't they just the government's lapdogs? Just kill them, and it's over. They chatted as they walked. Right, a capable hunter would rather join a guild. The money is way better. That's why organizations like HMCS don't have any high-ranking hunters. But the one hunting down smugglers this time is no nameless crazy. We're resell hunters' stolen goods, so we should probably move the warehouse somewhere else. By the way, where is that warehouse? Hearing this, he stepped out and said, well, your warehouse is confiscated now. What? The two of them jolted in shock. Who's there? The rat-tooth guy sharply said, I think it's him. The HMCS bastard who took out all the smuggling gangs. Seeing this, the fat guy immediately made a call. You guys get to Sector 2 right now. Emergency situation. He looked at them and asked, where is the warehouse? I'm busy, so unless you want to die, speak up fast. Their faces darkened as they said, damn it, Hansen, take care of this bastard. They panicked and yelled, and not the combat type. Instantly, the backup group showed up. Boss, what the hell is going on? Who the heck is this guy? Why is there a fake here? The fat guy pointed at him and scoffed. Ha, does this idiot even know where he just stepped into? Even if he's from HMCS, if we bury him in concrete and throw him into the sea, no one will ever find him. He feigned surprise. Oh, you even gathered around all by yourselves for me. How cute. He called out to Frey. It's been a while since we used a skill. Want to give it a try? The dark voice echoed, one skill, one piece of fried chicken. He chuckled and said, deal. And with that, a blinding light erupted, making it impossible for the crowd to even touch him. He used electric surge and powerful lightning bolts cracked across the entire surrounding space. He looked at the rat-faced guy and said, so, are you ready to show me to the warehouse now? The rat-faced guy, terrified out of his wits, asked him, who the hell are you? He looked at him with a beaming smile, me, just a madman. And just like that, they were all tied up. Frey said, see that, this is my side. He cut him off and replied, don't make me laugh, you just got lucky. Frey continued to ask, this is the manna we risked our lives to find. Smells like a total bookworm. He replied with satisfaction, yeah, I recognized it immediately. At least there's one thing left intact. Minjun's research diary, it has a protective seal on it. Not your ordinary lock. A magic array that only opens with its owner's mana. Frey suddenly cried out, food. This book can't be opened. Can you read it? He replied, it doesn't matter. What I need isn't the book, but the mana inside it. He immediately made a phone call and said, oh, Byung-gu, it's me. I have a dozen awakened criminals tied up here. Come clean them up. Oh, and bring a car along too. We have a place to be. The scene shifted to a neutral zone where dark arts and bizarre abilities were traded. That place was also known as the black market of the hunter world. Inside the Black Heaven Pavilion, a mysterious woman sat in deep thought. She picked up a card and smirked. She was the Grand Shaman Mumyeon, one of the 12 leaders of the Black Heaven Pavilion. She read the card and said in surprise, oh, seems like an interesting guest is about to visit. He appeared in front of a house and said, compared to 10 years ago, nothing much has changed. The dark Frey whispered in his ear, you're quite famous food. Everyone's staring at you. Their abilities sure look powerful. How about we drain one dry and eat them? He replied, no, this is a neutral zone. It's a hassle to cause trouble here. Just as he finished speaking, someone approached, blocked his path, and said, long time no see. Mumyeon looked at him and said, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come in. Meeting him made her somewhat happy. Has it really been 10 years? You haven't changed at all. He replied politely, still the same as always, Mumyeon. She asked again, so, during these past 10 years of no contact, what have you been doing? He picked up the notebook as he spoke. It's a long story, and not a very interesting one to tell. Instead, I want you to extract mana from this. She smirked and said, "You're as blunt as ever. Fine. This is something I'm interested in too. You still remember how this works, right?" Hearing this, he immediately picked up a knife in response. He slashed his hand hard, and hot blood poured out. Once mana has been altered through skills or magic, it's almost impossible to return it to its original state. Imagine a completed spell is like a bowl of curry. You can fish out solid channels like carrots or potatoes from a cooked bowl of curry. But you can't separate the dissolved curry powder, water, and other ingredients back to their original state. Yet this impossibility becomes reality thanks to the woman named Mum Young with her mana hacker skill. An illegal means, a power that defies causality, a force that goes against the laws of nature. These kinds of abilities are often tied to criminals, which is why society always looks at them with suspicion. She said in satisfaction, "All right, done. Fresher and purer blood than ever before. It feels like life is dancing on the tip of my tongue." Frey, feeling disgusted, said, "Ew, her skill is so freaky. It definitely doesn't suit me at all." The main character grabbed her hand and said, "Thanks for the compliment. Consider this one on the house." He transferred healing energy into her wrist. She said with regret, "Oh my, leaving already?" He replied, "I have things to do. I'll come back next time." Watching him leave, she laughed and said, "You really are a mysterious guy." As soon as they left, Frey immediately said, "That place gave me the creeps. I never want to go back there again." The main character said, "Frey, you're being too picky today." Unhappy with his response, Frey shot back, "You and that woman are both perverts, absolutely degenerate." The main character replied with a headache, "What are you talking about? I just made a small cut on my hand." Shivering from the scene, Frey asked, "Where to next? I just want to go home." The main character drove away and said, "Next stop is the Ancient History Research Institute. That's where Minjun was murdered." Frey said, "Food, now that you have power, are you just going to barge in everywhere? That's trespassing." The main character replied, "Don't worry, this building belongs to the Empire Guild. Fortunately, Sijun bought and preserved this place early on." He looked ahead and said, "I'm not the only one." Still struggling to accept Minjun's death. "I need to see the memories of that day." Frey scoffed coldly, "Are you really going to use that?" He didn't answer and just placed his hand directly on the ground. He used the memory mana skill. Effect. When using this skill, the emotions the mana's owner experience at a specific location will be recreated. The completeness of the image depends on the quantity and quality of mana used as a medium. A massive surge of mana burst out, and the memories began to faintly appear. Frey asked in surprise, Is it because your mana capacity is too low? I can't see anything clearly." The main character replied, "There's no other way. After all, memory mana only recreates the target's emotions, not their actual memories." The main character knew that Minjun was not a weak hunter. If he was killed that quickly by just one person, it means the culprit was incredibly skilled. He followed the recreated mana traces. Then his face darkened as he said, "Is this an order?" That guy had a fierce face and ordered Minjun, upper floor, VIP room. He frowned and thought, the higher-ups. So Minjun wasn't just a simple member of the Research Institute, he also belonged to some organization. Noticing his troubled expression, Frey asked, "Food, are you okay?" The main character didn't understand and asked back, "What do you mean?" Frey replied, "Back in the demon world, you were always talking about your disciples and your younger brother. Even though 100 years passed, you never forgot them. The first thing you did upon returning to Earth was look for them. Yet now you just witnessed your disciples' death with your own eyes and you're still this calm. Are you completely heartless?" He was left speechless and said, "Frey, your vocabulary is getting quite rich. Where did you learn those words?" Frey added, "Right now your emotions are swirling so intensely that it makes me sick. But on the outside you aren't showing anything at all. Or rather, you can't." The main character replied, "I'm fine. After 100 years, this was bound to happen sooner or later." Suddenly, a voice from behind asked, "Min Siwoo, right? Where the hell have you been wandering around all day? What a real pain. Anyway, be a good boy and follow us. There's someone who's dying to meet you." The main character said disdainfully, 1, 2, 3. You guys sure act arrogant even though you dragged along 6 little rats." Masked Man said unhappily, "I'll give you 2 choices. 1, stay quiet, let us tie you up, and follow us. 2, resist, get slashed to pieces, and be dragged away covered in blood. That's still better than just getting slashed." The main character held his hands out and said, "I choose to be tied up." He was extremely satisfied to see him cooperate and called out to his subordinate, "Ro, go ahead." The kid had just received the order and stepped forward when he suddenly stiffened, and pitch-black blood spurted out. The main character said, "I actually prefer the option of getting slashed." Frey cackled and said, "You got tricked, idiots." The strangers furiously rushed forward. "You bastards, I'll kill you." Suddenly, another voice shouted, "Stop." Hunter Gert appeared right at that moment and said, "I'll handle this." He glared at the main character with pure hatred and said, "That guy is my prey." Approaching the main character, he asked, "HMCS affiliation. Hunter Min Shi Wu. Is that you?" At this point, unable to keep his calm, he said, "Jekin of Cerberus, you're the one who killed my older brother." Frey said greedily to the main character, "Hey, food. Out of everyone I've encountered, this guy looks the most delicious." Meanwhile, the main character replied, "Older brother. And Max, sure. Do you ever ask for the name of the trash before sweeping it away?" Hearing this, Gert went completely insane and roared, "You bastard. I'll tear your heart out." He charged at him and launched a relentless attack. The main character said, "Not bad. Are you around a rank? Instant recovery? Is he a healer? You arrogant brat." The rest of the group was bewildered. He blocked it. The guildmaster's attack. "Why are you still standing there? Attack him." The main character suddenly appeared in front of him and said, "No, I can't let you guys interfere. Skill. Lightning flash." He said with satisfaction, "It's been a long time since I've had such an interesting fight." The crowd looked at him in terror. A healer with speed-boosting skills. What the hell is he? He analyzed all of our movements and dodged with just the minimum amount of movement. Even Gert was struggling. No speed-type hunter I've met inside the gates has ever reached this level of precision. This guy, just how wide is his field of vision? He's no ordinary person. Now that it's come to this, I must go all out immediately. The main character says, "It seems you're misunderstanding something. If there's a crime, whether it's your brother or anyone else, they must be punished. You are awakened criminals, so it's only natural for you to die by my hands. Why act so wronged? Shouldn't the ones feeling wrong be the civilians your brother harmed?" Hearing this, Gert's red veins bulge as he snaps, "Don't talk nonsense. Are you saying all criminals deserve to die? You know nothing about the life my brother went through. Just because you have power, you think you can do whatever you want, you idiot. Jekin, my brother, had no other choice but to become a criminal to feed and protect me when I was little. He was just doing everything he could to survive in his own way. Your crime is trampling all over that life without a second thought. Pay with your life." Skill. Heavenly Wolf Fang Strike, rank A effect. Compresses mana, materializes it, then creates a series of synchronized attacks that track the target's movements. The main character is surprised. "I can't dodge this just by moving." He calls out, "Frey, use your skill." Frey grumbles, "You're draining me dry. Food. I'm just a mana fragment. I'm about to be exhausted." The main character says, "Just use it this one last time and rest. I'll handle the rest." Nullification. Identifies the opponent's skill type and mana level, inputs the opposite attribute election into the formula, then cancels it out with a magic matrix. The effectiveness depends on the caster's mana control and observation skills. He is utterly shocked when his skill is instantly dispelled. The group is momentarily terrified, thinking, "No way. He has a high-tier skill that can nullify an A-rank hunter's skill. Damn it. Forget about revenge, we're at a disadvantage now. Maybe we should just surrender." The main character says, "Hey, do all people who fall into the same situation as your brother choose to become criminals? Don't try to sell me that cheap sentimental bullshit." He kicks him hard in the face and says, "That's outdated." The group watches anxiously as their guild master is brutally beaten, but his pride wouldn't allow anyone to interfere in this fight. Skills of that level can't be used continuously. If he's a healer, then I have the advantage in stamina. Any healer will eventually run out of mana, so I just need to get close and finish him off quickly. I'll crush you with a concentrated Heavenly Wolf Fang Strike. He immediately lunges at him and uses a Wolf Fang Strike. The main character blocks it and warns him not to use it. Ignoring the main character, he still charges in, making him furious as he says, "I said don't use it. This building is already falling apart. Will you take responsibility if it collapses, you damn criminal?" Right at this moment, Gert orders his subordinate, Ryu Yanpang, tie him up. Ryu outside immediately follows the order. As he activates his skill, he grumbles inwardly. One moment he says don't interfere, the next he tells me to attack. Which one am I supposed to listen to? The main character is bound by the other guy's chains and can't move. At this moment, Gert lunges forward. my brother's enemy. I will blow your entire body away, leaving no chance for you to recover. The main character watches his frenzy, briefly saddened as he says, "Congratulations on you and your brother both becoming criminals." Life Drain. Skill, Life Drain, rank SS, effect. Absorbs the life force of targets within the area of effect. His body is in agony, feeling as if his entire being is being drained dry. The rest of the group trembles as they say, "What the hell is that? Is that really a healer's skill?" The main character replies, calling the first skill I awaken as a hunter that thing. From the very beginning, I was never a normal healer. Instead of using mana to mend life force, I manipulate life force to my will. It's called necromancy of the living. Got it? Right? Who's next? The subordinate Ryu is terrified and bursts into tears, saying, wait, I won't resist, it's just... The main character approaches him and consoles. All right, shut up. He looks around and says, have I cleared them all out? That's right. This time it should be working properly, right? He turns on his cam. Hey, can you see this? Yo, Byung-gu, is the recording okay? I wasn't the one who started the fight this time either, so this counts as self-defense, right? The people on the other end are so shocked they practically snort their food, saying, yes, Hunter Min Siwoo. The signal is coming in clearly, but... You just press the live button instead of record. The cam shows that there are 5,897 live viewers. Elsewhere, people are gossiping excitedly. Wow, this situation will definitely cause trouble for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Since when did the HMCS start live streaming the suppression of awakened criminals? He tries to do damage control, saying, this was implemented about 2 years ago, serving as a promotional video by the HMCS International HQ to recruit talent. The idea was to live stream the arrest of criminals through social media integration, but in reality, it was pretty much a failed project during its beta phase. There's no way HMCs could produce a decent quality video. The crowd is extremely curious, saying, so recently an extraordinary talent joined HMCs. But why would someone with such skills come here? Is that really the most important issue right now? The government officials are arguing noisily. What's more noteworthy is that the person killed in this live stream was a guest hunter from the Red Guild in Hong Kong. After verifying the authenticity of the video, there are no legal violations by HMCs under current laws. But still, even though the video confirms no illegal acts under HMC's current regulations, but... A voice suddenly interrupts. I apologize for keeping you waiting. The old man in front of them is Choi Dae-soo, the current president of South Korea. He says, all right, what's the matter? And so the group recounts the story to him once again. A few days later, at the Empire Guild's cafeteria, the murmurs of the crowd prompt his younger brother Sejun to say, hey, are you even listening? Huh? The live stream video that just leaked this time. You're not even listening to me, are you? The main character is still happily eating his seaweed. No, am eating. am listening. A dark voice from Frey speaks up. You shouldn't bother people when they're eating. Shut up and enjoy your fried pork. With his cheeks stuffed, the main character says, wow, the cafeteria here is on a whole other level. No wonder they call this a major guild. Can I just eat here every day from now on? His helpless brother replies, of course, but at least listen to me first. He thinks to himself, lately I feel like my brother is weirdly obsessed with food. While Sejun is speaking regarding that live stream video of Gert from the Red Guild in Hong Kong, it's becoming a hot topic right now. Luckily, because it was recorded from a body cam, the footage is shaky and your face isn't clearly exposed. But if Choi Dae-soo finds out you've returned, who knows what hell do. Didn't you say last time that your mana hasn't fully recovered due to the after effects of spatial teleportation? Considering what Choi Dae-soo has done over the past 10 years to erase every trace of you, the best thing you can do now is lay low. The main character picked up a delicious-looking piece of fried egg and said, all right. If you're that worried, I'll be careful and keep a low profile. He stuffed it into his younger brother's mouth and said, now eat. Sejun said unhappily, seriously, do you think I'm a kid? I'm almost 30, you know? The main character replied, to me, you'll always be a little brat. A group of people passing by saw this scene and asked in fear, Guildmaster, why did you come to the cafeteria for lunch? Wait a minute, is that guy? The main character also looked at the girl and was surprised, oh, I've definitely seen her at the tower, but who is she again? Sejun said, Hunter Shin Ji-soo. She just joined our guild as a rookie. Yes, she even awakened an A-rank skill. Jisoo happily said, but it's all thanks to Hunter Min Si-woo. The guild master already told me your name, hee. Sejun said, but if Hunter Sok is accompanying Jisoo, then there's a joint seminar for new guild hunters today, right? Is everyone gathered here for that? Yes, guild master. He briefly introduced them. This is Hunter Chu Ha Min from the White Lion Guild, and this is Hunter Yamato from the Cold Soul Guild. And I am Sok Tae-ji from the Empire Guild. Hunter Min Si-woo, I've heard a lot about you from the guild master, but only now do I have the chance to officially introduce myself. I heard you've been achieving quite a lot in HMCS. I look forward to working with you. The main character shyly replied, Oh, the pleasure is mine. Chu Ha Min of the White Lion Guild looked at him unhappily and said, HMCS, are you that famous rookie who's been causing a stir lately? I watched the video of you killing Gert. He was supposed to be my opponent, so you're the guy in that video.
It sounds like nonsense to me. The crowd murmured, What's wrong with him today? At this moment, an unhappy voice rang out. Hunter Chu Ha Min! Sejun said, You are being extremely rude to someone you're meeting for the first time, and right in the Empire Guild's headquarters, too. Ha Min waved his hand and said, What? Can't I even ask a question? Geez, the Empire Guild is so strict. Taeji turned pale with fear and said, Hey, have you lost your mind? Taeji said, Honestly, your White Lion Guild should be the one ashamed of this attitude. I wonder how Guildmaster Choi Sung-il of the White Lion will react if he hears about this. Ha Min retorted bitterly, Ha, really? You're gonna snitch to the higher-ups? I am Chu Ha Min, an A+ rank hunter. The Asura of the White Lion is a direct disciple of Xiaolong, the Guildmaster of the Blackwater Lotus. Do you think I'd be scared just because of a guild's name?
Hearing this, the main character nostalgically recalled Xiaolong's disciple. Ignoring the arguing crowd, besides, Sung Il Hyung has always doted on me since the beginning. The main character raised his hand to interrupt. All right, that's enough. Stop whining in someone else's headquarters. If you really want to verify it, then come find me yourself and prove it. Just by looking at you, I can tell your so-called master completely failed to teach you manners. I wonder how far he even trained you to fight. Ha Min gritted his teeth in anger. This brat dares to drag my master into this. If we weren't in someone else's guild, I would have crushed him already. He glared at the main character with a murderous look and said, You better watch your back. After he left, the group said awkwardly, Damn it, that bastard really is. Guildmaster, I apologize. I'll handle this. Sejun said with a headache, It's fine. Just let him go. Hyung, don't worry. I'll deal with that guy myself, and I'll make the White Lion Guild compensate us for property damage, at least a few million won. The main character said calmly, Don't worry. As you can see, I held back as much as I could. After all, he's just a disciple of a disciple, so I should cut him some slack. Then I'll consider this matter settled. Guildmaster Choi Sung-il. Baek Jeon-ho, director of the HMCS South Korea branch, smiled lightly and said, Normally, this could be handled through paperwork, but it's an honor that you came to our headquarters in person despite your busy schedule. Choi Sung-il, White Lion's guildmaster, broke out in a cold sweat and said, Not at all. This time, it's not just about cooperation. We also need to issue a formal apology. Regarding the recent incident, I would like to apologize for the rude behavior of one of our guild members towards an HMCS rookie. We have already discussed this with the Empire Guild, but I felt it was necessary to meet the person involved and apologize personally. There's no need for the White Lion Guildmaster like yourself to apologize in person. After all, there was no physical altercation. Baek Jeon-ho said, Of course, I know what you're really trying to do isn't to apologize, but to recruit. However, that hunter is an invaluable asset to HMCS and is currently extremely busy. Right now, he's on a mission at the prison escorting awakened criminals, so he isn't even here. Choi Sung-il said with difficulty, What a pity. But isn't it quite rare for a prison to request backup from HMCS? Jeon-ho replied, Rare but not unprecedented. In the past, requests like this were mostly handled by major guilds. But from now on, a lot of things are going to change, right? Sung-il had to stand up and say, I understand what you mean. By the way, if I cannot meet him personally to apologize, Could you allow Hunter Chu Ha-min to apologize in person? Jian Ho was a bit surprised, but since it didn't really affect anything, he said, well, that's fine. It's a matter between the two of them anyway. I wish Guildmaster Choi Sung-il a safe trip back. Sung-il left and thought gloomily, you guys are really trying hard to hide him, but that doesn't mean I'll give up on such a talent so easily. He ordered, Secretary So. Yes, Guildmaster. Contact Hunter Chu and tell him to prepare for a trip. Tell him to put on his most polite face. She looked at him and replied, understood. Where should I tell him to meet you? Sung-il said, Incheon. In Incheon, a tired guy complained, wasn't it HMCS who sent the backup request this time? Why haven't they arrived yet? Seriously, they've been locked up for months. What are they rioting for now? Can't criminals just be peaceful for once? Right when the inspection season is coming up too, it's so exhausting. This bastard went to prison quietly when he was caught, so I thought there wouldn't be any issues. But then he suddenly went crazy and rioted. Opal still critically injured 5 people even with mana-suppressing shackles on. I heard he was a particularly notorious criminal in the underworld. Even the investigation agencies struggled a lot just to catch him. He said unhappily, HMPH, hurry up and transfer this burden to Gangwon as soon as possible. That criminal was suffering intensely in his cell when suddenly a voice echoed, Sherry Volk. The rat crawling at his feet said, this is a message from Bestia. You already know about the upcoming meeting, right? The organization has already made its move here. You have a mission to do if you want to get out of here. That person has ordered, cause a little chaos in the prison. Scene transition, the main character is also on his way tracking down the clues to Min Jun's tragic death. He stands in front of the prison, looking surprised. Is it that place? The Incheon prison for awakened. He heads inside and takes action. A moment later, another guy looking for the prisoner shouts in confusion, huh? Did he just leave? Sigh, why rush the prisoner transport like this? If some Il-hyung wasn't so stubborn. Wait, is that the van? The security guard replies, it must be. Damn it, I might have to run all the way to Gangwon-do. He chases after it, screaming bitterly, I must get my overtime pay and allowances this time. That damn guild master. Meanwhile, inside the van, a voice calls out to the main character, hey. The prisoner says, you're hurting my feelings. Does it taste good drinking all by yourself? The main character ignores him, making him angrily say, you cheeky brat, are you a guard at the prison I'm being transferred to? At this moment, he replies, no. Acting cool, he says, then what? Did some major guild send you? I've never seen your face before, but seeing how you're still tagging along even after hearing my name, you must be pretty confident in your skills, huh? Only then does the main character innocently ask him, why would I be? And who are you again? Hearing this leaves him dumbfounded, huh? Are you serious? You got on this van without even knowing who I am. You're crazy. You should at least know why a prisoner is being transferred, right? Looking at him in disgust, the main character says, you're just being transferred because you talk too much. Feeling humiliated, he snaps, you bastard. He looks at the main character and says arrogantly, I have to wear these damn cuffs because I turned 5 awakened criminals into a pulpy mess of meat. Do you understand your situation now? Why do you think an A++ rank awakened criminal is being transferred in a normal vehicle, accompanied by some cocky rookie? Starting to realize the problem. A voice interrupts him, you're definitely dead. And then the van explodes. The old man asks, is he dead? That bastard kicks the door open and rushes out saying, damn it, you crazy old geezer. Were you trying to kill me too? The old man replies, if the gray wolf of Bestia dies this easily, there's nothing left to discuss. Right now, you just look like a chained puppy. Furious, he yells, huh? Want me to pull out your dentures? Still can't take a joke? You definitely took care of the escort officer with you, right? The criminal says, of course. I kicked him right in the temple the moment the van exploded, so he's probably lying somewhere, drinking coffee-flavored brain fluid by now. Those people came for a prison break. Hey, can't you take this off a bit faster? If you don't want your wrists blown off, sit still. Mana technology is very sophisticated nowadays. After tinkering for a while, the shackles break. They're done. Phew, I thought I was going to die from going crazy. The kid next to him says, don't exaggerate, it's only been a few months. Suddenly, a voice interrupts. Freeze, you damn criminals. I was wondering why you chose this gloomy path. Turns out you were causing major trouble after all. Hamin laughs gleefully and says, I predicted this, but seeing him beaten to a pulp like this proves he's nothing special after all. Sung Il-hyung really has no eye for people. So, who are you punks? Which organization do you belong to? Want to talk right now or prefer getting caught and beaten before spitting it out? I've seen that face somewhere before. It's the A+ rank hunter Chu Ha-min from White Lion. Since when has he been tailing us? The old man says there are no other hunters detected nearby. He's all alone. Good. It's been a while since I exercised a bit.
Ha-min says, stop whispering. I'll ask one more time. Who are you, rotten criminals? He says, well, do you really need to know when you're about to be dead? Saying so, he casts a skill. Werewolf rank, a plus. Description: transforms the caster's body into a werewolf. Can be maintained until mana is depleted. Seeing this, Ha-min gets scared. A mutant awakened? Tsk, even so, if I just beat him, he'll return to his human form. He immediately uses the skill. Asura Vajra Wrath rank, a plus. Description: by circulating mana internally, the skill covers the entire body in invisible armor, enhancing melee techniques. The momentum of a higher tier will be engraved, and a rank skill that increases attack speed. It'll be a bit troublesome facing it alone. Damn it, what the hell is this? I can clearly feel the impact, and the damage is piling up. But why isn't he going down? The monster says with satisfaction, Grr, is this a welcome massage? The criminals say. But still, you've taken quite a beating, huh? Tsk, who knows when backup will arrive? We don't have time to waste. The old man orders the kid, finish him. Hearing that, the kid immediately casts a spell. Got it. Bind him. 10-headed python. Sensing danger, Ha-min asks, what are you going to do with this snake? The python bares its fangs and lunges toward him. Ugh, a tracking skill? Damn it. They sneer. White Lion isn't really anything special, is it? Ugh, who do you think you are? Just because you're pampered in a major guild? In these dark alleys, you're just a loser, punk. Ha-min says in pain. Motherfucker, acting all high and mighty when it's 3 against 1. Seeing that, the wolf rushes in and kicks him a few times to wake him up. That's what you get for being stupid. Just sit there and wait for backup.
The old man says, Bulk, there's no more time. Finish him. I know. Any last words? Not that I'd bother listening even if you did. Chu Ha-min thinks in pain. Am I really going to die in this place? Just as the monsters charge into attack, a flash of light appears, blocking the enemy's finishing blow. However, Ha-min still coughs up a mouthful of blood in pain. Kuch! The main character appears and says, giving up in front of the enemy? Is that what Xiaolong taught you? Ha-min looks at the main character in shock. You're still alive. It took me a while to figure out how to use this tiny thing. Which button is for live streaming and which is for recording? Frey sasses him. Are you an old man now? Get a magnifying glass and look at it. Faced with this appearance, the criminals are astonished. Impossible. I clearly smashed his skull before leaving. That punk is dead. Even I can't sense any mana flow. This is no ordinary skill. Ha-min yells, hey, you're no match for them. Wait for backup. The main character ignores him and steps toward the monsters, saying, attacking an escort officer first, unsealing an awakened criminal, and destroying the awakened prisoner transport vehicle, conspiring to murder a useless hunter, and daring to interrupt my sacred coffee time. Under the authority of an HMCS hunter, the 3 of you before me are considered criminals caught red-handed. His eyes flash with an intimidating light as he spoke. You will all be dealt with right here. The main character spoke to the camera. Under the authority of an HMCS hunter, the following 3 are deemed to be caught red-handed in criminal acts. All will be executed on the spot. Then he told Ha-min, hey, Xiaolong's disciple, lie there and watch closely. Asura isn't just a simple offensive skill. The old man found it incredibly irritating, this lunatic. What the hell are you talking about? While the main character fought, Kid Ha-min's jaw dropped. It's a piercing skill. Skill, Asura Blood Rain Black Armor rank, 77. Description, the ultimate form of the skill. Rapidly spins the mana flow in the body to create full body armor, enhancing close combat and leaving traces during movement. Isn't that Master Xiaolong's ultimate technique? The main character said, if you want tender meat, you have to drain the blood first. Skill, Heavenly Lightning Slash. Maharaga rank, a ++. Description, Lightning attribute magic skill. Simultaneously launches a wide area attack and accurately strikes the target. The old man was momentarily startled. He dodged the Heavenly Lightning Slash. That's impossible. With a disdainful gaze, the main character brushed his hands chain attacks with a cursed tool. It seems you haven't wasted these past few years, I'll give you that. Frey yelled foul-mouthedly, what the heck is that? I've never seen a skill like this before. Can I eat it? The main character replied, no, it's like a single-use scroll. If you infuse mana into the creator's pre-engraved magic, it activates. Making these is expensive, so poor hunters can't even dream of them. Hearing that, Frey mocked the old man TSK, so it's just cheap junk food. Then I'm no longer interested. At this moment, Kid Ha Min couldn't stay calm and yelled, Hunter Min Siwu, who are you? Why do you know my master's ultimate technique? The bitter old man interrupted, don't do anything rash, kid. Unless you want to see him crushed to death under my gravity field.
The main character smirked. So while your comrades were getting beaten half to death, you were sneakily scheming in the back? And now you're threatening me? The old man said. No, this is a deal. Let us leave this place. If you agree, he remains safe too. You just happen to get caught up in this mission, right? If you walk away quietly. The main character felt annoyed and said, what the hell are you talking about? If I didn't have an ulterior motive, I would never have taken this filthy mission in the first place. As for him, taking a little beating is no big deal, right? Hamin, unable to drag his body up from behind, yelled, what do you mean no big deal? While the old man was channeling magic, the main character said, hold on, you two. Aren't you on the same side? The ones truly on the same side are you guys and the prison.
You are assassins who specialize in hunting hunters, aren't you? And you work for a large organization. You carry multiple high-tier cursed tools and possess skills that counter awakening abilities. You even have ties to the prison. So it's clear now. Who do you work for? The old man was surprised. You figured out all those details and yet you still dared to come here alone. Kid, who exactly are you? What do you want? The main character replied, I just said it, didn't I? What's wrong? Forgot to put your hearing aids in? I asked, who do you work for? If you take one more step. Then he used tremor. The old man screamed, my cursed tool. Did he just overload it with a similar lightning attritrick skill? That should be impossible with a normal human's mana density.
The main character said, doesn't the meal look a bit more appetizing now? 40%. Recovered, huh? It seems a proper warm-up has been more effective than expected. Old man, stop wasting time. At your age, isn't every passing minute priceless? The old man said, you only see half the picture. Even if we do belong to an organization, do you really think we'd rat them out so easily? He desperately called to his comrade, get up, you bastard. He continued, anyone in a real organization has sworn an oath of silence. This oath is bound by the signer's own mana, and anyone who leaks the organization's secrets instantly becomes a target for execution. Cough, cough. Damn it. The old man looked at his comrade and said, Yeoman, have you finally come to your senses, you blockhead? Hearing this explanation, the main character said, if that's the case, don't worry. Just die a few more times and you'll get used to it. The old man screamed in fear. Voke, do something quick! Don't just stand there! The wolf lunged forward and said, got it. Damn it, you old geezer! Even if it costs me my life, I'll tear you to shreds. Just then, Hamin lunged forward and said, it won't be that easy. He wiped the wound on his face and replied, finally, the numbers are evened out. The monster growled in anger. You should have stayed down instead of getting in our way right now. Hamin cut him off. What nonsense! The real fun is just beginning. The main character quietly cast Wind Cutter. Skill, Heavenly Wind of 10,000 turns. Rank, 55. Description, a wide area wind attribute magic. Uses mana to interfere with the atmospheric flow, spinning it at extreme speeds to cause devastating damage. He approached the old man and said, so, how is it? That's what death feels like. The old man was in excruciating pain. The main character grabbed him tightly by the neck and asked, "How many times do you think we have to try this before you answer my question?" The old man was on the verge of breaking down, and he said, "You, what in the world are you? Was once not enough?" Watching from the sidelines, Ha-min couldn't help but feel terrified. This is absolute insanity. He's healing them right before they die. If I were in that situation, I'd rather just die on the spot. That freakish recovery skill. What in the world is it? The main character said, "I'll ask for the third time. Who do you work for?" The old man pleaded in agony, "Please, stop." The werewolf screamed while writhing, "Old man, just tell him, please." Finally, he forced the word out with great difficulty. "Bestia." The main character was satisfied. "All right then, so it's Bestia." The old man looked at him and thought, "I was half in doubt, but after seeing his skills, I can be certain. He is truly one of the three long-lost legends, the mad dog Min Si-woo." Looking at the two dying men, the main character said, "Now that you've finally opened your mouths, let's have a real conversation, members of Bestia. Do you know where that person is?" He began to explain, the assassination organization Bestia is an elite group of killers specializing in assassinations, led by Crow. In this underworld, they are a formidable force, both in terms of skill and the number of missions completed. I also spent a long time hiding in the shadows as a Generation 1 hunter, so there was no reason to hesitate when receiving an invitation from such a large organization. For killers belonging to an organization, keeping secrets about comrades is the bare minimum rule. The moment you swear silence, your life and death lie in the hands of the organization. Loyalty until your head falls to the ground. That is the rule of this world. It's been 15 years since I joined the organization. I never thought of betrayal. I'd rather bite my tongue and die. But after tasting real death multiple times, my mouth has gradually loosened. The old man looked at the image in front of him and said, "That guy is one of Bestia's members. That strange-looking guy's codename is Black Mamba." Si-woo was surprised. Black Mamba. What a name. Anyway, so you guys are from that organization. He continued, "In that case, I have a question for both of you. Have you ever taken the mission to assassinate Hunter Jung-min Jun?" Not answering. The group was in immense pain due to the killing intent Si-woo released. They trembled. "Damn it. It feels like my face is being peeled off. What kind of monster is this?" The old man struggled to reply, "No. Even though it's called an organization, we're actually just a fragmented group of individuals. Cooperation is extremely rare. We don't even know each other's identities or whereabouts. However, there is a reason we came to break this wolf out of prison. It's because the organization's meeting, held every 2 years, will take place next week. The organization ordered us to free him and attend the meeting together. If you want, we will tell you everything about the location and how to infiltrate, and we will support you with all our might." The old man bowed deeply to Si-woo and said, "Please accept us as your subordinates." Ha-min was bewildered. What nonsense are you guys spouting?" "Boss, you aren't really planning to take in these criminals, are you?" Si-woo said expressionlessly. "Since when did I become your boss?" At this moment, Ha-min suddenly said shyly, "Well, you used Ashura. Just by looking, I know you're connected to my master. At the very least, you must be a fellow disciple, or even his senior brother or master. So, boss, don't take in these criminals. You should take me as your disciple instead." I might have been a bit arrogant at first. He was even more shameless than the criminals, as he said, "But if you accept me, I am willing to become your lackey." Si-woo waved his hand and said, "Shut up." Hearing Si-woo say that, the brat Ha-min obediently agreed. Si-woo originally thought, "What I really want is information about that damn snake Black Mamba. As for this bunch, if I leave them be, the organization will silence them soon enough anyway. But if they leak information about me to Bestia beforehand, it'll be a hassle." He then said, "All right, I'll take you in as my subordinates." Ha-min yelled, "No way, boss." The criminals said excitedly, "Thank you. We swear our loyalty and will never become a burden to you." Si-woo continued, "But there is one condition. Even if forced, those who have betrayed once can always betray again. You must swear the Mana Oath." The group trembled. The Mana Oath. A binding contract where breaking it will cause your mana core to be sealed. Damn it, another chain around our necks. The old man yelled, "Shut up, Volk. Do you want to die a few dozen more times?" Si-woo immediately initiated the oath. "Now then, focus your mana into your core and state your names." "I am Red Ghost." "I am Sherry Volk." They swore the oath in unison.
Red Ghost, Sherry Volk. From now on, you are my limbs. The price of your loyalty is my protection. As long as you are bound by the oath, your lives will be safe. Understand? The two said in unison, yes, we obey your commands. The brat Ha Min made a fuss in the background. Ah, boss. What about me? You accepted those criminals but won't take me. If you don't accept me as your disciple, I'll go straight to the association and... He was about to say more but flinched when he met Siwoo's gaze. He. I'm sorry. And just joking. And so the meeting is taking place in another week, right? Siwoo said, hey, Xiaolong's disciple. Yes, I will accept you as my disciple. The boy was extremely excited. Really? Boss? No, master. Siwoo sighed and said, yeah, I need as much manpower as possible for what's coming. Siwoo left and thought, now I have 4 people, just enough to cause a ruckus. The shameless Ha Min said, see that? I am now the senior disciple of a great figure. The other 2 thought he was an idiot and wondered, what the hell is he talking about? He smirked again and thought, but it seems he'll need one more person to clean up the battlefield afterwards. And so, inside the association's prison, an angry voice echoed, what the hell is going on? The prisoner escaped from the transport vehicle. You understand how dangerous he is, and the entire escort team is still alive. Does that mean he just ran away? I heard HMCS was working very efficiently lately. Turns out it's just a baseless rumor, huh? Recalling that moment, Siwoo looked at Jonggu and casually said, he was so fast that I couldn't catch him. Leaving it at that, Jonggu thought bitterly, if you're going to lie, at least make up a believable story. Did he think just saying clean up the scene would settle everything? How ridiculous. The angry prison guards said, and where is the new escort officer? This is severe negligence. HMCS must take full responsibility for this incident. Jonggu interrupted, Warden. Normally, when escorting an awakened prisoner, there are at least 4 to 5 officers accompanying them. Especially when transferring a criminal to a higher security prison, the number can be up to 10 people. But this time, you yourself requested to send only 1 person, not counting the driver. From Inshan prison, no more. The warden got angry. What do you mean? Losing a prisoner is still HMCS's responsibility, from what I've heard. Jonggu added, the new escort officer reported that right before escaping, the prisoner confessed to bribing the higher-ups of this prison. The warden panicked. What? That officer's body cam was turned off, right? Then he's clearly making up stories. Jonggu said coolly, true, we can't completely trust that testimony. But once it's been brought up, we have a responsibility to verify it, right? Therefore, HMCS will conduct a full investigation into the escaped prisoner and this prison. We look forward to your cooperation. Having finished cleaning up the battlefield that Siwoo left behind, Jonggu said exhaustedly, Siwoo, as you instructed, I have handled everything regarding the escort mission. We have also opened an investigation into the bribery case involving the assassination organization. Jonggu hesitated, but Hunter Chu Ha-min, codename White Lion, an old man with an unclear identity. And that guy, isn't he the prisoner who just escaped earlier? Siwoo said, shut your mouth and sit down, Byung-gu. It's a long story. Now, let's begin the mission briefing. He said, tomorrow we will infiltrate the meeting of the assassination syndicate, Bestia. This is a crucial gathering where about 8 high-ranking individuals who hunt hunters will be present. These traitors will explain the infiltration plan in detail, so Jonggu and Ha-min listen very carefully. Byung-gu, surprised, asked, wait, you mean we're infiltrating an assassination syndicate's meeting? With no official backup, just a small group like this. What's the true objective of this mission? Our main guy flashed a gentle smile and said, of course, it's annihilation. And so the day has finally come. The crowd looked at each other and said, this is rare. Everyone's gathered here today, huh? Idiots. Red Ghost and Volk aren't here. We've lost 2 people, and that kid is dead. The rest were shocked. Huh? I haven't even counted those traitors yet, you fools. They didn't seem like the type to have the guts to betray the syndicate. What a surprise. Maybe we should just dispose of them right now. A mysterious woman kept muttering, Volk, you bastard. We were supposed to go to XX land together. I'm going to kill you. At that moment, a man stepped in and said, that's enough. The decision to deal with the traitors belongs to the boss. The woman in front of them chuckled softly. What's wrong? I actually find this quite amusing. Keep going. 3 people missing from such a critical meeting. Even I'm quite surprised. The moment she spoke, the rest fell completely silent. So, anyone else have something to say? Or perhaps, should we hold a death match to decide who gets to execute the traitors? The atmosphere instantly froze stiff. Someone spoke up, "Boss, that's a terrible joke. You should stop. We can punish the traitors anytime, but the real issue is that they already know the time and location of this meeting. So what? What can those two nobodies possibly do? Do you really think they'd barge in here right now?" Just as those words left his mouth, an alarm blared. Alarm. Unidentified movement detected at entrances 1 through 5. He smirked and said, "Talk about jinxing it. Intruders. There are 5 entrances, so everyone handle 1 each. How annoying. Good grief, and I just put on new clothes today too. Let's wrap this up quickly and head back. See you later. Wait a minute, boss. Aside, what about you? Porcupine, Black Mamba, aren't you guys going either?"
I have absolutely no interest in small fry. Beside him, the woman fired up a mobile game and said, "There are already enough people. I'm going to play a match." Thinking about it now, I should have told them to bring their heads back to verify their identities. These guys are way too violent. Boss, just the fact that you can keep these wild beasts on a leash is impressive enough. Up on the ceiling, Byung-gu turned pale and thought, I've never even won a 50,000 lottery ticket in my life, and now I've somehow hit the jackpot like this. 30 minutes ago, this is Bestie's meeting hall. They really managed to find themselves the perfect ant nest. There are a total of 5 entrances. Every single one is equipped with intruder detection sensors. Since the internal layout changes constantly, we can't pinpoint exactly where each path leads. But these 5 entrances are the only ways out, and they all converge at the main hall where the targets are holding their meeting. No matter which path we choose, we will end up at the hall. It's just a matter of how long it takes. Our main guy said, then everyone takes a different path. If we all go down the same route, the targets might escape through another. Then he gave the order. Jong-gu, you brought the walkie-talkie, right? Yes. Good. Well, head in, 1 person per path. Since they have sensors, just assume they know we're coming and are fully prepared. If you encounter an opponent too strong to handle, use the walkie-talkie to notify me immediately and stall them for as long as you can. Especially if the target named Black Mamba shows up, report it at once. Over. Copy that, let's move out. And so, Jong-gu headed inside. From what he saw at the time, everything is still fine. But not long after I entered my assigned path, the route was blocked off. So I had to find my way through the nearest ventilation shaft. And somehow, I ended up being the first to reach the main hall without encountering a single fight. Did they not even bother turning on the sensors for this path? Every single one of them here is at least an A rank or higher. Security seems lax, but with this layout directing paths straight into the center. They don't need defenses, they just wait for intruders to step in and slaughter them on the spot. The guards have already gone to check the entrances. That means there are 5 battles happening simultaneously. Even if I call for backup right now, they won't be able to regroup immediately. Maybe I should thin out the enemy numbers myself first. No sooner said than done, Jong-gu dropped a grenade down below. The mage girl walked over and picked it up. A marble. Why is this in my pocket? The one called Boss teased, Porcupine, are you still playing the slot machine? The attic girl replied, sorry, but I hit the jackpot yesterday, you know. Suddenly, an explosion rang out. Huh? She's dead. An agile little mouse managed to sneak its way in. Not a bad ambush, but I despise playing hide and seek. Jong-gu smashed through the wall and lunged downward. He immediately recognized him. You're from HMCS Hunter Hwang Jong-gu. Jong-gu gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, I only managed to take down 1. Even though I use an anti-terrorism specialized magic grenade, they're completely unscathed, especially that guy who looks like the leader. There's something off about him. He doesn't even seem to be using any special skills. The monster in front of him spoke. You didn't come alone. So what? Did those traitors run off to HMCS and spill everything? Jong-gu retorted. And what if they did? Oh, his eyes lit up. I'd be quite impressed. Risking their lives to defect from the syndicate, only to choose some incompetent fool to charge in here? He was instantly attacked by Jung-gu's blade. The boss sits there chilling with a cup of tea and remarks, oh, not bad. Black Mamba says, I almost forgot. Your skill is mind control, right? Jung-gu feels something is wrong. Damn it, his skin is too tough and his regeneration is too fast. It's just mana body enhancement, yet his speed and durability are insane. The monster rushes forward and says, that's enough for a warm-up. And just like that, Jung-gu gets beaten to a pulp. I didn't intend to leave handprints on your organs, but since you've already started bleeding, I have no other choice. Boss, can I kill him? The woman takes a sip of her tea and says, let me think about it. He stomps hard on Jungwoo's chest and sneers. Seems like you're a bit too slow. So who's next? The HMCS branch director? That traitor Red Ghost? Or that little wolf cub? Oh, or maybe all of them. Just as he finishes speaking, the main character's crew bursts in. He says, so it is all of them. Well, this is a bit of a surprise. I didn't expect you to get past Bestia's assassins so easily. He turns to the female boss and says, Boss, you must be disappointed, right? She replies, I thought I picked a few decent ones, but I never expected them to be this weak. The monster says, still something isn't right. Judging by your wounds, there was clearly a fight, but I don't think you could have taken down Tigre or Grizzly that easily. Hamin instantly charges forward and yells, You murderous bastard! You talk too much. Oh, he looks at him and replies, White Lion Guild. Are you Hunter Chu Hamin? Why is someone like you here instead of being with the HMCS? The group is taken down one by the monster Black Mamba. He pauses for a moment and says, Sorry. No matter how I look at it, nothing makes sense. You don't fight like a team, just a messy bunch thrown together. You're from completely different organizations. There's no reason for you to gather here. Who is it? Who gathered you all together? This bastard. Is he looking down on Chu Hamin of the White Lion Guild? Hey, wake up. Jungwoo wakes up groggily. Huh, how did you get here so fast? Hamin replies, As soon as I heard the radio, I rushed straight here. Well, I'd love to say that, but actually, I was fighting someone near the entrance, but then Master suddenly appeared and ordered me to head straight for the center. Volk and Red Ghost were probably in the same situation. Anyway, before Master arrives, we have to hold that guy off. Volk yells, Damn it, how are we supposed to subdue an A+ rank Awakened without killing him? And it's Black Mamba, of all people. He hasn't even used a single skill yet, and this hall, something feels very wrong. Black Mamba's Awakened mutation, in terms of speed and attack power, he's practically the second strongest in Bestia, but he doesn't have any high-tier sensory or tracking skills. That means he's already prepared something in advance. The old man thinks, or maybe it's Crow, the leader of Bestia. Her skills are still a complete mystery to me. Who knows what trump card she will play? And so he gathers his energy and says, I'll handle the boss. You guys focus on subduing Black Mamba. Volk says angrily, Sigh, do I always get stuck with the dirty work? Damn it, old man. Facing the group, he laughs dismissively. Ha, looks like no one is going to answer my question, huh? The old man says, until Master arrives, no one is leaving this place. Then he channels a massive amount of mana to create a ceiling formation. At this moment, the female boss says, Aha, really? Are you guys actually going to force me to fight? The old man says, Stay right there, Crow. Even for you, escaping a legendary tier ceiling formation won't be easy. Crow says, Oh, your new master seems to care a lot, doesn't he? Equipping you with such top-tier stuff. But isn't turning your back and betraying the organization at the drop of a hat a bit too colded? Behind the old man, a dark figure slowly stands up. The female boss says, Isn't that right, Porcupine? The group is shocked. What? She was definitely dead. Black Mamba says, It seems like wasting any more time on you guys is meaningless. Black Mamba leaps up and says, We're actually very busy. I don't know when your reinforcements will arrive, and I still have to clean up the remnants of this rotten organization. He transforms, so you all need to die as soon as possible. Skill, Dragon Blood. Rank, a ++. Effect, transforms the caster's body into a poisonous lizard form. The transformation lasts until mana is depleted. Hunter Chu Hamin will support you from a distance. Hamin says, Your ribs are broken, don't move. No matter how strong he is, he can't pierce through those scales immediately. So run, now. I realized it from the very first clash. His mutation might seem like Volk's, but his mana density is way too high. And this hall, he's controlling the ground as if it were a part of his body. Jungwoo calmly calculates, In this situation, I'm just a living punching bag. With his overwhelming durability, I can only buy some time. And the others over there are in just as much trouble as I am, so counting on reinforcements is out of the question. Damn it, no one has ever dared to tell me that I can't pull my own weight. Jungwoo thrusts his sword hard into his arm.
Surprisingly, the blade pierces right through. Disintegration. He can even use elemental magic. His massive body crashes down, causing the surrounding rubble to fall. Hamin shouts, "Jeongu, above you." The monster laughs coldly. "You guys still have time to worry about each other." Monster says, "You so-called righteous hunters always make the same mistake. You think that skill ranks, mana levels, that those numbers alone will dictate the outcome of the battle. You walked in here on your own 2 feet. Did you really think we wouldn't have defenses prepared for our own headquarters?" Then the remaining girl attacked Volk with all her might, saying, "Die! You traitor, die." This entire hall floor has been rigged with self-destruct, tracking, and defense enhancement spells for emergencies. This is the Snake's Den. The moment you stepped in here, your fate was sealed. So stop struggling and just die peacefully. While boasting so fiercely, he suddenly noticed a flash of murderous intent. The main character rushed into the hall. "I finally found you." His eyes turned glowing red, and like a madman, he said, "You bastard. I found you, you poisonous snake." The female mage dashed forward and said, "Who are you?" Meanwhile, the female leader said, "Impossible. You just neutralize all the magic in this area." Seeing this, the Dark Frey spoke up, "You could only do this with my help. He's not that good." The woman clapped her hands, truly impressive. "This facility cost millions to build, yet you turned it into useless trash in the blink of an eye. First, your sudden appearance surprised me, but..." She began to mutate. It was then she rushed forward to attack. "Now I understand. You are the suspect who annihilated the assassins of and gathered these people." The main character displeasedly replied, "Suspect? You're the actual suspect, you bastards." "Hey, I think he came for you, Mamba. What did you do?" Mamba looked bewildered. "No way, Captain. I was merely carrying out a mission. But from what he's saying, it looks like revenge. I never leave a trace after killing a target, but somehow you still track me down." The main character said, "Revenge? Before that, I need to know something." Seeing this, the leader stopped the fight and said, "Hold on, you." The woman was surrounded. The old man said, "Don't move. He wants to hear something." "Haha, I didn't mean to make you tense. What makes you so loyal to him?" Confused, she looked at the main character and asked, "Who is he?" She thought, he recognized me, so he's a scout. No, his attack speed can't be compared to a normal melee hunter. The venomous snake, battered and bruised, said, "I've never met anyone like you in my entire life. I pride myself on recognizing most high-ranking hunters, but just who the hell are you? What do you want from me?" The main character stepped on his back and replied, "I think you're misunderstanding something here. I'm the one asking the questions, not you. Don't you realize? I'm being very careful with you right now. I could kill you on the spot, so be good and stay still until I tell you to move." Whenever he tried to move, the main character stomped on him a few more times out of sheer annoyance. Finally, in agony, he pleaded, "Stop, please stop." The main character grabbed his mask and asked, "Higher than a VP? Who hired you to kill Jung Minjun?" The monster, after hearing the name of the archaeologist Jung Minjun. He burst into laughter. "Haha, so you're connected to Jung Minjun." The main character frowned. "Speak. I thought you wanted to live." He grabbed his wrist and suddenly answered obediently, "Of course, I'll tell you." A second later, he opened his mouth, "But even if I do, you won't be able to hear it because your ears will melt off." After saying that, he spat venom into the main character's face. The monster excitedly gloated. "Keek. Assassins can't reveal information about their clients." Disgusted, the main character said, "Did you just spit in my face? Looks like you don't intend to talk seriously, do you? Then I'll make you want to." The monster's jaw dropped, a self-healing skill. He's a healer. Terrified, he called out to his captain for help, but she quickly cut ties, replying, "Oh, sorry, I'm surrounded too." Seeing that, his eyes filled with immense fear, and he kept saying, I'll tell you everything." As soon as he blurted out, "The client is Pandemo," the furious main character instantly killed him. He muttered the name Pandemonium to himself once more. At this moment, the lowly leader suddenly burst into laughter. She blasted away everyone surrounding her. Then she slowly took off her hood and said, "Now I know who you are. You're the Generation 1 hunter who disappeared 10 years ago. The mad dog Min Siwu." The main character didn't care at all. What caught his attention was, "Are you part of Pandemonium too?" She replied, "No way. My group is strictly assassins. We don't take personal requests. Assassins are just tools."
I recognized it from your power and how you know about pandemonium. My sister told me about a first-generation hunter who uses bizarre recovery skills. The MC said, "So you really don't know anything? Don't lie to me. I'll find out myself." She replied, "I'm not lying. You've already found out about me, so your question has been answered. But it's weird. Why did we all forget about your existence? Not that it matters to me." She snapped her fingers and said, "Hey, get up." A second later, the entire hall exploded. She looked at him and said, "Are you planning to chase me, Mad Dog?" He replied, "I don't need to. I already know what to do next." "Is that so?" She stepped into the portal and said, "I'll see you again soon." Hamin approached in surprise and said, "You're just letting them go?" The MC replied, "If I chase them, they'll activate the destructive magic already cast on the floor. No one here has enough strength left to dodge it. We already got what we came for. Clean up the scene, Byung-gu." The old man bawled and replied, "Okay." Meanwhile, the MC silently repeated the name Pandemonium. What troubled him was Min-jun. What did you discover to make them do this? On the way back home, the MC pondered for a moment. Pandemonium. Huh. 20 years ago, the first gate opened on Earth, and all sorts of things poured into this world. The source of all power, mana, monsters, magic stones, and demons. A race from another dimension, with an innate ability to manipulate mana and possessing unique skills just like human awakeners. They infiltrated Earth during the initial chaos caused by the first gate and blended in seamlessly. And they didn't just claim sovereignty over the gates as overseers from a higher dimension. They also took complete control of all gate operations. Treating humanity as an inferior race, stripping away their technology and civilization after mana and monsters brought everything to a halt, they built fortresses and demon castles right in the middle of the continents and monopolized the exploitation of all the gates that spawned on Earth. That was when they started acting as if they were the true masters here. Among humanity, there was a group of people who swore loyalty to the Demon Lord, a pathetic organization called Pandemonium. Fortunately, the demon's tyranny didn't last long. The first generation of hunters, those who had learned how to use mana, stood up against them. A war broke out between humanity and the demons controlling Earth. In the end, humanity won and brought an end to the chaos. It's been 10 years since I defeated the 4 demon lords and disappeared into the dimensional rift. Pandemonium was already disbanded before that, so why is that name resurfacing now? The MC suddenly called out, "Hey, Frey." The little demon inside his body replied, "What?" Demons existed in that other world we were in too, right? But they looked a little different. Little Frey said, "That's right. Among all the races I've ever met, demons have the greatest influence across all dimensions. Even there, they enslaved dragons, dominated inferior creatures, and exploited them. So no matter what world they go to, they still act like thugs." Little Frey hesitated and replied, I'm not sure about that. I still haven't gotten back any memories from before I met you in that world, but I do remember that they stole something from me. However, after dealing with demons for 100 years in that world, I can tell you they're exactly the type to do something like that. The MC rubbed his temples and said, "We don't have enough information. 10 years ago, I was too busy killing them to be tracing their origins. And in that world, we only encountered grunts. We were just focused on surviving. All I know is that their mana pattern is different from humans. Compared to 10 years ago, they've gotten better at disguising themselves as humans." Frey said, "What more is there to think about? Just kill them all and be done with it." The MC pondered and said, "If only it were that simple." Just then, his younger brother suddenly walked in. "Oh, you're here early." Si-jun said, "You suddenly told me to rent an office, so I was wondering what kind of trouble you caused this time. What is it now?" The MC casually replied, "Nothing much, just tracking down Min-jun's traces." His younger brother said in disbelief, "That's it? Team leader Wang told me you wiped out a hunter assassination organization." "Don't tell me. The office is to gather people involved in that, isn't it? And just who are you bringing in that you have to keep it a secret from the guild and the association?" "Hyung, I've told you a million times. We can't stand out right now. If Choi Dae-soo finds out." The MC scowled in annoyance and said, "Humph, that loudmouth Wang Byung-gu." "Oh, don't worry. Jung-gu deleted all traces related to me. As for Choi Dae-soo, I'll personally go see him soon." His younger brother was shocked. "What?
There are too many loopholes. If you show up directly, he won't be able to pull any stupid tricks. Then Sejun scratched his head in frustration and said, "You haven't fully recovered yet. I can't stop you, but please, don't rush it. It's been 10 years. The world has changed so much. If you fall into danger again, The MC approached to reassure the kid. I said, "I'll handle it. Why do you need to worry?" His younger brother shouted, "Ard Hyung, are you really talking back right now?" The kid, genuinely angry, swatted his hand away. "Whatever. You have to keep your promise. You'll have to train our guild's rookies in exchange for the office. You remember Hunter Shinji Su, right? It turns out her awakening skill is more complex than we thought. It would be great if you could take a look at it." The MC, feeling annoyed, replied, Yeah, of course I will."
Anyway, let's eat something. I'm hungry. His younger brother looked at him in horror. Right now? Didn't you just have dinner? What, does your stomach contain a black hole? Frey then screamed, "I'm hungry too! Feed me, food source! Your mana reserves are pitiful! Bring me fried chicken!" The MC's stomach growled loudly, and he told Frey, "You're obviously the reason we're starving." The MC picked up his phone and answered, "Yeah, Junggu." The person on the other end shouted, "Sunbae, did you really have to delete your name from all the mission reports?" The MC angrily said, "Hey, watch your mouth. You tattled to my little brother already, didn't you? Do you want to die?" Junggu yelled back, "No, that's not important. Do you realize how big of a deal this is?"
This is the first time an assassination group that hunts hunters has been exposed. And now that the HMCS has wiped them out single-handedly, every news agency is bombarding us with requests for cooperation and interviews. The HMCS staff members rubbed their aching heads and said, yes. Well, take care of that issue. Since we're an investigative agency, the official statement. No, that's not the problem. You realize how closely the director has been watching our team since the Gert incident, right? And thanks to you erasing your name from the report, and the only one left. The MC spoke into the phone. At least you got all the credit. Isn't that a good thing? Junggu cried a river and said, Credit. This isn't about credit. How am I supposed to explain taking down an entire army of assassins by myself? The MC nonchalantly replied, I don't know. As long as your story matches with the White Lion Guild, it's fine. Isn't Hamin from that guild? Junggu frantically said, I already asked them. Even the guild master of White Lion is completely. Then he had to answer another call. Yes, this is team leader Huang Jonggu. Jonggu painfully said, I understand the Empire Guild Master's desire to protect his older brother, but due to the previous prison break incident, it would be better if you stepped up and... The MC cut him off again. Yeah, but I need to eat first. Good luck with that. See you tomorrow, senior. After that, the MC wearily said, Sai, seriously, this guy and that guy. While his little brother was cooking and asked, who was it? Team leader Huang? The MC said, yeah, he really loves his job. He's incredibly happy. Oh, by the way, Sejun. How's the situation with the demons these days? Is it the same as 10 years ago? Sejun replied, no, actually, after the 4 great demon kings disappeared, the demons themselves proposed a peace treaty. After agreeing to it, they mainly stationed themselves in the polar regions and set up research institutes to study the mana that infuse into Earth. Other than that, they don't cause any major trouble. Some countries even occasionally conduct joint research with them. But the demons almost never leave the polar regions. It's been a long time since they appeared on the front lines. These days, many kids even think demons are just urban legends. Now you get it, right? The MC frowned slightly. A peace treaty. Even Frey said, sounds like total bullshit. Demons and peace in the same sentence? How ridiculous. The MC thought to himself, I feel the same way, but...
Look at humans. We have plenty of scum among us too. Demons can't all be exactly the same either, right? Crow. She used mana just like demons do, but there was something weird about it. Could she be a demon hybrid? Demons first appeared on Earth 20 years ago, so it's not impossible. All of this started because I wanted to avenge Minjun, but the more I chase the traces left behind, the more it feels like this battle is going to be longer than expected. The next day, the MC approached his disciples and said, now circulate mana in your bodies and focus. Think about your Dantian. The kid Hamin didn't understand a thing. Dantian. Dantian?
Master,
Even if you say that, I still don't get it. Isn't skill awakening something that bursts out when adrenaline spikes? No matter how long I sit here and meditate, I don't think it'll help my output at all. Wouldn't it be better to work out and train hard instead? The MC smacked him on the head. You guys begged me to train you, and now that I am, you're complaining. He sighed. Hey, do you think skills are like sweat? You think you just shed a little and then it dries up? Seriously, these days no one cares about mana control. Everyone just closes their eyes and shoots blindly. Volk said, but if that shot is overwhelmingly powerful, then do we really need to care about these complicated things? The MC frowned and said, it's that tutorial tower, isn't it? Awakening skills in an artificial gate must have given you all the wrong idea.
The way we burn mana as fuel directly affects the power we generate. If you haven't even mastered basic mana circulation, how can you feel your Dantian while recklessly spamming skills like that? Alright, I'm only explaining this once, so listen closely. When humanity first comes into contact with mana, a reservoir forms inside them. That is the Dantian. Mana gathers and flows within the Dantian, generating power that awakens and manifests as each person's unique skill. The strength of your skill depends on how well you control the mana in your Dantian. Through training, your Dantian will grow, allowing you to store more mana. At higher levels, you can even open more Dantians in your body. But from your perspective, humans have only known about mana for a little over 20 years, right? It's still new, so understanding it is even more important. Hamin was now fixating on the word perspective. The MC said, therefore, practicing mana control through meditation is the best method. So shut your mouth and focus. Frey chimed in with a sassy remark. The guy who ran around like a headless chicken for 100 years sure talks tough. He added, don't worry, I'll push your bodies to the brink of death every day too. Especially you two, don't think I'll go easy on you just because you're bound to me. You have to grind your bones to dust until your debt is paid off. The group sadly replied, understood. From outside the door, a voice rang out, Senior, I know you're in there. John Gu, looking completely battered, said, you didn't even answer your phone. Do you know how hard it was for me to find you? The MC said, that's because you're always calling me, like some kind of stalker. John Gu yelled, anyway, you have to come to headquarters right now. The branch director has summoned you. And with that, they headed to HMCS headquarters. The MC was curious, so, why did the director summon me? Then he drawled, you didn't drag my name into it, did you? Junggu said, of course not. I'm not sure why either, but it might be related to the corruption in Incheon's prisoner transport. A teasing voice echoed, well, look who it is, Team Leader Huang. The two of them were, respectively, on the left, Special Agent Ha Jun-tae and Team Leader Sung Chang-won. Chang-won said, hey, Huang. Heard you pulled off something huge. While we were gone, North Seoul's DJ has become the new hotshot, huh? What kind of magic did you use? Junggu's face darkened and he said, shh, that bastard Sung Chang-won. He's already done with his assignment. Junggu said, if you're back, go to your desk and work. Why are you picking fights with passers-by? Chang-won smiled falsely and said, picking fights? No, just checking in on a friend. No need to get so emotional. Let's see, is that the new rookie behind you? I heard you caused a massive mess in Incheon. Why does North Seoul keep hiring people like this? Your team leader has some weird tastes. The MC standing behind them couldn't care less, feeling like there was just a dog barking in his ear. Junggu's face was as red as a tomato. That's enough. Are you still jet-lagged to be spouting this nonsense? Jun-tae said, our mission was in Japan. There's no jet lag. Chang-won mockingly added, aye, come on, Jun-tae. It's because they've never been overseas. Seeing Junggu's frustration, they gloated immensely. Must be tough, huh? The Gangnam team gets called all over the world, while they have to work overtime and still lose track of low-level criminals. At that moment, he turned to the MC and said, hey, you, rookie. Jun-tae acted high and mighty, saying, no matter which team it is, we're still your seniors. Don't you know how to introduce yourself? Got no manners? You should at least say hello, shouldn't you? The main character looked at him teasingly and said, what greetings? Why don't you and your stinking boss just get lost? Trying to act cool by pushing up your glasses, Sai, a guy who's all muscles and water, blocking the whole path. Can't you see the hallway is blocked? Are those glasses just for show? He was midway through pushing up his glasses when he got extremely furious, his whole body trembling. Then he immediately cast a spell and said, Changwon, let me teach this crazy rookie a lesson. A voice rang out, Hey, Ha Juntae. Jong-gu said, Are you out of your mind? This is the headquarters. Know the difference between work and play. Yet Changwon indulged his subordinate and said, What nonsense are you spouting? Hey, Wang Jong-gu, who do you think you are to lecture my subordinate? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what that rookie bastard just said? Jong-gu said, I didn't hear it clearly. What was it, Junior? The main character next to him also added, Oh, I bet all that fat is clogging up his ears. The two of them teaming up to tease him sent Changwon off the deep end. He said, You two bastards have lost your minds. Fine, since the headquarters staff are watching, should I drill a hole in your skulls and shove it in? Just to let you know who really runs the HMCS here. At this moment behind him, someone stepped forward and said, Excuse me, Chanwon. The HMCS branch director, Baek Jian-ho, appeared and said, But I'm the one who runs this place. The two arrogant guys were shocked. Director, Hunter Min Si-woo, I was wondering why you hadn't arrived. Turns out you were stuck here. Jong-gu, you should have resolved this quickly and come sooner. Those two became as meek as puppies and said, Yes, sir, I'm sorry. Jian-ho acted friendly toward the main character and said, Hunter Min, do you like camellia tea? We have an important guest today, so I prepared some special high-quality tea. The main character answered casually, Yeah, sure. Behind them, Chanwon was going crazy and said, Wait, director, that bastard. Before he could finish his sentence, Jian-ho spoke up, Hunter sung Chanwon. I heard rumors that during your mission in Japan, you requested services outside of your official duties. If you want to hold power, at least try to focus on your own work first. Stop wasting time on meaningless things. Hearing this, those two were immediately left speechless. Watching the main character being respectfully escorted away, damn it, just who is that rookie? What kind of backing does he have that even the director intervened? I have no idea. The three of them happily went into the director's private office. Jian-ho said, This is our first time meeting face-to-face, right, Hunter Min? You've been incredibly busy since joining. The main character got straight to the point. So what exactly did you call me here for? Haha, straight to the point? I like that. It's very refreshing. All right, the reason I called you here is quite simple. I want to ask about the Incheon prison incident. Coincidentally, thanks to the Bestia case, the investigative authority has been transferred to us. In addition, an investigation into the corruption at Incheon prison is also underway. But that doesn't mean we can just ignore an escaped criminal. So tell me, Hunter Min. Someone strong enough to defeat Gert of the Red Light wouldn't let a fugitive slip away. Are you absolutely sure you don't know where the escapee is? Then the director looked over at the team leader and said, Jong-gu, could you step out for a moment? He replied, Yes, sir. As soon as he left, he was extremely worried about the main character, Junior. I'm sorry. Jian-ho said, Hunter Min, I'm not that rigid. I've known Hunter Hwang Jong-gu for a long time, and he's very capable. But taking down an entire assassination organization all by himself, that's hard to believe. The downfall of the Hunter assassination group, Bestia. The fugitive must be connected to them, right? You must have discovered something during the transport. He continued, You know this is a major case. Confession, surrender. If the fugitive provides information about the organization, we could consider leniency. But no matter what, we can't ignore an awakened criminal who's in the Hunter Investigation Bureau's records, especially when a newcomer with an unclear background like you is involved. So, I contacted an old friend for advice, and as it turns out, he knows you very well. The main character was surprised. Me? Who are you talking about? Jian-ho said, A living legend from the first generation of hunters, one of the 3 pillars of South Korea. Right at that moment, a man walked in. It was the guildmaster of the War King Guild, Hunter Do Kyung-hoo. Sitting next to the main character, he said, I still wasn't sure even when Jian-ho told me. I thought you were dead, Si-woo. The main character felt completely at ease seeing him. Ran into some trouble. You look so old now. Frey looked at the old man and said, Who is this overly friendly guy? The main character said to Frey, He's a Generation 1 hunter and one of the 3 pillars, the sword demon Do Kyung-hoo. Back in the day, he fought by my side. Kyung-hoo looked at the main character and laughed. Ha! I didn't get old. It's you who hasn't aged a bit. You were missing for 10 years, and you've returned looking exactly the same. Where on earth have you been all this time? Your followers have been searching for you constantly. The main character said cheerfully, Can we order another bottle? I think we have a lot of catching up to do. And so they chatted passionately. I see. You spent 100 years in that place. That doesn't really surprise me, but I can't believe you were stuck there for that long. The main character said, yeah, a spatial spell was cast on me right as the demon lord died. I don't know if it was intentional. Kyung-hoo said, no, the demon lord is still alive. At this, the main character's face went blank. What? He's alive. Then how could you guys sign a peace treaty with those demons? Are you guys crazy? How could you trust them? Kyung-hoo said, calm down and listen to me first. He's alive, but only as fragments. When you were here, the conflict between humans and demons was extremely tense. But after you defeated the demon lord, they proposed a peace treaty. They claimed the war was the demon lord's will, not the entire race's. The main character said unhappily, bullshit. They were just scared after I beat the demon lord. Kyung-hoo broke out in a cold sweat and said, true, right? But our situation wasn't exactly great either. After the first gate appeared, the world plunged into chaos. We almost managed to close the gate, but the awakened hunters went mad. And the war against the demons had exhausted everyone. Under those circumstances, the demons were the ones to offer a peace treaty first. They offered us a way to close the gates. In exchange, they wanted the remnants of the demon lord and a piece of land to stay on until they could return to their dimension. That was a time when gates and mana were still completely alien to us. Everyone thought the best thing for humanity was to get accustomed to this new power. We accepted their offer, and the top hunters representing each nation agreed to the treaty. Choi Dae-soo was the representative hunter for South Korea. Demons never cause trouble or leave their territory unless we need them to. Some first-generation hunters didn't like the treaty, but since you were gone, they went their own ways. Because the world is stable now, people pay very little attention to demons. I didn't care much about them either, but the way you returned made me suspicious. Siwoo didn't understand, so he asked, suspicious of what? Kyung-hoo replied, you, the mad dog Min Siwoo. All records of you have vanished over the past 10 years. Rumor has it that Choi Dae-soo had a hand in it. They erased you so well that the second-generation hunters don't even know your name. I didn't even remember what you looked like until today. You and I fought together in the trio. You've been forgotten for 10 years. It can't be a coincidence. Siwoo asked again, do you think the demons and Choi Dae-soo made a secret deal? Kyung-hoo said mysteriously, maybe. He would do anything to defeat you. Hearing this, Frey had to exclaim, those damn demons. Siwoo thought for a moment, Choi Dae-soo teaming up with demons. Just to erase me? With his level of pride. But why would the demons erase me? Just because I defeated the demon lord isn't reason enough. Like I said, the demons haven't done anything since then. They actually help humanity get used to mana. We don't have a good reason to accuse them. Siwoo angrily recalled, the war wouldn't have happened if they didn't think they were superior to us. They were sucked into the gate anyway. Kyung-hoo looked at him, breaking a cold sweat. No, I mean, right. Kyung-hoo said, I think your followers would know better than me. Why don't you go meet them? Siwoo said sadly, like you said, they're all scattered now. Kyung-hoo said, haha, isn't Kang Yo-hwa still in Korea? She was just a kid 10 years ago, but now she's an S-rank hunter leading the Blue Flower Guild. I remember she used to cling to you. Now she works for Choi Dae-soo. Siwoo was also surprised 10 years is a long time. She must have her reasons. Then he said unhappily, this stuff tastes like shit. That's because your palate is still immature. That liquor is really expensive. I should have invited Min Si-jun too. Siwoo looked terrified when his little brother was mentioned. No, he'll go crazy if he finds out I came to see you. He's overly protective. And so their cheerful conversation was clearly recorded. Outside, someone secretly made a call and said, Guildmaster, I just sent you the picture. The guy meeting with Do Kyung-hoo. I think he's also from the HMCS. The person on the phone replied, all right, you can head back now. On the other end of the line, the red-haired woman's expression suddenly darkened. She stared at the image in front of her. Min Siwoo. The person who was smiling so happily, he's still alive. She had been thinking, the recent movements of the Empire Guild and the incident at the Guide Tower. I wasn't sure. But right now, she could barely hold herself together at the thought that he's really returned. She hugged her knees like a child, then burst into tears, calling out, Master. Ever since I started working with Choi Dae-soo, Si-jun hasn't even bothered to look at me. Tailing Do Kyung-hoo was the right move. Everyone said you were dead, but I didn't give up. I couldn't find you anywhere in this world. And now you've reappeared in Korea just like the old days, something only Master could do. I don't have time. I need to go see him right now. Just as she was about to leave, a man approached from behind and said, Yo-hwa. She was surprised to see it was her boss. He said, I told you to just call me uncle when it's just the two of us. Why are you in such a hurry? She looked slightly anxious and said, It's nothing. Just. The old man said, Nothing. I've never seen you make an expression like that. You didn't even look like that when your mother died.
His words made her eyes widen in shock. He must have returned. The mad dog Min Siwoo. Then he patted her head and said, You're still too naive and foolish. Even if I abandon my bloodline, you're my only niece, the only daughter of my little sister. There's no way I'd let you go that easily. Hearing this, she couldn't stay calm and slapped his hand away. Just because I volunteered to work for you, don't get the wrong idea. From the very beginning, my only goal was to find my master. He said, Do you think I didn't know that? You approached me believing I was involved in Siwoo's disappearance. I knew perfectly well that you were pretending to obey, while secretly digging through my confidential files when I took you in. The reason is very simple. A hunter of your caliber is extremely valuable. He continued, The world today views hunters as immense financial assets. Do you really think I would hand over a useful worker, let alone my own bloodline, to that bastard? She couldn't take it anymore. Don't make me laugh. You abandoned me when I needed you the most. What right do you have now? I've never considered you family. The one who raised me to be who I am today is my master. Then he delivered a fatal blow, right? And he has no idea you're the daughter of a vile criminal. Don't be so foolish, Yo-Hua. You, of all people who have been watching Min Siwoo closely for so long, should know how ruthless he is towards criminals. Have you think he'll react when he finds out about your past? He walked away, leaving Yo-Hua with one last remark. No matter how noble he pretends to be, you can't change your roots. Trembling with anger as she watched the old man leave, she screamed, You bastard. The scene shifted to the HMCS headquarters, where everyone was working incredibly productively. The girl from episode 1 approached Siwoo and said awkwardly, Hunter Min Siwoo. I heard the guildmaster say you personally lead today's joint training. But are these guys participating too? Siwoo said casually, Yeah, they're my subordinates. My juniors might learn something too. Just think of them as your seniors in terms of experience. Meanwhile, Ha Min, wearing a mascot suit to hide his face, was going crazy from the heat. Hearing that, she immediately became obedient and said, I see. Please take care of me. I'm Hunter Shin Ji-soo of the Empire Guild. I'm Hunter Kim Byung-gook of the Empire Guild. Seeing the old man Siwoo brought, the two were surprised. Whoa, I've never seen a hunter this old. His aura is no joke. On the contrary, the old man said very kindly, Oh my, I look forward to working with you too. He said, Young lady, you look smart. I bet you're a fast learner. All right, stop staring at me like that. Siwoo spoke up, All right, let's get started. And so they proceeded into the Empire Guild, stopping before the F5 gate entrance. Jisoo walked and said, I'm so nervous. To be honest, because of the unique nature of my skill, this is my first time entering a gate since the tutorial tower. Siwoo replied, No need to be nervous. Gates are just intersection points connecting dimensions. They're just doors, nothing more. The rookie beside them said, But there have been missing cases because people couldn't escape before the gate closed. They call it being eaten by the gate. Siwoo showed a look of disdain and said, Eaten. It's just a door closing. The old man chimed in knowingly. Exactly. By now, humans basically hold the keys to all these doors. Isn't the fact that private guilds own their own gates proof of that? What used to be a disaster, these gates, are now nothing more than a lucrative business. Mana stones, monster cores, carcasses. They're all money. If you're already scared, you won't earn a thing. And so the adventuring party ventured inside the gate together. This dizzy feeling. Is this gate sickness? The guy said, Unlike the tower, there are no monsters at the entrance and exit areas. Geez, anyone would think we're going on a picnic. Are all kids these days like this? I heard there are even hunter academies now. What on earth do they teach there? Haman explained, Master, I know you're from the first generation, but since gate tactics have been standardized since generation 1.5, being a hunter is basically a different profession with a fixed curriculum. They go through the tutorial tower, get ranked, and then guilds recruit them based on their scores. They learn about actual combat after joining a guild. Siwoo said in surprise, Actual combat? You mean clearing out a few bunches of monsters in an F-rank gate? Sounds like they're mass-producing a bunch of weaklings who get wiped out by one big tidal wave. He turned to the two and said, Hey, rookies, before we get into actual combat, show me everyone's skills. Yes, sir. The guy beside them thought unhappily, We're only complying because the guildmaster gave the order.
But who the hell is this guy, and why is an outsider bossing us around? He looked at Jisoo with contempt. Getting stuck in the same party as a rookie who can't even use her skill properly is absolutely ridiculous. She said, "Done." Then she accidentally fell over and immediately said, "I'm sorry." But Siwoo, training them extremely harshly, said, "Forget about apologizing." Then he threw an item to her and said, "Catch." She caught the whip in astonishment. He said, "It's a casting support item. The more complex the spell pattern, the more effective it is. I heard Saijun talk about your unique condition. Use this item as a catalyst and try again." Jisoo took it and channeled her power forward. "Yes, sir." The other guy suddenly noticed a pack of goblins has appeared. Siwoo said with satisfaction, "Perfect, take them down." The blonde guy was dumbfounded. "Huh? Me?" Siwoo replied, "Who else? You're the one training. Should I do it instead? Just don't die." He gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn it." They watched the rookies, then the old man observed and evaluated. A tracking-type skill. That's hard to master. It's B rank at best. That guy's skill doesn't look very useful. The effects are flashy, but it has no real impact. If he keeps spamming his skill recklessly like that, he'll run out of mana fast. And his words actually came true. The guy thought exhaustedly. Goblins are basically easy monsters to deal with, but making a rookie face a whole pack alone. What kind of reckless training is this? He yelled, "Hunter Shin, are you done?" She said with difficulty, "Almost there." Right at that moment, the guy ran out of mana and fainted. Jisoo charged forward. Monster Taming. Skill. Monster Taming. Rank A. Description. Allows the caster to control a monster's actions for about 10 minutes. The duration, number of monsters controlled, and their ranks will increase based on the caster's mana. After gaining control, she immediately subdued the monster. Then she ordered it, "Fall back." The monster was completely suppressed. Jisoo happily looked over at Siwoo, done. "Hunter Min, what do you think?" "That's my skill. Taming." The old man looked at her and praised, "That girl. Does she use a control-type skill? I heard those are very rare. Considering the support from that item, the skill seems to be of a high rank. Looks promising." Frey popped up out of nowhere and said, "Finally, something worth eating. I want that." "We already had a deal, go chew her up quick, she's food." Siwoo said, "Oh, that's interesting, but what are you going to do by controlling just one monster?" Behind her, an endless horde of monsters was charging forward. And so she rushed over to Byung-guk and shook him vigorously to wake him up. "Wah, they're coming. Wait a minute. Help me." Finally, she was able to exit the gate. She said, "Thank you so much for today. Hunter Min Siwoo." Looking completely disheveled, she said, "Thanks to you, I finally got the hang of using my skill." Siwoo, showing no humanity, casually said, "It's nothing. If you can't keep up, tell Sejun to arrange a different instructor." She immediately replied, "No, I'm serious. To be honest, I was a bit complacent. I thought that just awakening a skill and becoming a hunter would make someone special, and that having a higher ranked skill meant that person would be even more special and outstanding. But I realized that a skill is just a tool, a method. It isn't me. No matter how great the sound you hold in your hand is, how you use it is up to you. So adapting to mana and training are more important than anything." Siwoo, with a cool and indifferent expression, said, "As long as you've learned at least one thing, that's good enough. Keep working hard. If you need help, ask the bear or this old man. I'm heading back." The noise ahead caught Siwoo's attention. "We have uninvited guests. Are they from another guild?" Jisoo said, "Oh right. I heard there's a negotiation between the Blue Flower Guild and other guilds regarding the gate recently discovered in the Middle Eastern desert. I think those must be the people sent there. Looks like they just arrived." Siwoo suddenly paused at the name, Blue Flower Guild. Seeing him like that, Jisoo asked with concern, "Hunter Min." "So, based on the reports, this gate is different from the usual ones. When we in the Empire Guild discovered it, we found the corpses of the first hunters who entered. Unlike normal monster attacks, their bodies were intact, but their internal organs were crushed." Yohua, present at the scene, said, "Internal organs? How strange. There's no way that could happen unless something was inserted into their bodies." A voice rang out from behind, "We finally meet." The main character appeared and said, "Hey, Yohua. Your master is back, so why aren't you greeting me?" She looked at him and struggled to speak. Then she looked at him with embarrassed eyes. "Welcome back, master." The main character spoke up, "If you're free right now." She immediately refused and said, "I'm sorry, but I have things to take care of. Please excuse me for now."
Saying that, she immediately left with the staff.
Spanish foul-mouthed Frey gloated, "You just got rejected at the speed of light, food. Do you want me to comfort you?" The old man ran over and said, "Humph, what an impolite young lady. Is she the master's former disciple?" The main character looked at her with regretful eyes. He said, "That's right, but..." Was she crying? Remembering back then, he found her and said, "Look at you, hiding in a corner, sobbing again." "Ah, go away." The main character sat next to her and said, "What's there to cry about? You and Sejun are the same age. What's so frustrating about losing just a sparring match?" Then he rubbed her head and said, "And why do you always hide and cry? Everyone knows about it." She sulked and pushed his hand away. "Sejun is the master's biological brother, so of course he gets taught better by you, right?"
I'm just someone you picked up. I'm grateful you took in a starving brat, but I wish you wouldn't interfere in everything. I know you're strong and have a generous heart, but you're not even my real brother." The main character ignored her words and directly teased her. "I don't care. I just do it because I want to. Being born in this awful world is suffering enough. Can't I at least choose my own family? It'll treat you like my biological little sister. Treat me like your real brother. Is that less frustrating?" She said shyly, "No thanks. Who asked you?" The main character was surprised. "Oh? Then should I double your training tomorrow? You want to cry even louder, don't you?" She unhappily scolded him. "You say that as if you don't push me to the limit every day." Looking back, I said that half jokingly, but also half seriously. I never wanted to be the master's little sister or best disciple. I wanted to stand as an equal, strong enough to be by his side, a comrade sharing his perspective of the world. But somewhere along the way, I developed feelings I shouldn't have. The child of a wicked criminal. Even if I was abandoned, I was still raised on their stolen money. How could I have the right to harbor such feelings? Even though it hurts a lot, Tredesu is right. Master shouldn't be involved with someone like me. But even so, I can't just sit and do nothing. If I can't proudly stand by his side, then at least from behind. I will fight for the master who gave me this life." Then she resolutely walked forward. Sejun asked in surprise, "Yoa?"
No, I mean the Blue Flower Guild Master. The meeting isn't for a while. What are you doing here?" Yoa called Sejun. Her eyes were extremely determined as she said, "I need to see you privately for a moment. It's important." Scene transition in a certain office, Kyung-hoo said, "It's not that I don't believe you. Ever since the first gate appeared, we the three pillars have stood on the front lines against demons. In that lawless era when those drunk on their newfound power ran rampant, I never took lightly the comrades who fought for humanity's survival. But even so, if you made unavoidable deals with demons, to rebuild civilization, to restore a destroyed nation," the old president interrupted, "There's no need to sugarcoat it, do Kyung-hoo. So you've met Min Siwoo. Did he say that? That he finds me suspicious? Pff, 10 years must have been long enough for that mad dog to tuck his tail."
"But Du Kyung-hoo, you are also mistaken, just like everyone else."
He said, "What I seek is neither national peace nor the benefit of humanity." He gritted his teeth and said, "A thirst for power. Mana is a force bestowed upon humans, so shouldn't we see how far we can push our limits? My goal is to confront the strongest, defeat them, and strive for even greater power. Authority is merely a tool to reach that position. Any deal I made with demons was because it served my purpose. World leaders shake hands with demons not just for peace, but because it brings them benefits. And now, in just 10 years, humanity has rebuilt a civilization even greater than before. Back then, even you thought the pact was necessary. But now you want to put the blame on me." Kyung-hoo looked at the old man in front of him, speechless. Then he anxiously said, "So, did you really make a deal with the demons concerning Min Siwoo? Are you involved with his disappearance and the deletion of his records?" The president said, "What nonsense. Listen, I have nothing to hide. If Min Siwoo has returned, it means I now have the chance to crush him completely. If you want, I'll even accept a direct confrontation." A voice rang out, interrupting the two. "Oh, how convenient. I have something I want to ask you directly." The main character appeared in front of the window of the president's office. He looked at him with pity and said, "Long time no see, Choi Dae-gu." He suddenly appeared and said, "Long time no see, Choi Dae-soo." Seeing him as if seeing a ghost, he used his power to attack him. His eyes glinted with murderous intent as he said, "Min Si-woo."
The main character landed and said, "You live pretty high up, don't you? Coming in through the front door is a hassle. The clearance process is absurdly complicated. Before those annoying pests barge in, I'll get straight to the point. 10 years ago, the 4 demon lords... No. Did you conspire with pandemonium and push me into another world?" Dae-soo smirked. "You did all this just to ask me that? You've really become boring, mad dog." The main character said unhappily, "What, then should I turn this building upside down? Answer me, One Eye." Infuriated by his words, he laughed like a maniac. "Ha ha, that arrogant attitude, just like the old days. 10 years have passed, yet there's not a single scratch on your face. It must have been a fun vacation in another world. What made you so angry that you barged into my house?" The main character threw a potted plant next to him as a warning. He said, "A vacation? Should I rip off your limbs and throw you into another dimension? If you don't want to die, answer me. Have you ever worked with those pandemonium scumbags? Do you have anything to do with Jung Min-jun's death? And did you make things difficult for Yo Hua or any of my disciples?" He smirked. Heh. Then he couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Yeah, this is the mad dog I know. That bloodthirsty battle energy. It's so nostalgic. But while you were busy playing around in another world, I used my position to compete with the world's strongest hunters and became significantly stronger." He looked down on him and said, "Now, an outdated rival like you doesn't even make me itch. It's not enough. It doesn't excite me. Answering your boring questions isn't enough. You have to be boiling with rage. It has to be enough for us to fight to the death." The main character replied fearlessly, "Do I have to poke another hole in your throat to get an answer?" War King Kyung-hoo was still beside them. He said, "Both of you, calm down and think about what's happening. You are both SES rank hunters, national representatives. Are you really going to start a war in a civilian area? Are you even aware of the responsibilities of your positions? Min Si-woo, you too. Even though you're currently under the HMCS, isn't your safety the responsibility of the Empire Guild? This isn't the lawless era of the past. A battle between hunters will draw unnecessary public attention. If you don't want to cause trouble for your younger brother by making your guild look like anti-government rebels, stop right now." President Dae-soo frowned and said, "You're still as boring as ever. I like the old days better, when we could fight, kill, and endlessly clash in a never-ending struggle for power. The era we live in is so boring, isn't it?" Finally, he answered, "But in return for giving me a moment of excitement, I will answer one thing. I have nothing to do with Jung Min-jun's death. Kang Yo-hwa came to me of her own free will. If your disciple became a disappointment, that's not my problem, is it?" Hearing this, the main character pondered for a moment and he added, "I will prepare a place where you can unleash your anger without limits." After the two stopped exuding their bloodlust, Kyung-hoo breathed a sigh of relief. Old Dae-soo stepped into the elevator and left. Upon seeing him, an employee hurried to say, "Mr. President, we just detected strange noises upstairs." Dae-soo appeared and scolded the employee, "Shut up. How many times do I have to tell you? There is no one on this continent strong enough to threaten me. Stop worrying." He bowed his head down. "I apologize." He gave further instructions. "More importantly, we have work to do. Contact the Infinite Legion and order them to prepare an artificial A-rank gate and call Kang Yo-hwa here." As night fell, Si-jun was still engrossed in his work. 7 hours ago. He and Yo-hwa had a conversation. She said, "You know we found hunter corpses around the gate we discovered together, right? The autopsies showed their internal organs were crushed down to the cellular level. Either they encountered an enemy with a special skill, or they all consumed something together. The problem is, all these hunters were connected to an unidentified merchant guild called Eyes. It's a guild operating in the gate we discovered. It's so underground that even I have never heard of it. There's almost no data on them. However, there are rumors that the guild master is a demon." Hearing this, Si-jun yelled out in worry, "Wait, that rumor." She interrupted him and continued, "You'll hear a lot when working closely with the government. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Anyway, this incident will be investigated independently. They will definitely take action. When I find out more, I will report back. Choi Dae-soo is keeping an eye on your guild, so don't contact me before I reach out first."
Sijun yelled out, Nuna yo hua, wait. She left without even looking back despite his calls. Nuna, why? I.
Before leaving, she told him, "Please don't tell Master. I have no intention of coming back." At this moment, Sijun sadly thought, I had my suspicions, but Nuna Yohua wouldn't work for Chidesu for 10 years for no reason. But why is it like this now? Even if Nuna Yohua joined Chidesu to find clues about my brother, he's back now, so why is she doing this? He said with a headache, his 3 direct disciples, he always completely trusted them. But to me, they all seem burdened by their own secrets. I can't completely trust any of them. Not Nuna Yohua, not Brother Xiaolong. What on earth are they thinking? Right at this moment, someone who had heard all of Sijun's worries, the main character, asked, "What about Yohua?" The main character suddenly appeared and said, "What did Kang Yohua say to you?" His younger brother struggled to speak. The main character, displeased, raised his voice. "Don't hide it! Tell me! What happened to her, Sijun?" While she was out on a mission, Guildmaster Kang Yohua. A group of people approached and said, "Apologies for calling you while you have an appointment, but the president has issued an urgent summons for you." Yohua's eyes looked sad as she thought, damn it. But she obediently replied, "All right, I'll be right there." 10 years ago, right after Min Siwu disappeared, the demons whispered, "You're telling me to cooperate in erasing Min Siwu from history." The subordinate of the second demon lord, Hikatan, said, "Yes, he is one of the few who pushed the 4 great demon lords to the brink of death. To lead the demons with overwhelming sovereignty, the demon lord's authority must be kept intact. A record of a demon lord almost losing to a human is a disgrace and a disaster to our system. The fierce war is over, but we are still in an era of chaos." Ikatan said, "Since we signed the treaty, maintaining order among our kind is beneficial for everyone, isn't it?" At that moment, Daesu stepped forward and said, "How ridiculous. Just because we accepted the treaty, do you think we're blind? The victory belongs to humanity. The agreement was signed on the condition that you demons would help us restore the damages. Why should I agree to a deal with exiles banished to the polar regions like you?" Ikatan said, "SS rank hunter Choi Daesu, we have been observing you for a long time. Deep down, you are disappointed that the war is over, aren't you? A new power has been discovered, and its potential is limitless, but right now you cannot use it freely due to restrictive laws. Don't try to deny it. In the end, you simply crave to fight the strong, don't you?" At that moment, the demons continuously called out to Daesu, the ultimate form of mana. "We can help you reach the pinnacle of that power." He said, "Bullshit. You would go this far just to erase a record of your demon lord losing. Let's say I agree. If I truly grow stronger, wouldn't that make me an even bigger threat to your kind? Have you ever thought about that?" Hikatan said, "Unlike humans, we demons live very long lives. Humans and demons have different perspectives. We are merely seeking the true nature of mana and the spatial gates that link the worlds." After speaking, the demon Hikatan left and said, "All right, I will wait for a positive response." The strongest hunter in South Korea, Choi Dae-soo. Returning to reality, he is in the Infinite Legion Guild's territory, inside the exclusive F-rank gate. A subordinate said, "Mr. President, as you requested, we have prepared an empty gate with no investigative value. This gate is completely owned by the Infinite Legion Guild under your command. We have blocked all public access under the Guild Master's authority, and we've confirmed there is no life inside." Dae-soo said, "Good. Well done. Now take your men outside. The invitation was sent properly, right?" "Yes, but Mr. President, tomorrow morning's meeting." He turned his face annoyed and replied, "I know. Don't make me repeat myself." At this moment, someone appeared and said in annoyance, "First, you tell me to go on a business trip, and now you summon me to a place like this." The president said, displeased, "Watch your mouth when there are eyes and ears around, Yo-hua." She grumbled, "All right, what is it?" He said, "You must have thought I played a crucial role in Min Siwoo's disappearance. At that time, I did not respond to or cooperate with the demon's proposal. However," she said in shock, "What are you babbling about?" He continued, "The reason my passivity in the past has left me uneasy. I wondered if it was because after all that incident gave me power. But no, that's not it. I just wanted to be certain.
certain that between me and Min Siwoo, I am the stronger one. He unleashed a terrifying power upon his only niece. She screamed in shock, "You lunatic! Do you even hear yourself? The demon's proposal?" She said furiously, "So you were involved in this after all. My master's disappearance. The erased records."
He didn't stop and said, "As I said, you are just like your mother." That spur-of-the-moment hot temper, that disgusting will to cling to an enemy to get what you want, that stupid brain that always struggles to grasp the situation. You are nothing but a tool to push Min Siwoo's killing intent to its absolute peak. That inferiority complex that haunted me in the past. It gradually faded in the absence of that mad dog, but like an ineradicable stain, it keeps clinging to my life. Now that Min Siwoo is back, it's time to wipe out the remaining traces. She didn't back down, huh? Do you think my master will play along with your cat and mouse game just for me? He said, in the past, it was unbelievable when that idiot wasted his time on his little family drama.
But after seeing the look in his eyes recently, I was sure of it. Over the past 10 years, he has left behind so many things. You just need to be the Tinder. I don't know anything about Jung Min Jun's death, so I can only play the cards I have. Even an S-rank hunter won't be able to break it easily. The more you resist, the more the shackles will drain your mana, slowly devouring your dantian. If this keeps up, you might end up crippled. I don't know how long the fight between me and that bastard will take, but keep struggling as much as you can. That's the only role you have left now. Even if you do this, it won't change anything. You're still scum. A second later, a surge of power rushed in, shattering the iron chains binding her. He said in satisfaction, "Ha! From now on, history will finally be written correctly. The outdated hero will die here, and the unified history of this nation's greatest hunter, Choi Dae-soo, will be forged." The main character actually appeared and said, "How ridiculous." Dae-soo continuously unleashed lethal attacks on the main character. He laughed heartily and told the main character, "You're unbelievably weak, mad dog. The past 10 years have only widened the gap between us." At this moment, Frey spoke up, "Damn it. Are you okay? That guy is a monster. You haven't even recovered your full power yet." The main character said, "There's no time to worry about that." He commanded, "Frey, use maximum output." "Go all out, Frey," a mysterious voice said. "Are you crazy? I've barely recovered half of my mana at most. I can feel it too. That human. He's stronger than any human I've ever met. I'm not even sure if I can swallow a skill of that scale while trapped in this pathetic body. If you push your limits in this situation, who knows what side effects it will cause? I told you so." The main character said, "Half, huh? That's only 50% of the power I use in the other world. It's fine. It won't be a problem." Dae-soo said unhappily, "What are you muttering about? Are you regretting charging in so confidently now?" The main character replied, "This is more than enough for a bastard like you. So this is the battle of a Generation 1 hunter." Meanwhile, Yo-hwa said in sheer amazement, "The one they call a true awakener. The casting speed is so fast that it's hard to even follow the battle with my eyes. I knew there was a power gap, but I didn't expect the difference between S rank and SS rank to be this massive." The old man said gleefully, "It's been so long since I felt this. Throwing away all limits and charging straight at the opponent with a warrior's essence. 10 years have passed, but your bad habit of collecting toys and causing a ruckus hasn't changed, has it?" Frey was struggling to hold on at this point. Ugh, even for a human, this is complete madness. He looks like he could take on high-ranking demons all by himself, and that spear doesn't look like an ordinary artifact at all. The main character replied, "He's always had some gorilla-like traits. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. After all, he's just a half-baked human." He was extremely excited. He didn't even blink. Crazy dog. Well, are you already cracking at just this level?" Then he conjured a hammer and said, "This pitiful shield. Oh, grind it to dust." The main character immediately used Frost Fang. Ice Sphere was activated, shooting out countless sharp ice shards. The president's hammer cracked. The old man brushed a few ice shards off his body and said, "Even Kang-ho didn't go down this easily, right?" The main character replied, "Stop running your mouth and destroy that thing if you don't want to die. If that's your goal, then that bastard is completely meaningless now. After pulling such a pathetic stunt, do you really think you can just sit down and eat like nothing happened?" The old man smiled cryptically and said, "No, that's not it. You can still struggle a bit more, can't you? Just that alone is enough to make that thing worthwhile." Then he blurted out a shocking secret that Yo Hua wanted to keep hidden. Isn't that a big enough honor for the daughter of a serial killer? She seemingly went crazy and yelled, "Shut up, you old bastard." Unable to hold back her tears, she started crying. "If you say one more word."
At that moment, the main character comforted her. "Don't move, Kangwa. You'll get hurt."
The old man quietly observed the main character's opening, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, this is it. It feels like my flesh is being scraped off. Let's get serious now." The main character was displeased. He immediately charged forward and said, "Shut your mouth, you damn old man." Swirling energy of fire and light surged around the two of them. The old man struggled to withstand it. Ugh, the way he controls his mana. No, its density has changed. The old man backed away in fear. Then he raised his voice to provoke him again. "That cowardly fighting style. Your skill in adjusting your output hasn't changed at all over the last 10 years, has it?" The main character sneered at him and said, "You are the last person who should be talking about tactics." Hearing that, he angrily lunged forward. "Back when I was young, full of energy. But from that last attack, I realized something." Right at that moment, the main character was enveloped by a massive amount of energy. He controlled the giant spear and said, "You are far from." Then he flashed a confident smile and added, "Far from being able to fight me." Yo Hua, who was standing nearby, worried for him and screamed, "Master." At this point, she couldn't keep her cool in the face of the old man's lethal move. It could completely wipe the main character out. Fortunately, a voice rang out from within the smoke, thoroughly startling the old man. "Out of all the nonsense you spouted, that is the only correct thing." The main character emerged without a single scratch and said, "You are far from being able to fight me, Choi Dae-soo." Frey appeared and said, "I have investigated the abilities of that strange human Choi Dae-soo, who wields all sorts of artifacts. This old geezer is known as the artifact collector in the hunter world. His original technique is summoning the perfect weapon for any combat situation using his peerless artifact collecting skill. His proficiency in using artifacts might even surpass my food hunting skills." He looked at the main character in terror and thought, a legendary divine weapon, a great sword that can cleave through an entire building. And yet, he didn't even budge. "Have you been fighting this whole time for the past 10 years? The main character grabbed the sword directly with his bare hands. Then he punched him in the ribs and said, "I've been doing this for 100 years, you bastard." The old man was now in sheer agony, his face filled with terror. He was punched flying into a nearby rock, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Very interesting, truly fascinating. I don't even remember the last time I bled. So you focus all your mana just to unleash this one strike. If so, I should also respond with my full strength. After saying that, he pulled out something else. He said, "Was it about 5 years ago? All officially recognized SS rank hunters in the world were forced to wear this collar. Magic power, physical strength, skills. Everything is sealed away to prevent potential disasters in society. If you disable the regulator without government permission, you instantly become a criminal." The main character looked at the collar he took off and scoffed. "Things like this truly disgust me. A dog collar? Well, it suits a beast that only knows how to fight perfectly." So you're actually saying you climbed to that position just to get the government's approval for a dog fight. The old man's veins bulged as he said, "You overestimate yourself, Min Suwu. Do you really think that's the only reason I am here? But fine, until now, no one has been worthy enough for me to test this power on." The main character retorted sharply, "You sure love to boast. Then show me what you've got." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man channeled his power into his hand and gathered a massive amount of energy into the sky, creating a black hole of energy. Yo Hua collapsed nearby. Just the clash of their mana alone is enough to crack the ground. At this rate, the gate won't be able to withstand it and will collapse. If this continues, Master's power might harm innocent people. She tried to break her chains and said, "I have to stop this at all costs." The two opposing energies clashed, sending incredibly sharp cutting waves all around. The old man shouted, smashing his hammer into the ground. The main character immediately activated his lightning skill. "My stomach feels a bit uneasy, but this feeling is amazing." Even though he's only using half his power, going all out is on a completely different level. This is how his skill should be. Then the old man screamed in agony. Even after releasing the limit, is the gap still this huge? All the aura swords shot back at him. "No. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. Damn it. Ha ha ha." He threw his spear, and it transformed into a fierce lion. He then said he would tear him to pieces. Oh, the main character was surprised. A monster sealed inside an artifact. It lunged forward and bit him. Taking advantage of this moment, he used Tame.
The tiger immediately submitted to him and turned towards the old man, marking him as its new prey. Astonished, the old man asked, "What the hell have you been doing for the past 10 years?" He smiled in satisfaction. "All right, time for a change of ownership. Attack." The tiger charged at him, terrifying him. He immediately used his protective power. "You bastard." Just then, Yohua ran over and said, "Enough. Are you too crazy? Look around you. The gate is on the verge of collapsing. You have any idea what will happen if all this mana spills out into the world? If that happens, Choi Dae-soo, even you won't be able to escape responsibility. You know damn well what will happen if this gets taken straight to the international court, right?" The old man gave a faint smirk and said, "Arrogant brat." Yohua continued, "While you were out of control, I contacted the association and HMCS headquarters. It won't be long before they respond and reopen the gate." She looked at him sincerely and said, "So please, end this fight." The main character glared at the old man, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. At that moment, his ability awakening watch beeped. Startled, he grabbed it. What the hell? The voice on the other end said, "This is Boward. President Choi, HMCS headquarters, this is Boward. President Choi." That mysterious man said, "It's best if you come right now." The old man replied with some anxiety, "Damn it, I'll be right there." He turned to leave and said, "This is exactly why they say you should never take in a wild beast. I've lost interest. Get lost. It's all over." At this moment, Yohua collapsed from anxiety, thinking, "He's the last person I want to find out about this. At any cost, I don't want to betray the sincerity and kindness he has shown me, even if it means dying. If Master asks me right now, what should I say? How can I tell him that the disciple he raised and cared for all this time is actually the daughter of a sinner?" He slowly approached. He supported her and asked, "Are you okay? You're not hurt too badly, right?" She looked at him with an aggrieved expression and called out, "Master." Every time she looked at his face, she couldn't bring herself to reveal the truth, thinking in her heart that he was such a warm person. Then, unable to hold it in, she threw herself into his arms and called him Master incredibly sweetly. He was briefly surprised, then groaned in pain. "You've got way too much energy to spare." Scene transition. A displeased voice rang out, "I don't know why you go this far just based on a hunter's testimony." Old Dae-soo said, "But to be fair, there hasn't been any violation yet." Of course, because that stupid hunter made a fuss. The management bureau was contacted early, which caused a huge mess at headquarters, but the president frowned and said, "Isn't such a strong reaction to a minor training session inside a closed gate a bit too much?" Mr. Blackwood. The man in front of him is the vice president of the international headquarters of the Hunter Management and Control System. He replied in a very displeased tone, "That was before you release your limit, Mr. President. SS rank hunters are strictly forbidden from getting involved in personal battles. Any act of removing restrictions must be reported to the Bureau of Management or the Hunter Association. Furthermore, any use of magic directed at Bureau-affiliated hunters will lead to an arrest warranty. No. For someone in your position as president, you could even be brought before an international court. Even if national law lacks such provisions, international law will still apply. However," suddenly he flashed a bizarre smile and said, "In peaceful times like these, there's no need to cause chaos over such an accident. So I ask that you handle this matter internally within South Korea. Of course, even if this accident is overlooked, we still need to hear from those involved to assess the situation. I must meet the person who engaged in a normal battle with an SS rank hunter." The old man exclaimed in surprise, "Min Si-woo. So that's how it is?" Knowing he understood, Blackwood said, "Well then, see you in South Korea," and hung up. The old man gritted his teeth in anger. How ridiculous. I already knew the power gap between us 10 years ago, but it's completely different now. Back then I could still catch up to him. I was so certain that I could finally surpass him this time. And yet, after missing for 10 years, he's grown so much stronger, as if he's become a completely different entry. For a whole decade, I never stopped pursuing power. I simply cannot accept this ridiculous gap in strength. What has he been doing all this time? This feeling of risking my life in battle, how long has it been since I felt this way? The power I've been holding back is still not enough. The twisted old man said, both thrilled and bitter, "At least I found someone worth defeating once again. Welcome back, Mad Dog." 1 week later, at the headquarters of the Blue Flower Guild. Yohua said shyly, "You knew I was coming, yet you couldn't even greet me?" "Well, because I felt unworthy. Still, I'm happy that my master has finally returned." He sighed with slight displeasure. "Honestly, have you been looking into Minjun's case all this time?" She hung her head low. "I'm sorry, but I couldn't find anything. I'm only certain of one thing. It was the doing of outsiders. The reason Choi Dae-soo kept me as his subordinate was purely for exploitation. There's no evidence showing he intended to approach or manipulate your younger brother or your disciples." Suddenly she grew tense and explained, "Of course, it's not because I share blood with him. It's just based on my observations and evidence." He interrupted, "I know. If he truly saw you as family, he wouldn't have done something so despicable." She said gratefully, "Master just healed me, so I'm fine now." He looked at her with concern and said, "It's not about whether you're fine or not. I'm telling you to stop getting involved with that fool just because of blood ties. No matter what your mother's crimes were, your life is your own. You did nothing wrong. If you feel guilty about it, repay the world by living an upright life. I will help you." Moved, she said, "I've never been alone. There's always been someone helping me. Putting that aside, I feel really bad for Si-jun. I've put unnecessary pressure on him. From his perspective, it must be hard to trust someone with as many secrets as me." He replied, "The kid has always been cautious. Go meet him tomorrow and clear the air." She asked nervously, "Huh? Tomorrow? I still feel awkward." He replied, "You're both adults now. What's the problem? I've already given Si-jun a heads up." He then checked his phone and said, "I don't know how that bastard Choi Dae-soo cleaned up this mess, but I'm glad it didn't cause too much uproar. Si-jun is really sharp. He even called me 9 times that day." "Wait, huh?" Just then, a voice rang out. "Sunbae, it's urgent. You didn't even answer your phone. Do you know how hard it was to find you? Also, just now." Before he could finish, the director of the HMCs appeared behind him and said, "Hunter Min Si-woo, we just received a call from the International Bureau's headquarters." He said, "Vice President Blackwood is coming to Korea to meet you. Do you understand what that means?" He sighed again and said, "So Edwin is getting involved too. Tisk, how annoying. What could be the issue that he needs to meet me?" The director said, "The entire branch is under a gag order. We don't have any details." Jong-gu heard the name Edwin. He secretly thought in terror, "Don't tell me, Sunbae, you actually know the vice president of the headquarters." The HMCS director added, "But he asked for you by name, so perhaps you'll know. This is the first time something like this has happened in the history of the Korea branch. What on earth is going on?" He bowed his head and said, "I apologize, but if there's a gag order in place, I can't say anything more." The director waved his hand, "Understood. We will summon you as soon as headquarters sends the official schedule. Until then, remain on standby at the branch." Turning around, the director pressed down on Junga's head and said, "Hey, do whatever it takes to get info out of Hunter Min. By the way, isn't the guild master of Blue Flower Choi Dae-soo's person? How does she know Min Si-woo? Why are they sitting so chummy together?" Jung-gu exhaustedly replied, "Beats me. I honestly don't know a thing." Yohua looked at him and said, "Master, let's go back. We're drawing too much attention." He asked in surprise, "You're driving me home?" She replied, "My debt to you is as vast as the heavens and seas. Besides, I'm heading home anyway." He looked at her thoughtfully. "Then what do you plan to do next?" She gave a reassuring smile. "If it's all right with you, I'll follow you. Min Jun's death has left too many unanswered questions in my heart. I'll do everything I can to help. Though it might not seem like much, I'm still a guild master." As they spoke, a car suddenly speeded towards them. Huh? That car. A voice echoed from inside. "So, after learning everything, you still choose to follow him? How boring." It was that old man Choi Dae-soo appearing before them once again after that horrific brawl. The old man told him unhappily, "Min Si-woo, get in the car." Yohua glared at the man with contempt. "After doing something so stupid, you still dare to give orders. What kind of bullshit is this?" He replied, "Why should I do that?" He smirked. "If you still want to play the role of a deeply devoted master and disciple, then you better listen to what I'm about to say." She frantically said, "Are you kidding me?" Fortunately, the main character calmed her down, saying, "Yohua,
He looked at her and smiled sweetly. Goodbye for now. I'll call you later. She watched him get into the old man's car, extremely worried. Master! But the car had already driven away. A voice rang out from inside the car, sounding annoyed. The main character said disdainfully, You were beaten with your tail between your legs. Don't you feel ashamed at all? The man shamelessly replied, Ha ha, you're wrong. The battle never ended. If only Kang Yoa hadn't interfered, I could have ended it fair and square. If anything, it made things even more interesting, you mad dog. Thanks to you, I'll be very busy for a while. I promise I'll organize an official global match soon. The main character said unhappily, Just accept it and get lost. I can't believe someone like you managed to climb to the position of president. The old man suddenly blurted out, Pandemonium. That organization should have disappeared by now, yet its remnants are still scattered all over the world. Actually, after you disappeared 10 years ago, the demons came to me through them. They asked me to erase all your records. So now even those bastards from Pandemonium can't ignore your disciples anymore. Are they just a cult relying on some unknown power, or are they truly the demons' insiders? Ever since Pandemonium collapsed and the demons were driven to the extremes, they seem to have evaporated from the world. The old man said, even though many world leaders, myself included, have closely monitored the demons' every move since then, we found nothing. However, recently I heard about a group composed entirely of demi-demons in the Middle Eastern desert. Oh, the main character was surprised. A group of demi-demons. The old man continued, Yeah, people who have had prolonged exposure to demons or half-bloods between demons and humans. Unlike regular demons, they don't have wings or horns, yet they are infamous for using dark magic. That's all I heard from the government commissioners. Since high-rank gates mostly appear in harsh environments, just getting permission to enter them is difficult. He continued, That dark mana you used during the battle, during your 10 years of disappearance, could it be that you cooperated with the demons? The main character immediately retorted, Bullshit. No, I didn't. He was surprised. Someone like you, no matter how much you despise demons, couldn't possibly restrain the desire for power, right? He replied nonchalantly, Do I look like you to you? If you're done talking, let me out. Once the conversation was over, the car suddenly stopped. The main character left, saying, You know this already, so don't misunderstand my intentions. I have no intention of negotiating with those cunning demons, nor am I interested in watching those brutal fights like a lunatic like you. So don't waste my time, just call me when you're about to die, and you'd better get on your knees and apologize properly to Yoa. The old man said, I already know all about your weird hobbies, but this time it really is hilarious. Even if they couldn't touch a single toenail of yours, what's the reason to be so close to them? The main character replied, You'll regret this, Vice President Nam. He recalled that moment. A demi-demon. Perhaps she was involved. The scene shifted to the HMCS building. Are people from the International HQ really coming? The crowd whispered, They must be here to inspect the branch, right? Haven't you heard anything? Not a thing. Wow, what the hell is going on here? Honestly, going to work every day feels like a joke. Branch Director Baek Gun-ho spoke up. Mr. Blackwood, thank you for visiting today. This is Hunter Min Si-woo, a new recruit at the Gangbok HMCS branch. Mr. Blackwood said, Nice to meet you, Hunter Min Si-woo. In contrast, the main character answered bluntly, What do you want, Edwin? This made Gun-ho jump and shout, Hunter Min! Blackwood didn't get angry, but instead said, Branch Director Baek Gun-ho, could you step out for a moment? I have something private to discuss with Hunter Min. Gun-ho left, dying of curiosity. He thought to himself, but if I pry, I might lose the chance to get acquainted with the HQ executive. So he obediently left. Then, I'll wait outside. Call me if you need anything. He felt a flash of anxiety in his heart. I don't know what's going on, but please be careful, Hunter Min. As soon as Gun-ho left, an angry voice yelled, You bastard. Blackwood grabbed the main character by the collar and said emotionally, What rat hole have you been hiding in for the past 10 years? The main character replied awkwardly, Hey now, calm down. Blackwood gave the main character a playful punch. Damn it. Then he asked, Anyway, I'm just glad you found your way back. Where the hell have you been? The main character sighed. Not another one asking that. Just sit down first. And so the main character recounted the story to Blackwood's astonishment. Another dimension, another timeline. It's hard to believe, but considering how those gates appeared in this world, nothing is impossible. Blackwood said, "In the past, you were one of the key figures in this world, but now your name has faded into oblivion. Yet seeing you again now feels like the sun has shone through my clouded memories. But it's also hilarious that you recognize me just by my first name. How could I ever forget you? You saved my life countless times during that era of chaos." The main character said, "Save my ass, that gives me goosebumps. By the way, how did you and Yowa get in touch with each other?" Blackwood said, "The HMCS headquarters is currently actively investigating cases involving guilds worldwide. Yowa, along with the leader of the same name, is one of them. Thanks to her contributions to a recent case, I was able to get her contact info." He continually asked with curiosity, "So, give me an answer. You're currently part of the South Korean HMCS branch, right? What do you think about transferring to the headquarters?" The MC startled and said, They'll pass on this guy." Black said in pain, "Why? Why?" The MC calmly replied, "Do I need a reason to dislike it?" Black begged his friend, "Come on, think about it again. A shark belongs in the vast ocean. Plus, you will definitely become my capable right-hand man." The MC said, "I'm glad you believe in me, but I also have things to clear up." Black confidently said, "Of course. Besides, we have enough resources for you to investigate to your heart's content. The investigative power of HMCS headquarters is greater than you think." The MC didn't care much. "I'll consider it. So, what is the purpose of this investigation?" Recently, another gate appeared in the desert region, causing massive casualties both inside and around it. Normally, the blame would fall on the monsters inside the gate, but the autopsy results stated it was due to poisoning. They all died from absorbing something. "We suspect the cause is an illegal enhancement drug." The MC was slightly surprised. Then he hesitantly asked, "An awakening drug?" "That's right. The drug's ingredients and distribution channels are still unknown, so no official information has been released yet, but the president has been secretly investigating the corpses of awakeners worldwide for about half a year now. During the investigation, the autopsies revealed nothing other than the fact that their bodies decompose at a cellular level. It's very difficult to make this public when the victims are all criminal awakeners, and no traces of any drugs were found, so the investigation has hit a dead end. Fortunately, someone witnessed a similar incident in China. According to the witness's testimony, the deceased awakener showed signs of going berserk and self-destructing after inhaling a type of black powder. After inhaling that powder, the awakener released mana and enhancement skills beyond imagination, like a suicide bomb destroying everything in the area. The MC said worriedly, "So, that black powder is like a stimulant for awakeners? And it's connected to what happened in the desert?" Black replied, "Yeah, and not just connected. We suspect the drug is the root cause of the incident and have launched an investigation." He asked again, "This happened about half a year ago, so why would it be the cause of the desert incident?" Along with the massive death toll, a gate was discovered in the desert. At the gate's entrance, the Blue Flower Guild found traces of the black powder right when the incident first occurred. Furthermore, a combat vehicle belonging to a merchant guild named Easy was found near the gate. There's nothing unusual about this guild, and it seems to be just a small one. But some things are bothering me. The MC said with a headache, "In short, they're connected again? How annoying." Black smirked and said, "I know she's your disciple. This is a secret investigation, and as the first person to discover the drug, Kang Yo Hua can't escape this mess." He looked at the MC calculatingly and said, "If you help, it will save her a lot of trouble. Your disciple is in a dangerous situation. Can you really just ignore it, Mad Dog Min Si Woo?" The MC scoffed coldly. You've calculated everything, haven't you?" Then he sighed. "Fine, I needed to go to the Middle East anyway." Black excitedly said, "Excellent. If you help us, we'll support you to the fullest. By the way, what exactly happened to President Choi? Illegal live combat training?" "If you want," the MC interrupted, "I can." "No, just leave him be for now. He's just going mad with power. After all, that bastard is still just human." Later, the MC returned home and packed his bags. Sejun asked in surprise, "So you're joining the International Investigation Team at headquarters?" The MC said, "Yeah, do you remember Edwin? He specifically requested it." Sejun said sadly, "I know, but why so suddenly?" It's just a bit of a hassle, the MC added. Yo Hua Nuna will tell you the details. The kid asked in surprise, Yo Hua Nuna. Why? So suddenly. Sejun suddenly received a phone call and interrupted, give me a sec. Hello?
Yo Hua Nuna, how do you know my number? Wait, my brother? After Sejun left, Frey said, where are we going this time? You're not going to push your mana to the limit like last time, right? The MC replied, what? Are you afraid of running out of food? Frey retorted, stupid food. Why would I care about that tiny bit of mana? The problem is the change happening in my body. The MC was curious. Change? Frey said, ever since you returned from that planet, I feel my control slipping more and more as I get used to Earth's mana, and my power is growing stronger. Traveling through dimensions didn't just affect you, it affected me too. It seems the activation switch is the amount of mana emitted during battle. Because I made a pact with you, I won't attack my host, but I think these symptoms will worsen as your mana recovers in the future. Furthermore, I don't know what will happen if I lose control. There might come a time when you won't be able to borrow my power anymore, and that would be very dangerous. The MC said, it's not a huge problem right now. I don't rely on your power that much anyway. Frey was shocked. What? Are you saying you don't need my power? He said, no, if we face demons, I'll need your power. But it's not an urgent issue at the moment. It was a bit annoying, but warming up with that bastard Choi Dae-soo was more useful than I thought. Besides, I smell something fishy from that awakening stimulant drug. And with that, the MC set off. 2 days later, at HMCS International Headquarters, the two girls sat talking honestly, no matter how severely understaffed we are. I can't believe Sir Edwin would add someone while bypassing the investigation security protocols. He is always so unpredictable. Hikari, the HMCS Japan branch team leader, said, from the very beginning, having me here on the Asia team was more than enough. Right, Kumo? Kumo said, of course, boss. You are the youngest person ever recruited by HMCS Japan, not to mention the captain of the Tokyo investigation team. Is there anything in this world that a beautiful woman like you can't solve? She laughed cheerfully. Ho ho, keep the praise coming. Beside her, Layla, a team leader from the HMCS headquarters branch, said, she might not be familiar with HMCS, but I think meeting Hunter Yo Hua last time was much more comfortable than dealing with you. Hikari furiously said, what did you just say? Layla sighed. It's nothing. Hikari angrily said, you have a problem. I heard that. We are wearing translation earpieces, so if you have any complaints, say it to my face. Outside the door, someone approached and said, sorry to keep you waiting, captains. Director Leone wants everyone to gather at the meeting room. Hikari said, aha, so that person is finally here. Next to her, Kumo also awkwardly said, haha, let's go. I heard that Vice President Edward also just landed. Layla said curiously, for the Vice President to come himself, just who is that Hunter? Does he really have no connection to the HMCS? The main character and the Vice President walked into the meeting room. Of course, he is Hunter Min Suwoo from the HMCS Korea branch. Black said, thank you for coming here so quickly despite your busy schedule. Now, shall we start with a little introduction? This is Hunter Siwoo from the Korea branch who will be joining the team today. Layla and Stefan from the Europe branch. Hikari is from the Asia branch, and this is my reliable partner.
Black immediately said, because the situation is quite urgent, let's get straight to the point despite such a surprise addition to the team. He looked at Layla and said, can you give us a quick rundown of the situation? She stood up and replied, yes, Vice President. Everyone already knows the details, but this is a classified investigation, so be absolutely careful with the information. Behind him, the secretary said, Vice President, it's time for you to leave. Black stood up. All right then, Investigation Team 1. I'm really looking forward to your results. After he left, the room fell silent. Layla then spoke up. All right, let's get started right away.
Case number A3942FC is commonly referred to as the fake awakening case involving enhancement drugs. Investigation Team 1 is tasked on site to secure the main form of the drug. The gate discovered at the scene has been classified as a rank. A total of 6 bodies of fake awakeners were scattered around the gate. The autopsy team revealed that their wounds are linked to the previous case.
The fake awakening enhancement drugs were found among the bodies, and the gate only had a few signs of a brawl near the entrance, with nothing else unusual. Since no fake awakening enhancement drugs were found inside, we are still evaluating its potential risks. Once the investigation concludes, we will decide whether to organize an expedition inside the gate. She said, additionally, vehicles owned by the trading guild Easy were found nearby. The investigation showed that they are a small, legal guild registered in the Middle East. No specific illegal activities have been recorded yet. Therefore, our team will focus on extensively exploring the gate and conducting an investigation around the area. She then paused and said, "Are there any more questions?" The main character replied, "I've already heard all about this, so there's no major issue. More importantly, is there any information about demons or demi-demons?" She was surprised. Demons. Do you mean they are connected to this case? He said, no, even if they aren't connected, I still thought I should ask to be sure. If this drug was really created by humans, it wouldn't be this hard to find the main formula, right? He continued, and if it was skill-based, the investigating hunters would have found its source already. That trading guild looks quite suspicious too. Even before this case, if there were any issues related to them. Anything at all. Someone asked curiously, I don't understand. Hikari displeasedly said, why are you bringing up things completely unrelated to the case? The main character replied, whether it's related or not, we won't know until we start investigating. I only brought them up because of what I've heard. Hearing this, she burst out laughing. Then she looked at him with contempt and said, information that even headquarters didn't bother to mention, and yet a hunter from the Korea branch who was just brought in halfway somehow knows. That sounds really hilarious, doesn't it, Hunter Min? If it were truly an important clue, headquarters would have definitely brought it up. She continued, you don't belong to a guild, and I've never even heard your name in the hunter rankings. It was already bizarre enough that you were suddenly placed into the international investigation team, and now you're claiming demons are involved in this case. It has been 10 years since demons and humans joined hands to cooperate. Are you really bringing that prejudiced mindset into this case? Acting superior, she said, just who do you think you are? Layla interrupted, that's enough. Next to her, Kumo hesitated and said, calm down, we don't need to argue right now. Layla continued, that's right, as the main representative of the branch, you should know what's more important right now. Let's set aside these petty squabbles and start investigating the case. Hunter Min, I also want you to focus on investigating the case for now. The main character said, all right, I understand. Layla returned to the main topic, now, about the remote area we will be headed to tomorrow. And that is all we need to know. They left the meeting room and said, then please prepare as I said, and we will meet at the airport. Hikari, looking displeased, said, just who is that guy? Where did he come from to act so arrogantly? Why is he the vice president's favorite? Layla reminded her from behind, we'll have to work together for quite a while, so just let it go. Yet Hikari yelled, what? Are you on his side too, Layla? Layla replied, that's not it. He seems a lot more experienced than I thought. Meanwhile, the main character said, this looks like it will be more troublesome than I thought. Frey replied, I noticed that from the start, but it seems like Food doesn't know how to read the room. You're more like a social outcast. He answered, I just don't like following procedures. A voice rang out. Hey, looks like you had quite the grand introduction. The main character said, you sure took your time. Being the vice president must keep you super busy, huh? Black turned around and said, don't even get me started. It's an international investigation team, yet they act like a bunch of toddlers. You know how it is, right? They call themselves awakeners, but they're really just a bunch of lunatics holding bombs. Whether it was 10 years ago or today, not a single peaceful day goes by without bickering everywhere. The main character sighed, with great power comes great responsibility, but if you don't actually experience it, you just can't understand it. Black asked, so, what do you think of this team? It's a bit annoying, but I don't care. As long as they don't get in the way of my work, it doesn't matter. Black smiled. Of course she'd say that. You really haven't changed a bit in 10 years. Tomorrow's trip is to the official investigation scene, so please don't cause any major issues. You have the entire HMCS International HQ backing you. The main character sighed repeatedly. All right, all right. And so they appeared at the HMCS Middle East HQ. Welcome. We've received word from headquarters about your arrival. A Middle Eastern man greeted them. Your accommodations have been carefully prepared within the headquarters. Please go inside and get some comfortable rest. For tomorrow's trip to the scene, we have prepared a vehicle for you. Layla replied, "Thank you, branch director, for granting us access to the crime scene." Frey screamed, "Gah, it's so hot. I didn't know there was a place this hot on Earth. This is the absolute worst." The main character pondered for a moment. There isn't a single trace of demons in this city. The man dense it normal too. That bastard Maximus. Did he completely overlook this point? A voice rang out, "Hey you. I didn't get a chance to say this last time, but I'll make it clear right now." Hikari said condescendingly, "Stay focused and careful at all times, unless you want to die." The main character looked at her, tiredly thinking, this is going to be a huge hassle. And so he began his investigation into demi-demons. The Middle East branch director said, "I've never seen one in real life. All I know is from rumors. I heard there's a demi-demon village hidden deep in the desert." When he asked others, they also responded in surprise, "A merchant guild. This is the first time I've heard that name. We can't possibly know every single small guild out there, but a guild run by demons. I've truly never heard of such a thing." He went on to ask a few more people around. Demi-demons look exactly like humans, and I've heard that without a mana analyzer, it's incredibly hard to tell them apart from normal people. I know things are a bit better now, but the demi-demons that appeared after the war between humans and demons 10 years ago have been oppressed everywhere, becoming objects of despise. Hiding their base and pretending to be human when outside is definitely the better option. So if demi-demons were walking around here, who could even recognize them? The main character thought with a headache, there aren't many clues to follow. Should I venture deeper into the desert to investigate? Frey chimed in, "Hey, food. Are you an outcast or something?" The main character replied, "Why are you picking a fight out of nowhere?" Frey said, "Everyone else is moving in groups, but you're wandering around all alone in this remote sand city." He answered with a headache, "That's because." Suddenly a voice interrupted, "Hunter Min?" Layla said, "The HMCS office is over there. Why are you here? The Middle East branch HQ is quite grand, so it's a great place to rest up." He replied, "We're still on free time. I'm just taking the chance to check a few things in advance. What about you, Hunter Layla?" "Oh, Stefan is off getting the clearance for the gate we'll be inspecting tomorrow, but we still haven't fully assessed the threat level yet." The main character replied, "I see." Layla looked at him and asked curiously, "Hunter Min, if you're with HMCS Korea, you must be under Director Beck, but I don't remember seeing you when I was in Korea before." He answered, "I'm a rookie. I only joined recently." She looked surprised. "Really?" Then she added, "But your aura makes me feel like I'm standing in front of a veteran hunter with 20 years of experience." The main character was startled. "She's sharp. Should I make something up?" Then he hesitantly said, Edward, the vice president mentioned that you're quite famous in the European branch." She laughed shyly. "Haha, I'm just an ordinary investigation hunter. I mostly operate in Northern Europe." The main character showed interest and said, "Northern Europe? I remember teaming up with a hunter from there not too long ago. His name was Hans Choder." Hearing that name, Layla's expression suddenly darkened. She hesitated. "Hans Choder?" With a look of surprise, she asked him, "Is it this person?" She held up a photo for him to see. He took it and replied, "That's right. I could never forget that smile. He's aged quite a bit over the last 10 years, but his face hardly changed at all." She asked, "You two knew each other?" The main character asked in surprise, "Don't tell me you're his daughter." She replied, "No, he's my uncle. I never imagined he'd know a hunter from Asia. Besides, you look about the same age as me, so I just assumed." The main character replied, "It's just that I have a baby face." She said sorrowfully, if Uncle Hans were to wake up right now, he'd be absolutely thrilled. Actually, he's been in a coma for 2 years now because of Gate syndrome. The main character was surprised. Gate syndrome. Layla explained, "Mana and the gates are still mysterious forces in this world. The same goes for unexplained infections or side effects caused by them." Uncle Hans stayed inside a gate for way too long while searching for a missing comrade during a raid. By the time the rescue team finally found him, he had already lost consciousness. Ever since that day, he's only been able to survive thanks to the skills of healer hunters. She looked incredibly heartbroken. "I want to help him as much as I can, so whenever I have free time between missions, I try to challenge higher-ranked gates. But I haven't had any luck yet." The main character spoke up, "I've heard that sometimes recovery items called elixirs appear inside gates. Is that what you're looking for?" She nodded yes. Sounds foolish, doesn't it? But even if it's just a rumor, he's the only family I have left.
While chatting, Stefan suddenly appeared. Captain, the gate clearance process is complete. They said we can depart immediately. Good, great job. She stood up and said, shall we go then? I'll drop by to see Hunter Hikari. The main character watched her leave and said, maybe I should go check on his condition as well. After that, the adventure party traveled across the sandy desert roads. Hikari looked displeased. Cough. Dust everywhere. Feels like we've been driving for a while. Are we there yet? Stefan drove and replied, almost. The GPS signal here is unstable, so navigating takes a bit more time. The sun is already high. By the time we enter the gate, it might start getting dark. Attacking at night is such a hassle. The main character said, who knows? Teleportation gates are dimensional rifts connecting different spaces. The weather, time, flora, and fauna inside are completely different from Earth. Suddenly looking worried, he added, depending on the connected dimension, it could be a paradise where the sun never sets, or a hell where not a single ray of light can pierce through. We won't know until we step inside. Hikari smirked. Who doesn't know that? Even so, most low-rank gates have ecosystems similar to Earth. In essence, a teleportation gate isn't a monster's mouth, it's merely an entrance. The main character interrupted, no. The gate also takes something away from the humans who enter it. Saying it's just an entrance is oversimplifying it, isn't it? She burst into laughter. Don't tell me you're bringing up that gate syndrome only fools believe in. Staying inside without realizing time passing, losing all your memories and identity, and ultimately becoming an empty shell. He replied, that's something only inexperienced rookies fall for. Is it really necessary to bring up such mistakes in a group full of veterans? Seriously. Sensing the tension, Layla intervened. All right, both of you need to calm down. Finally, the turbulent car ride reached its destination. The two scouted the area. The entrance is quite large. Is the rank still undetermined? I heard the Middle East branch estimated it to be an A-rank Nuna. Stefan said, it looks like the outside preparations are complete. The mana traces around here faded a long time ago. The main character thought to himself, there's nothing special outside the gate, but it feels like too many traces were unnaturally erased. At that moment, Layla spoke up, wait a minute, going solo. Hikari acted arrogant. What's left to see in a cleared area anyway? If you want to waste time, be my guest. So Hikari decided to split off. We will enter the gate immediately. The main character annoyedly said, seriously, too hasty. After saying that, the whole group had no choice but to follow her and enter together. From a distance, a group of people was secretly watching them. A mysterious scarred man said, seems it's even easier than I thought. Hee hee. They gleefully watched the main character's group enter. They willingly walked right into their own graves. After entering, Layla announced, local time, 5:40 p.m. Estimated gate rank, A. There is a total of 6 HMCS hunters rank A and above. We will commence an in-depth investigation at gate CA3 in the northern desert. Stefan said, our main job is investigating hunter crimes. It's actually a bit nerve-wracking. Layla cut him off. No, our mission isn't to clear the gate. She then placed her hand to probe the ground. Rank and description. Synchronizes internal mana with natural mana to nourish tree roots. The roots can sense surrounding mana and living organisms. Range and duration depend on the caster's capabilities. Then, from the barren desert, countless trees of life sprouted and covered the area. Layla said, our goal is to find clues about the illegal enhancement drug inside the gate. The main character was surprised. A skill that functions as both detection and defense. The range is quite impressive. She replied, for my position, I don't detect any monsters within a 30-kilometer radius. I will continue to monitor any abnormal activities, but please be careful, as my sensory range weakens toward the edges. Now let's divide the area and start a thorough investigation. She specifically emphasized to Hikari, prioritize preserving the scene. Only engage in combat if a monster shows aggressive behavior. And absolutely do not act recklessly. Is that clear? She ignored the team leader's instructions and directly said, Kumo, sweep the area. Understood. The main character took a jab at her, acting all authoritative just to boss around your subordinate. She yelled back, I heard that, you know? I'm good at much more than just scouting. Layla said, all right, fan out and start searching. Report immediately if there's anything unusual. The group scattered, saying, yeah, we know. The main character said as he walked, "What's the point of forming a team if we do this?" Frey appeared again and said, "Looking back, you really are a lone wolf, aren't you?" He immediately replied, "Shut up." While walking, he suddenly stopped and looked down. This is. It looks like someone tampered with this area beforehand. Frey also remarked, "Ugh, the dirt here feels so disgusting." He said, "Yeah, it's mixed with abnormal mana, not something naturally formed in the gate. Someone intentionally left this trace." He inspected it a bit and said, "No, this is demonic energy." After saying that, he picked up his phone. The call connected to the old man who answered, "Did you call for me, master?" He carefully instructed his subordinate outside, asking, "Yeah, how's the situation out there?" The old man replied, "As you commanded, in watching the entrance without exposing my presence. Right now, there's a suspicious group hanging around the gate." He immediately asked, "How many?" The old man said, "5 of them in total." He smiled in satisfaction. "All right, if they enter the gate, report to me immediately." The old man replied, "They don't look easy to deal with. If you need my strength, I can go in with you." He said, "No, if they call for backup and block the entrance, it'll be a huge pain. Just stay there and guard the gate." The old-timer received the order and said, "Understood." Frey was totally shocked and said, "What the hell? That old man is here too. Since when?" He replied, "Ever since I set foot in this country. He seems pretty good at moving stealthily, so I told him to tail us from a distance." Frey said unhappily, "Hey, you sure know how to work people to the bone." He calmly replied, "I told you, if you commit a crime, you have to pay the price." Now then, just what on earth did they bury underground to make it reek of such filthy demonic energy? He felt incredibly annoyed. Tisk. If the sun sets, things are going to get even more troublesome. Over at Hikari's group, the kid ran back after finishing his scouting. "I've searched the entire area, but I couldn't find a single trace of the awakening enhancement drug, not even any monsters." She said angrily, "Impossible. An unclear gate, and it's this clean." The kid continued, "But sis, the traces of battle from those using the drug and the evidence of the drug itself were found outside the gate to begin with, right? If we assume that everyone involved with this drug was wiped out in that battle..." "You mean the victims never even stepped into the gate? Even so, if they used the enhancement drug to fight, this gate shouldn't be completely empty like this." Ever since the incident, the entrance to the gate has been strictly controlled. If the victims had tried to clear the gate, they must have left some traces behind. If they never went in, at least the resources inside should still be there. She said, "There has to be something valuable inside this gate. If there's no more evidence left, we at least need to gather something worthwhile to report." She gritted her teeth in anger. "The branch director has high expectations for us, as this is a direct order from HQ. This isn't good." She thought, if this is an A-rank gate, there should at least be valuable mana stones underground. She immediately channeled her magic and chanted, "Spirits, overturn the earth." The sky immediately lit up after she summoned a massive amount of energy. Layla was worried. "What's that?" "I haven't received any notification." She ordered, "Stefan." He immediately replied, "Understood. I'll check it right away." Watching Stefan leave, she thought wearily, "Seriously, nothing is going smoothly. Should we just wrap it up here and head back?" Little did she know a group of people had already surrounded her from behind. Shifting to Hikari, the kid proudly said, "You just collapsed this entire area with a single strike. As expected, you're still way too strong." She said nonchalantly, "All right, whether it's mana stones or enhancement drugs, reveal yourselves already." However, when she looked ahead, what revealed itself wasn't mana or gems, but a pile of corpses. She shrieked at the top of her lungs. "Corpses? Are these corpses? The ground is covered in dead bodies." The kid rushed forward and said, "No, these are definitely monsters that have twisted the cycle of life and death, swallowing the darkness to ignite anew." The kid realized it in time and yelled, "They're zombies." She froze completely. "Underground ghouls?" The kid said, "That's not all. Normally undead monsters can't move in such large swarms. We have to wipe them all out before we can figure out the cause." Rank S. Description: summons the spirit of a contracted divine snake using the caster's mana. The duration and power of the summoned spirit are proportional to the amount of mana. She ordered, "Tear them to shreds." Her single strike annihilated the entire horde of zombies in front of them. She acted tough, just a bunch of corpses, but they really did startle me. A second later, she screamed in surprise, "There's more. Just how many layers of these things are piled on top of each other?" Sensing something was wrong, the kid said, "Sis, behind you." Luckily, Stefan arrived in time and took care of the rest. He was surprised. "What the hell is going on here? Where did these monsters come crawling out from?" She said, "I don't know either. Didn't you set up a detection barrier?"
How could I not detect that so many of them were buried underground? He replied, but there was absolutely no mana reaction. They must have been attracted by the loud noise. And why the hell were you messing with that area anyway? The kid chimed in, now is not the time to be pointing fingers.
Stefan yelled angrily, no, it is exactly the time for that. The kid quickly used skill, Spirit Kamatachi. Rank B. Uses mana to summon and possess the contracted Frost Weasel spirit. The possession duration is proportional to the caster's mana. The kid said, if we don't completely destroy their heads, they'll just keep getting back up. Damn it. She spoke up. My skill needs living souls to sustain itself. Gnawing on these corpse fragments won't last long. Call your team leader. Stefan said unhappily. Do I look like I have the free time for that? Stefan said, with things in such a chaotic mess, she'll definitely show up soon. Meanwhile, the kid thought exhaustedly, I have to smash every single head while they just keep coming. For those of us who specialize in wide area skills, this is the absolute worst kind of enemy. At this rate, we won't be able to hold out for long. We're in trouble. Right at that moment, he appeared and cast the Choku skill. Hikari could only stare blankly at such a massive number. He was precisely aiming for each one's head and crushing them like a sniper. This time, she was truly curious about him. Just who is that guy? And with a hint of fear, she wondered what kind of person he really was. Stefan panted exhaustedly. Ha, ha. Finally, I can catch a breath. A gate filled entirely with ghouls. No wonder the team leader's skill couldn't detect any life signs. He said, let's retreat for now and come back at dawn to launch a proper counterattack. The kid also replied exhaustedly, Sister, we should withdraw from the gate like he said. She was about to say something more, but he interrupted. Stop being stubborn. The more you rush in, the more you'll just wreck the area. You don't want to waste time, yet you're perfectly fine with pointlessly wasting your mana. She was completely disregarded by him. At that moment, the kid yelled out again, Hey, another wave is coming. Damn it, another wave exactly like the last one. Hikari asked, Hey, where is your superior? Still haven't reached him. Stefan said anxiously, and still trying to contact him, but he won't answer. To not show up in this kind of chaos. He paused. You left him behind, all by himself. Before the group could figure out what was happening, he immediately dashed off to find the team leader, saying, I'll leave the rest to you. He felt that something was wrong. He picked up his phone and called, It's me. You need to enter the gate right now. The old man took the order and said, Please give the command, sir. What should I do first? The guys outside have all entered the gate, right? Track the traces they left behind. Upon arriving, he noticed the ground was disturbed and said, It looks like one of ours got captured. Scene change, Layla was tied up and gagged. She couldn't do anything. I was completely ambushed. Those criminals had tied her up nearby. She thought anxiously. The gate entrance was heavily guarded, so how did they manage to slip in? One of them spoke up, Boss, can I kill that bitch? Looking at her just makes me want to kill her right now. Hold it in. If we want to deal with all the involved parties at once, we need bait. We cannot fail like last time. If we succeed this time, our organization, Almacht, will fully control the domestic underground market. He lectured, In this world of the awakened, where everything is ranked by power, how much do you think those low-rank hunters everywhere would pay to get this powder? If we ride this wave correctly, our organization will grow into a massive force. So put your little games on hold for now. The kid said, I know how terrifying that drug is. I saw it with my own eyes last time. But how much longer do we have to skulk around like rats and take orders from that idiot? The old man grew anxious at the mention of that guy. Watch your mouth, Robert, no matter how he looks. That monster takes pleasure in slitting his own wrists and watering the ground with his blood. Seconds later, the undead emerge and crawl at his feet. His skill is that of a necromancer. It's no joke. A skill that defies common sense by manipulating life and death. It is one of the most dangerous and forbidden summoning techniques. Just possessing it is enough to make people wary. Even I, someone who has rolled through the filthiest places, have never seen anyone dare to use this skill. He's the kind of guy who makes you wonder if he's even human anymore. We need his connections to rebuild the Almacht organization that my father left behind. Hee. Is this that drug? Boss, if I just take one sip. Stop. Do you want to end up like those dead guys outside the gate? With just a small vial like this, one skill power can explode to that of an S-rank hunter. Once you try it, you'll never be able to break free. Eventually, the body can't handle the pressure and explodes. It's like a drug that creates a momentary blazing fire, only to die out. I witnessed that hell with my own eyes right here.
Suddenly, that monster appeared with a chilling laugh. Hee hee. The old man asked him, "Where did they manufacture this?" "Hey, Ivan, we're in the same boat now, right? I think I have the right to know the supply source of this drug." His eyes glowed crimson as he spoke. "You can't even manage your own subordinates, exposing this drug to international investigation agencies, and you still dare to ask about the supply chain?" The old man said, "That was unavoidable. When dealing drugs, things going wrong a few times isn't exactly rare, right?" While she was tied up, they talked a lot. Hee hee hee. "Pretty thick-skinned, aren't you? I like thick-skinned souls, but I can't tell you the supply chain." He looked at him and said, "It would be troublesome if a stupid boss like you leaked information to even dumber subordinates, wouldn't it?" The young subordinate shot up and said, "You! How dare you talk to our boss like that?" Just then a voice interrupted, "Oh my goodness, why so noisy?" The demi-demon woman appeared and said, "Making a fuss is asking for trouble. Those investigators are snooping around outside. Shouldn't you keep quiet, Ivan?" "Hee hee, Crow, why are you here?" She looked at him and said, "It seems you're doing unnecessary things. I don't want to interfere with your business, but shouldn't you stop these stunts that are putting the entire demon faction in danger?" With a savage look on his face, he said, "Ha! Is that from the outdated leader again? Hee hee. If it gets too troublesome, we can just kill them all. Tell them not to worry." She replied, "Ivan, you only play with corpses, so you don't really understand humans, do you? The bond between them is very persistent and troublesome." Crow stepped closer to Layla and said, "This person will pose a danger." He replied, "I'm going to keep her alive a little longer. Just until I deal with all the involved parties." She cut him off. "No, I'm talking about you, Ivan, not her. Even if it's a bit late, think carefully. Are they really on our side?" Ivan watched her leave with a displeased expression. He sneered, "You can only hide and watch." Meanwhile, the nosy kid asked, "Boss, who exactly are those people?" The old man quickly replied, "Shut up. It's best to pretend we didn't see anything. Anyway, that tied-up woman and the investigators outside the gate probably won't survive until morning." Scene change. The rest of the group was wandering inside the gate. They had rushed out earlier without thinking, and now the entire path was littered with ghoul corpses. If Hunter Min hadn't gone ahead and cleared some out, would be in serious danger. It would be better to go out and call for backup. Hikari said angrily, "No, we have to keep going. We can't just lose like this." At that moment, the younger boy pulled her back and called out, "Sis." Turns out Siwoo was nearby and said, "Why did you follow me all the way here?" Even they looked at him in surprise. "Why are you here?" "Hunter Min, where is the team leader?" Siwoo said, "She's not where she was. There are signs of a struggle around, so it looks like she was taken. I found it. There's a faint mana reaction coming from that direction." "Taken? By who?" Siwoo replied, "The summoner who created these ghouls." Stefan blamed himself. "No way. She got captured that easily?" Siwoo turned around and said, "Then do you think these ghouls just appeared out of nowhere? If you're scared, just stay here. Try to hold off the ones running away." Terrified group clung to him. "Wait, Hunter Min. So that means there's both a ghoul summoner and kidnappers inside?" Siwoo replied, "Probably. I've already taken care of about 4 guards around this area." Hikari said, "Ah, what's that weird smell?" The two walked and scouted. "It's deeper inside than I thought. Was the team leader dragged all the way in here?" From a distance, someone spoke up in surprise. "What's this? You came here yourselves, saving us the trouble of looking for you." They looked at him and said, "Thanks for offering yourselves up." Seeing them, Siwoo's group angrily shouted, "You invading bastards! How dare you exhaust her like this? You eat government rice and still have no manners? Usually, you should introduce yourselves first." On the other side, he sneered, "You wet behind the ears, brats." He channeled his magic, then said, "Azure Wolf." A magic circle formed on the ground around him and lit up. He yelled, "I'll show you how much you regret stepping in here." Siwoo looked at this chaotic scene and found it incredibly annoying. Before him was a chaotic spectacle of both sides rushing in, throwing punches and using magic to take each other down. Hikari thought anxiously, "The space is too tight. If I summon Kagu Suchi here, the whole cave will collapse and everyone will be in danger. I can't just stand still. Right, I have to use this chaos to find Hunter Layla." Ugly Ivan appeared. Hee hee. Just as I thought, leaving the job to them means they'll inevitably miss a spot. Hikari screamed, "Get out of the way, you rude bastard." He reached out to attack her and said, "You really are hopeless." At that moment, the younger boy yelled out anxiously, "Sis." Hearing the desperate cry of "Sis," Siwoo immediately spun around. He instantly activated his immense power, blasting Ivan away from Hikari. He said, that was a really strong recoil just now. I wonder if the output just increased a bit. Frey groaned weakly. Erg, I want to throw up. Suwoo said with concern, take a break. I'll handle the rest. The zombies rushed toward Ivan after Suwoo used his control skill. Now, go meet your maker. He cursed while defending himself. Damn it. Finally, an explosion went off, painting the sky red. After dropping the bomb, he said, all right then, I won't hold back anymore. But unexpectedly, Suwoo was faster and appeared right behind him. Do you have anything else to show off? Ivan looked at Suwoo in slight fear. A speed-boosting skill. Since when did you activate it? He said, thanks for breaking the wall, then delivered a lightning-fast punch to him. The monster felt as if he had gone blind. Suwoo took the guy down. But another figure appeared and said, long time no see. Suwoo was surprised. That person was Crow. I thought you wouldn't interfere until the end. Turns out we're not allowed to kill. She said, he might not look like much, but he's actually a pretty important figure. Once he outlives his usefulness, you can grill or fry him as you please, so can you let him go this time? I really don't want to clash with someone as strong as you. Suwoo thought to himself, unlike the ones who died earlier, this guy is deeply involved in drug distribution, and his personality alone is enough to cause trouble later. I want to deal with him right now, but I need to prioritize what's more important first. The adventuring party down there is heavily injured. Besides, she's definitely stronger than that necromancer. In that case, he asked her, are you guys this kind of filthy species, like demi-demons or something? She replies, oh my, you know so much about us. But you're wrong. The moderate faction has been in power for a while now. This incident was entirely caused by this child taking a request without permission, acting arbitrarily in our name. I don't even know who made that request. He doesn't believe her and says, don't talk nonsense. You mean you're involved in what he did and still don't know who's behind it? She brushes off the connection and replies, involved? No, we only intervened because we had to save this child. We also just found out what he was doing not long ago. Then she continues, I know you have many questions, but The main character thinks for a moment and says, fine. If you're not the main mastermind, then it doesn't matter. There won't be a second time. She laughs happily. Oh my, you believe me that easily? He replies, I already read your mana wave limit. When you lie, that wave distorts. She pouts visibly. So honest. He says again, last question. When you say we, who exactly is that? At this moment, she smiles faintly. I guess I should answer now. We are called Is. After saying that, she immediately disappears. He thinks to himself, so the anti-demon faction itself isn't deeply involved in this incident. If it was just for money, no one would deliberately choose the anti-demon race, who are naturally hostile to humans, as pawns. That guy. I felt an abnormal source of power, but it wasn't mana. It was a type of energy I couldn't recognize, something I'd never seen in the demon world. Is, huh? Looks like I'll have to investigate them too. As soon as he lands, Layla says, thank you all for saving us. As the captain, I feel so ashamed. First of all, let's leave the gate. We've been here too long, like this. Captain, please don't push yourself. Hikari rushes up, looks at him and says, we must clean up first, that necromancer, He replies, he ran away, ambushed. Layla repeatedly takes the blame. I'm sorry, I let my guarded down. The group says, at least everyone is safe, that's a consolation. Let's get out of the gate first, then figure it out. He thinks to himself, that's why going solo is still easier. Well, not entirely solo. Then he says, this guy is always with me, right, Free? Answering him is silence. He's extremely worried, constantly calling out to Free mentally but getting no response. Time passes. 2 days later at the HMCS headquarters. Ghouls? I've never even heard of necromancers. And now you're telling me they aren't even the main culprits. Yeah, judging by how they spoke, it seems this is just the beginning. Damn it, I was too complacent. I just thought this was a routine site inspection. I really owe you a favor. No one could have foreseen what happened to the dispatch team. It's a relief that no one was seriously injured. Yeah, thanks to you, everyone could go right back to work, especially Hunter Hikari. If it weren't for you, things would have been really bad. As expected, the former Mad Dog's skills are as sharp as ever. All right, there's nothing urgent right now, right? I'm heading back to Korea. If you find any new clues, call me. Going back already? We'll see each other soon, but you should at least say goodbye to the other members. Nah, I'm busy. I came to thank you for healing me. Next time I'll be someone who can actually help. Yeah, whatever you say. Ever since that day, Free still hasn't woken up. I don't have any issues using the skills I learned through Frez abilities. My mana flow and core recovery are both stable, nothing abnormal at all. Free, you bastard, how long are you planning to sleep?
HMCS International Headquarters. According to the report, an organization named Almacht has been secretly trafficking illegal enhancement drugs in the area. They don't produce the drugs directly, and with the death of their leader, who held the central role, the network has almost been severed. Nevertheless, there are still remnants scattered in the market, so continued crackdowns are necessary. What's the situation with the gate? It was severely damaged by the internal battles. According to reports, the gate itself is no longer of value and will soon be closed following protocol. This is really troublesome. If the former president's faction accuses us of ruining the scene, then... Sigh, that again? Vice President, you know it very well, the former president's faction now practically controls the entire headquarters. Especially Cargill Wan, their most influential bodyguard. A semi-special rank hunter, he's always eyeing your seat. We have to minimize any loopholes that could be exploited. Oh my, I forgot to knock. Long time no see, Vice President Edwin. Cargill Wan's semi-special rank hunter, HMCS International Headquarters. I heard you've been very busy with the illegal drug investigation, but it seems the results aren't as expected. What are you implying? Don't play dumb. The rumors are everywhere. I heard you brought a nameless hunter from a faraway Asian country into the investigation team, and then he returned with absolutely nothing from the scene. You're mistaken. That team was attacked right at the gate of the scene, and they managed to subdue the attacker in time. Wan says even so, what they found was just a small organization unable to trace the supply chain or the production source. But still, this investigation has dragged on for way too long, hasn't it? He continues, so I have a proposal. Let's make the investigation into Awakener enhancement drugs public. Hearing this, Blackwood finds it incredibly ridiculous. He says if we make this public, even ordinary people who have never known about this drug will be curious. The demand will explode. Are you prepared for those consequences? Old Wan replied, that can be resolved by quickly identifying and eradicating the supply source, right? Actually, the current higher-ups probably already know about the investigation, even though it hasn't been made public. Oh well, we should also hear what the other semi-special rank hunters think. I wonder, whose opinion will be valued more? And so Black told our main guy over the phone, S.O. There's a chance the investigation into illegal awakening enhancement drugs will soon become public. If that happens, it'll cause chaos on a global scale. We don't have much time left. I was planning to end this personally, but its roots run deeper than I thought. Meanwhile, his two disciples were gossiping. Is there really a necromancer summoning ghouls? Definitely. I saw it with my own eyes. On the other end of the line, Wood said, Oh, right, about what you asked me to investigate. We're still tracking down Pandemonium and but information on them is extremely scarce. Our main guy replied, It's fine. I didn't expect immediate results anyway. Wood carefully brought up something more important, about the gate we had investigated. After you returned, we sent a large-scale investigation team there, and just as you reported, the gate is completely worthless, a far cry from the original assessment. When it was first discovered, corpses were piled up around the entrance, so the initial assessment might have been hasty. But still. Normally, after being completely looted, gates will become empty. But the strange thing is, there's not a single monster left in this gate, except for a few ghouls. Even if someone sneaked in to farm monsters, it just doesn't make sense. The Necromancer and the Almac gang that attacked you might have cleared out the gate beforehand. He asked our main guy, What do you think? He said, Gates are interdimensional spatial rifts, unaffected by the normal laws of space. They appear randomly with no warning signs at all, predicting where an empty gate will appear and then using it to transport illegal enhancement drugs. Even with a Supreme Mage, it's unthinkable. Then he said, Unless, that gate isn't actually a real gate. What if that empty gate is merely an incredibly elaborate spatial illusion, mimicking a real gate to serve as a transportation hub? Hearing this, Black burst out laughing. Haha, that's too far-fetched. I was just throwing a hypothesis out there.
Regardless, your instincts have always been pretty sharp. I'll look into that position a bit more. You still have the authority to investigate, so please continue to assist with the illegal awakening enhancement drugs case.
The disciples walked over to the main guy and said, "Done with your call? Long time no see. How about a light 3-on-1 spar?" The tactful old man said, "Can't you see he's exhausted? Be quiet." Beside them, the timid Volk said, "I'll sit this one out." The old man immediately stopped him, saying, "Where do you think you're sneaking off to? If one bails, the whole group takes a beating." Our main guy answered, "Hamin, it was just stretching my muscles a bit at the time." The scene shifts to the bustling city center, where everyone is happily dancing together. A mysterious figure approached the VIP room and said, "I have business inside. Can you let me through?" The bouncer recited the passphrase, "Darkness has no color." The man replied, "Only red blood resembles them." They immediately recognized the hidden code and stepped back to let him enter. Someone was already waiting inside. He said, "Long time no see. Is everything going well on your end?" He replied, "Yes. By the way, is the great sage coming with you?" The tattooed guy said, "With the drug investigation in Korea getting stricter, we'll be limiting our movements for a while. After this deal, we'll also temporarily suspend trading operations." Hearing that, he immediately snapped his fingers and said, "Understood. We'll send someone to escort you back." He replied, "I wasn't planning on heading back right away anyway. There's still a lot to clean up after this deal." A subordinate appeared and lit a cigarette for him. He slowly said, "Ever since the new batch arrived, everything has been a mess. Damn cops. No idea what's gotten into them." Right then, another man wearing a strange mask arrived. "Oh, you're here. Long time no see." Red-haired Juan said curtly, punctual as always, clown. He immediately ordered his subordinate to fetch the goods. Then they chatted together. "Apologies for dumping such a huge bottom on you. We got cut off in Korea before we could distribute, but the great sage insisted." The clown laughed eerily. "Hee hee, it's quite all right. As long as I can sell it all, it's fine." The guy brought out a briefcase and said, "This is the VIP stuff. Want to check it?" As soon as it opened, the clown was extremely pleased with the mysterious goods inside. Wow, what a breathtaking sight to behold. The next day, when our main guy returned to the company for work, people were whispering. "Heard the news? About Hunter Min. Rumor has it he's on a business trip to HQ this time." "Really? Is that why the vice president of HQ visited recently?" "What kind of connection is that? Is he being backed, or maybe he's a parachuted nepotism hire?" "No way." Just then, Jong-gu appeared, and upon seeing our main guy, he yelled, "Hey, you're here. Did you happen to see the documents?" Our main guy suddenly had something to do, so he ran off immediately. Upon arriving, he saw two people arguing noisily. He signaled for them to be quiet. Turns out he had overheard their conversation. Rumor has it there's extremely top-tier stuff here, yet it's all just old junk. Those two said, "Extremely top-tier stuff. Bullshit. The world's turned upside down, awakened bastards running wild, and now they're even brewing specialized drugs for them. It's disgusting. So what? You can make a fortune smuggling that shit. You have zero morals. I've been hustling in this business for 15 years. Living like that will only get you killed early." "Hey, did you hear Jang Chuyen came to Korea?" "That's exactly why I dragged myself all the way here. It's been months already." Our main guy immediately showed up and asked, Who's Jang Chuyen?" Those two flinched and looked at the three people. What the hell? Our main guy got closer and said, "I have no interest in drugs. I was just passing by, you drug smugglers." And so he recounted the whole thing. An investigation into illegal enhancement drugs for the awakened? Looks like it's finally out in the open, huh? Jung-gu said, "You already knew about this." "So, the whole business trip too. Was it because of this? Even if it's a top-secret investigation, they should have given us a heads up. Not even the branch director knew, and now it's become a full-blown emergency." Our main guy, displeased, said, "Well, I was told to keep it a secret, so I just followed orders. What's wrong?" Jong-gu cried a river in response, looking at it. "This doesn't seem okay at all." Then he said, "You had a regular employee cooperate in the investigation, while the branch director was completely clueless. Even though regular employees don't know, the team leaders already figured out that you went to HQ." Right at the climax, an employee approached and called the team leader. She hesitated. The branch director is calling for you. Hunter Min, too." So the two of them entered the room to meet the branch director. With a tense face, he said, "As everyone knows, the headquarters has sent a major joint investigation request to every country. An illegal drug known as an awakener enhancement drug, used to boost skills. Hunter Min, you probably confirmed the details during your last business trip, right? Our main guy said, that is correct. The director asked, but what exactly happened on that trip? He agonizingly screamed, and why are they only targeting the Korean branch and demanding results? Witnessing this scene, the two of them suddenly froze in shock. The director clutched his head and rocked back and forth, sob. Anyone can see we're being played! Results, results, that's all they ever scream about. Where else in the world is as clean of illegal drugs as South Korea? What kind of achievements do they expect from such a tiny country? He said in complete despair, and the person who contacted us wasn't Vice President Edward either, but someone from the former president's faction, which makes it even more infuriating. What on earth is going on? If we get dragged into this, we're doomed. Our main guy then awkwardly replied, well, should I just quit? The director instantly flipped his attitude like a pancake and said, no, absolutely not. Even if you get promoted and move up to headquarters later on, you must always remember that you came from the Korean branch. Got it? Then he sighed again. Sigh. Ultimately, the HMCS Korean branch must put on an exceptionally outstanding performance in this illegal enhancement drug investigation. We have to produce the best possible results. Therefore, Hwang Jong-gu. From now on, our Gangbook branch will be an awakener training ground. Jong-gu was stunned. Huh? The director said, did you hear me clearly? If your team doesn't produce results this time, the entire Korean branch will get a bad name. Of course, other teams will also investigate the enhancement drugs, but the key cases and major suspicious areas will be handed over to Gangbuk. Consider this an opportunity for promotion. Jung-gu said with a headache, but director, the other teams are definitely going to protest fiercely. The director gave him a judging look and said, since when did your team care about that? Hunter Min, if the headquarters continues to send joint investigation requests in the future, I will approve your business trips at any time. But until then, please focus on domestic investigations. Our main guy said, I understand. The director said in satisfaction, all right, then, the first case for the Awakener Enhancement Drug Investigation Team begins. Right now, it's already started. The director reassured them. No need to be surprised. I already had the data department prepare all the recent suspicious cases. Thinking of the data department, he thought to himself, I'm sorry, Songa. In short, at a large abandoned warehouse on Manhwa Island, many suspicious activities have been detected. It was originally known as a drug trafficking hub, but lately a lot of unfamiliar faces have appeared. It seems to have become a distribution center, drawing people in from other provinces and cities as well. And it looks like even awakened criminals are going there to cause trouble. There have been quite a few casualties, and various large and small disturbances are still happening now. Jung-gu replied, with a scale like that, our team probably won't be able to handle it. The director immediately said, so I already sent a backup request to a private guild. They also know a bit about this case, so getting approval from headquarters wasn't too difficult. You all just need to focus on getting results. Looking at the sheer volume of information in front of him, our main guy was incredibly curious. A private guild? And so he traveled to the abandoned warehouse. Contrary to expectations, he said with an annoyed face, I knew it. It's you too. The private guild they mentioned sending the backup request to was Yo Hua and his younger brother. Yo Hua was extremely happy to see him and said, who else did you expect to show up? Of course I had to come. The younger brother replied, sigh. Why do you always get tangled up in such massive incidents, Hyung? Our main guy looked at the two of them and said, so-called guild masters. Hey, do you guys have too much free time to come here in person? The two of them said in unison, do you really think I came here because I'm bored? By the way, did you come alone? Where's your team? They're on observation duty. Dragging a huge crowd in would just get in the way. They're standing outside ready to catch anyone trying to escape. Yo-Hwa said, but honestly, half the people in here are probably just ordinary civilians. Most of them likely just came to buy regular awakening support drugs. Maybe those fights between awakened criminals are just the drug dealers brawling among themselves or the bouncers clashing with each other. Our main guy replied, anyway, as long as we're here, we can conveniently clean them up a bit. The two, who were always bickering, said, that spot over there is definitely the main trading area. Should we go check it out? Hold on, if we just charge in through the front, a lot of targets will easily slip away. It's best to infiltrate first, grasp the situation inside, and then launch a surprise ambush. Then when are we actually going to make a move?
It's best to just wipe them out right from the start. The scene shifted and a mysterious man said, "Is this the merchandise?" Another guy picked up the drug and said, "Yeah, imported stuff, 100% pure, without a trace of impurities. With just one dose, you could easily crush most B-rank hunters like it's nothing. Are you sure this is the entire batch? Of course, it's limited edition, not exactly easy to come by."
And what about side effects? He said, "It's clean stuff, barely addictive, just use it when necessary. You probably investigated thoroughly before coming to me, right? It's a new drug, so don't spread the word. We came to this filthy underground spot for a reason." Hearing this, the red-haired guy said, "Ah, I understand." While trading, there was suddenly a loud noise nearby. "Did you not hear that sound just now?" The blue-haired guy said warily, "I definitely just heard something." The red-haired guy just felt annoyed. Who would come all the way down here? It's probably just rats or something. Anyway, there have been some weird rumors about this factory lately. They say something bizarre has been appearing in the underground pipes. Saying that, he approached the door. Just as he was about to open the door, he suddenly saw a hand appear. The two punks screamed in sheer terror, a ghost. But our main guy pushed the door open, stepped inside, and said, "Not a ghost." He shot out a beam of ice, slamming them forcefully into the wall. He was carrying a little kid in his arms. After casting the spell, he replied, "It's a human." Then he gently set the kid down on the ground and said, "Hide in there. They'll call you when I'm done." He also patted the kid's head and said, "Thanks for finding them for me." After speaking, he approached them and said, "All right, what's this divine merchandise you guys are hiding so well? Let me have a look." He walked over, kicked them a few times, and said, "Hey, aren't you going to get up? Hey." Then he worriedly thought to himself, "Did I throw them too hard?" Looking at the drug on the ground, he realized, so it has already snuck into South Korea. Suddenly, an assassin rushed at him from behind, stomping hard on our main guy's head, then said, "A damn rat crawled all the way here." Then two guys appeared from behind and said, "How did they find this place? Did the junkies catch wind of it?" The scar guy said, "No, this abandoned factory just started operating today. There must be a mole." He stepped on the main character and said, "Contact squads 4, 0, and 10. Get rid of this rat's corpse." Still alive on the ground, the main character stealthily used his poison fang skill. A magic circle immediately appeared on the ground. A bright light flashed, and the assassin instantly jumped off him. The main character was quite surprised. "Faster than I thought." He takes hits well and doesn't panic when counterattacked. He's clearly very used to this kind of combat. He asked them, "Who sent you?" The assassin facing him also sensed something off. That skill just now, and how he recovered without a scratch. He's no ordinary guy. The group said, "Playing dead, you coward." The main character retorted, "Yeah? And hiding on the ceiling is noble, I suppose." The main character immediately used a binding skill and said, "I asked first." The scarred guy said, "Well now, you're too agitated. Calm down. You must have heard the rumors and rushed here." Behind his back, his hand was also stealthily casting a spell. He used Lion's Roar to counterattack and shouted, "If you want to buy, get in line." The other two were instantly crushed by the immense pressure from the main character, causing them excruciating pain. The main character said, "Telling me to get in line? Bullshit. I wouldn't want it even if you gave it away for free. Squad 4, Squad 10, what's the situation?" Meanwhile, seeing them create a blue circle, he smirked and said, "A defensive skill, huh? Fair enough. Might as well test my strength while I'm at it." He then applied a bit more force. The two guys in the back couldn't take it and screamed, "What the hell is that? Hell bleed to death before he can even use a skill." The other guy had broken ribs, 3 of them. "Damn it! We won't last long at this rate," they yelled. "Show him the resolve of the Demon Slayer Legion." Finally, unable to endure it, one of them grabbed a vial of the mutation drug and said, "Bastard! Can't believe you're forcing me to use the trash that losers rely on." After saying that, the two immediately drank it. Their bodies transformed instantly. He yelled, "I'm gonna crush you into dust." He directly shattered the protective circle and roared, "Die!" The main character was rather surprised. Their strength really did increase. "I'll blow your skull off." Then he yelled, "Blooming flower!" The power output now is on a completely different level. He looked at them with disdain and said, "What's wrong? Can't survive without your drugs now?" The group below went crazy and shouted, "Shut the hell up!" The main character clasped his hands together and cast Black Coffin. A cubic box appeared surrounding him. He felt a bit concerned because there was still one more guy. The scarred guy looked at him and burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Gotcha! You're dead meat this time! Squad 4, Squad 10, crush him!" At this critical moment, a girl appeared and used a skill, Rising Wind.
The scarred guy was immediately shot through the face with a fire arrow. She slowly said, "Honestly, we always have to chase after you." It was Yohua who said, "Let us join in, master." She continued, "People who use that drug are indeed abnormally strong, but it's still nothing compared to an S-rank hunter," as they had already beaten the guys below to a pulp. The main character asked curiously, "How did you guys know and get here so fast?" "Well, Yohua suddenly ran after you, saying she had to follow you no matter what." She shyly denied it. "What? I never said that." Then she added, quite surprised, "Anyway, when I came down, that kid pointed the way for me." The little kid hiding behind the door said, 3 against 1 isn't fair. Fight fair and square." So the kid went to find 2 more people for him. He patted the kid's head and said, "Is that so? Thanks." Yohua spoke up, "A bit late to ask, but who exactly is this kid?" He replied, "It's a bit complicated. I'll explain everything once we're done here." Sejun said, "Right? There's no way a kid could survive in a place like this." Sejun conducted an inspection. The illegal enhancement drugs have finally flooded into South Korea. I've heard some rumors, but this is my first time seeing users up close. He won't just explode immediately, right? I'm guessing he relied on the explosive power and kept upping the dosage, resulting in his body breaking down, leading to death. The main character said, "Have you guys heard of the Demon Slayer group?" But Sejun immediately dismissed it. "No, these guys are probably just bodyguards hired from the exchange, right?" The main character added, "Even so, aren't they way too strong? All 3 are at least mid-tier A-rank hunters, and they seem very experienced in killing. There's a high chance they were sent directly from the production site of those illegal drugs, like an assassination syndicate similar to Bestia." Sejun replied, "If it's Bestia, is it the organization Min Jun said was involved with Pandemonium? Does that guy also suspect demons are behind this?" The main character said, "Yeah, but it's just a hunch for now. Pandemonium, the artificial gates. It's hard to explain all this with just human power. Could someone in the human underworld be colluding with demons to cause this?" Yohua checked for a while and said, "Come to think of it, Mad Dog disappearing from the public eye for the last 10 years is really strange. No matter how much time has passed, he was still one of the 3 pillars of South Korea. If all this is true, things will get out of hand. It could be the seed for another war between demons and humans." The main character approached the corpse. What's more, these bastards number themselves, which means there must be at least 10 of them. Anyway, those 2 junkies are still breathing, so we can slowly interrogate them in prison. If you're going to strike, you have to kill them cleanly. The kid very sharply realized something was wrong. "Hyung, it's dangerous." Fortunately, the main character saved him just in time. A group of people suddenly appeared and said unhappily, "Humans who don't finish things decisively won't live long. I'll show you what a clean finish is." The main character was surprised. Are those the rest of them? Do they move in evens and odds? Behind him, the younger brother Sejun quickly used stealth. He briefly thought, this mana level is completely different from the ones we've faced before. They must be at least A+ rank. The main character stepped forward and said, "You came at the perfect time, you drug dealers." He rested his hands like an old man and said, "Are you the boss?" Opposite him, the guy secretly evaluated the main character's group, the guild master of the Blue Flower and the Empire Guild. Has he sniffed out something? The main character glanced over and felt, I don't know who the guy in the middle is, but the other 2 are S-rank hunters. I have to deal with them right here. The guy replied to him, "Whether I'm the boss or not is none of your business. You're going to die anyway." After saying that, they charged at him. Sejun said, "Leave them to us," while Yohua raised her bow and said, "I'll support you." The chaotic battle ensued. The main character said disdainfully, "Your martial arts look quite familiar, but you're very clumsy. Was your master an amateur?" Triggered by the insult to his respected master, he yelled, "How dare you?" Then the 2 clash and powerful blue lightning bolts flash around them like slashes. She shot an arrow and called out, "Master, are you okay?" Hit by her arrow, he screamed in pain. "Ugh, bastards." From behind, an assassin lunged and said, "You don't have time to look away." Fortunately, Sejun behind them dealt with the mob in time and said, "Nuna, leave the weak ones to us." Sejun turned to the main character and scolded, Stop dawdling and get up already. Hyung. At this time, the main character looked bewildered and said, that guy is using a really weird technique. He tried to calm himself down, rubbed his head, and said, whatever, enough talking. The main character smiled and thought, but it's true, my body remembers it now. The feeling of fighting together. Back then they were messy and disorganized, but then they became smooth, solid, and overwhelming. The main character turned to his bruised younger brother and said, are you two done warming up? Yohwa smiled and said, 10 minutes. The main character stood up, full of energy, and said, that's right, we'll take them down in 10 minutes. He shot forward like an arrow and said, you've been luring my attacks this whole time. That right hand strike earlier, was that your skill? He said with extreme hot-headedness, you talk too much, just shut up. The main character quietly analyzed, gathering and reflecting the opponent's attack energy. Then came the scene where the main character kneed him, saying a counterattack skill. The guy was kicked in the arm, suffering excruciating pain. Damn it. The main character, after crippling his hands, said in satisfaction, looks like you can't use it anymore. In pain, he couldn't believe his eyes. How could a mediocre guy like you reach the Asura realm? The main character rushed over, the red aura around him forming silk-like strands. He said, that's obvious. He punched him hard and said, because in the one who created that technique. The main character said arrogantly, is it that hard to understand? For someone who just clings to a single awakening skill to survive, it must be hard. Mana can change infinitely depending on how you use your energy core. When those forms are systematized and named, they become Asura. I didn't expect it to spread and become an entire martial arts sect. Realizing things were going wrong, he shouted, at this rate, we're going to be pushed back. We have to create a chance to retreat. Number 1, get over here now. The main character chased right behind him and said, hey, don't get distracted, scaring him to death. A second later, he delivered a heavy blow that sent him flying into the wall. The main character approached and picked up the mutant drug vial. The main character moved closer to him and said, I only answered because you asked. But since you clearly have no intention of listening, now it's my turn to ask. You're the only one left who can still talk. He continuously yelled, damn it, this is pure madness. What the hell are you? The main character got closer to him and said, so you didn't hear a thing, did you? I just told you. Now it's my turn to ask. Then he shoved the drug into his throat and said, oh, why are you holding back now? Didn't you feed this to your underlings without hesitation? Isn't this the new product you guys are so proud of? He tried to spit it out in disgust while being force-fed, and the main character continued. Right, because you know exactly what it is. You dare not swallow it. If you don't want to die, spit it out. Who made this? Who is distributing everything? He opened his mouth and said, it's obviously a knockoff. Whatever you do, it's useless now. The strong survive, the weak are devoured. Ever since the gates opened, this world only values the power of awakening skills. If it makes you stronger, you drink it whether it's medicine or poison, right? Do you think wiping out a few dealers will end this? He yelled, this world is already rotten. A similar drug will just appear again. The weak will forever be swallowed by the strong. If that's the case, isn't burning brightly, even for just a moment, a blessing? The main character grabbed his neck. That sounds very philosophical. So, according to your logic, what then? You're still weaker than me. His eyes immediately rolled back and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Cough. The main character used his healing skill on him, continuing, now I'll ask you one more time. You better answer before you really get devoured. Who created that illegal enhancement drug? Seeing Suwoo torture the culprit like this, the two of them freeze stiff. At this moment, Sejun hesitantly speaks up, Nuna. I understand why you feel that way after everything that happened, but don't you think he has changed a lot compared to 10 years ago? Yohwa gives a sorrowful smile and says, yeah, he's stronger and more ruthless. She continues, they say 10 years here equals 100 years in that world. 100 years in a place where he didn't know anyone. Of course he would change. Sejun says in disbelief, but right now, he's like someone who came back after losing something. Sometimes it's as if he's not even human anymore. Yohwa looks at Siwoo, but Master's true nature remains unchanged. No matter what he lost, I believe he will find it again. At this moment, Siwoo finishes his business and appears behind them out of nowhere. What did I lose? Sejun replies, it's nothing. Did you find out anything? Siwoo wipes the blood from his mouth and says, honestly, not much. This time, the drug was distributed simultaneously across multiple regions, and the hub for Asia is in China. Sejun says with a headache, he exploded from the inside before he could say anything else. It must be a mana oath or some kind of secrecy pact. Let's head back first. Maybe Jong-gu got something out of the remnants out there. Then he turns to Yo-hwa and asks, what about this kid? She says, bring the kid along. We'll try to find the parents, and if we can't, I'll find someone to take care of them. Suwoo walks behind, deep in thought. If we don't handle this in time, the drug will spread out of control. They definitely took a risk to speed up the process because they realized HMCS was closing in. If so, the abandoned factory might just be a decoy. Since they said China is the main distribution hub for Asia, there must be a separate control point for the Korean region. The scene shifts to the private club, Nara. Inside, the tattooed guy is making a mysterious deal. He's surprised to hear his subordinates say, "What? The abandoned factory?" That's right. HMCS surrounded and raided it. Because of that, we've lost contact with Mr. Liu and most of the Oni Slayer squad who were at the factory. He's quite worried about his subordinate. What about Chu? In front of the bulletin board, he's very worried because he hasn't heard anything from his twin brother. But he's still holding his ground under Daesung's orders. The red-haired guy yells, "Damn it," and throws everything up. I was even planning to fly home tomorrow. At this moment, he's terrified when a phone call comes in. He picks up, his face covered in sweat. Daesung, what's going on? On the other end of the line, Daesung says, I heard the operation in Korea is running into trouble. He replies, that's right. As you ordered, we launched it simultaneously in multiple regions. It seems the rats have caught wind of it. Daesung says coolly, I know. Then he says over the phone, we were the ones who leaked the information to those HMCS fools. The red-haired guy is dumbfounded. Huh? What did you say? Daesung says from the other end, the drug has already been distributed all over the country. Even if we lose a few trading spots, it's only a matter of time before we control the entire market. We should throw them a few bones, let them focus on those abandoned factories for a while longer. He orders, Clown will handle the distribution. As for you, keep pushing the goods out. Do it even if it's risky. He says anxiously, Daesung, if we push this hard, they'll trace it back to us soon. We've already lost contact with Liu and the Onis at the factory. The other guy interrupts him, don't worry about that. They've all signed life-binding mana oaths. Even if they fall into the hands of HMCS, they won't confess anything. Besides, all the truly strong hunters in Korea died 10 years ago, so just hold your position. The man named Daesung had calculated his moves extremely carefully. Then he pieces everything together and tells the tattooed guy from Nara. And so everything goes according to the mastermind's plan. Many dealers, distributors, and civilian addicts at the abandoned factory were arrested. The trading spot was destroyed. Normally, this would be a massive achievement. But the crowd is truly suspicious, saying, were the people selling the illegal awakening drugs really wiped out completely? At the HMCS branch director's office, Jong-gu says, well, they said there was no other choice. The users had crossed the line and completely lost control. That's what they said. Even so, we still confiscated quite a few drug samples. And discovering that the distribution source started from China is also a huge success. The director looks dissatisfied. You had such high-level intelligence, and this is all you managed to do. Jong-gu argues, no, director. What else should we have done? Should we have directly confronted the Empire Guild or the Guild Master of Blue Flower to hold them accountable? He turns around. What about the other teams? Any discoveries? Our team is still investigating, but currently there are almost no clues and it feels like everyone is starting to retreat and lay low. The gray-haired guy replies, the southern team only found one suspected drug user, but the resistance was too fierce, so he got away. He sighs, then furiously slams his hand on the desk. Do you people really deserve your paychecks? What the hell are you even doing out there? But director, has this illegal drug really spread? We're already busy dealing with awakened criminals on a daily basis. He yells even more furiously. What? Do you think HQ is just trying to scare us? Don't you know the Japanese branch is also in chaos over this? That's true, but... He tortures everyone's ears. I've said it time and time again. The Korean branch is being scrutinized down to the last detail. Even if we get the basic drug, we can't analyze it. We can only send everything to HQ. What, are we going to accuse the Chinese branch with just a few speculations and no proof? What am I supposed to say at the international branch directors meeting with these pathetic results? The group whispers, this HQ obsession. He's been blinded by ambition. Exactly. Just because he saw a famous rookie, he jumped right in, and look how that turned out. He turns and asks, where is Hunter Min? Where is he right now?
He said he had too many things to take care of and took the day off.
Standing in front of a giant house, Yo-Hwa asks, "Do you like it, master?" Suwoo is surprised. "Yeah, I like it, but can I really accept this?" She says, "Of course, after everything you've done to take care of us. It's about time you had your own place." His younger brother adds, "You have a lot of people living with you now, too." Those two also used to live in the office. Hunter Chu Ha-min visits frequently as well. "And you also said you were going to adopt that kid, right?" He says, I did look around a bit, but since she's a natural awakened, I think she'd have a hard time adjusting anywhere else." Yo-Hwa pats the kid's head and says, "These days, being born awakened without going through the tutorial tower, that's a rare talent. Shion, make sure to listen to Master. I'll visit every day." The kid, who also really likes her, says, "The red-haired sister is so cool." Sejun says, "I'll come every day too, even though I've moved in with Nuna now. With the billions poured into this place, this is basically my second home anyway." Yo-Hwa said, "Shion, want to go take a look inside with me?" The main character was incredibly surprised. Goodness, these kids. Is this what they planned from the beginning? Wow. So this is going to be our new secret base. He remembered back then, they would have been so ecstatic with his house. "It's even bigger than I thought. Does everyone get their own private room?" His subordinate rejoiced. "You didn't just casually occupy some house during wartime, right? That's highly possible. I mean, where would my brother get the money to buy a place like this?" And a younger brother he loved dearly, the long-haired kid, said, "Our goal is to wipe out those demons, so why do we have to live so close to each other like this?" The main character ruffled the kid's hair. "You have to be within my reach so I can protect all of you. No matter what happens, I will protect my people. That is my absolute belief. Hyung, stop scowling and come inside. There are even beds in here." The long-haired kid said shyly, "We're not your little kids, you know." 100 years in another world. The main character had held on through dreams of those fleeting illusion-like moments. But in the end, I couldn't protect everyone. Right before his eyes, there were only 2 people left, plus a little kid. His face grew tense, but this time, it has to be different. The little kid turned around and called out, "Hyung, you're walking too slowly." The main character smiled inwardly, then thought, little Frey is going to be so shocked when she wakes up. He hurried after his younger siblings ahead. Yeah, I'm coming." A long day passed, and the main character made a quiet phone call. "Oh, Jong-gu. Did the private lab also say the connection is uncertain?" Jong-gu replied from the other end, "That's right. This illegal drug does show a type of mana they've never seen before, and demons really do use a different form of mana. But just because there is demonic mana, can we say they're connected? That's purely speculation. Even if demonic mana was actually used, finding it on Earth isn't rare anymore. You just need to go to the black meteorite area to get some. The lab thinks the same way. Not to mention, in the current climate, bringing up demons is a highly sensitive issue. No country wants to be the first to stir up trouble over unverified rumors." The main character simply replied, "Understood. See you tomorrow." After hanging up, he thought wearily, those damn demons really have built up trust over the past 10 years. After that, he went back to work. He searched for information about the 10 years he had missed. Demonic Mana, Jung Min-jun blog, an article about the connection between demonic mana and soil pollution. He thought excitedly. Found it. But the moment he clicked, the web page displayed that the blog was set to private. The main character gritted his teeth. Damn it, this guy. He's always excessively cautious. He noticed something strange about it. The domain read is. Is this really just a coincidence? Right then, his little sibling opened the door and walked in asking, "Hyung, what are you doing?" The main character was surprised. "Oh, Cheyenne, you're awake?" The kid replied, "I did knock, you know." He said, "Go back to sleep. You won't grow any taller at this rate." The kid replied, "But those whispers. The ghosts told me everything. You said so yourself before." The main character said awkwardly, "It was just a short call. Did those guys tell you too? That's an invasion of privacy." The little kid answered, "It was like that back down in the sewers too. That's how Cheyenne heard those scary misters talking even before you arrived." The main character was quite surprised. "What did you hear?" The kid suddenly whispered those exact words. It was, "Jiang Chuan just entered the country. The goods from Narek have landed. Distribute them across the entire nation." The scene shifted elsewhere. A guy was running for his life. He collapsed in pain. Ugh. A man approached and said, "You bastard. Finally caught you." They said, "You piece of trash C-rank hunter. How dare you snoop around our guild's gate?" He trembled in fear. "I had no other choice. I need money to buy this." "What is that bastard pulling out? What could a punk like him possibly do?" He quickly pulled out a vial and downed it with just this, you guys will. And just like that, a massive explosion erupted right there. The front pages were all covered with news that the illegal enhancement drug for awakeners is gradually taking effect. At the HMCS headquarters inside an emergency meeting of branch directors, the crowd spoke. Initial containment is the most critical, but the situation is deeply concerning. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before it spreads like wildfire. The HMCS branches across all nations are doing their utmost, but our own situation isn't looking too optimistic either. Have any of you made any progress in the investigation? Then they mention, speaking of which, the incident at the abandoned factory by the South Korea branch. This is the first major case since the disaster at the Middle East branch. I heard no significant results were achieved. I heard about it too. It seems a hunter participated in the investigation as a close aide to the vice president, right? The investigation results suggest that China is the largest distribution hub for this illegal drug in Asia. Humph. For a low-ranking employee to dare assert such a thing. Even if this world values sheer strength, elevating someone like that to an aide without following protocol is highly inappropriate. Does the vice president truly intend to inherit the will of the late former president? The Middle East representative scoffed, the will of the late president. Hearing that from the mouths of people who only greedily profit from the gates is absolutely laughable. Don't be too harsh. The vice president surely has his own reasons. That's right, why don't we just hand over the comprehensive management of the Awakener drug case at the South Korea branch to that very hunter? Who knows, maybe he'll actually pull it off this time. The group relentlessly pressured Jeon Ho, saying, "What do you say, branch director Baek Jeon Ho?" Caught in a dilemma, he had no choice but to say, yes. And so 2 days later, HMCS headquarters, South Korea branch. Jong-gu was shocked when he was informed about the general head of investigation. Jong-gu turns to the main character and says, "With the current situation, everything is pretty much up in the air. Officially announcing this is no different from turning me into a meat shield. That's right. It seems this is more about international strife at headquarters than expecting any real results." The main character says, "Well, that works too. First, look into something for me." He takes it and asks in surprise, "What is this? Narak?" The main character says, "It's the testimony of a child who was present at the abandoned factory scene. I don't know what Narak is, but it's definitely a crucial keyword. Isn't the investigation at that factory still ongoing? Besides, even if you say Narak, what could it be? A restaurant, a bar, or maybe even a company name?" The main character says, "It's obvious where drug dealers gather. Can't an investigative agency even figure that out? Even if we are an investigative agency, the scale is nationwide, despite this being a small country. Moreover, if it's illegal, they probably never registered as a legal entity, and Narak might just be an internal code name." The main character ponders and says, "Then let's do it like this. Send an investigation support request to the 7 largest guilds in Korea, starting with Heptagram." Jung-gu says in shock, "What?" He hesitates, looks at the main character and says, "First of all, isn't this a secret investigation?" The main character immediately replies, "We just need to hold back the details. This needs to be nipped in the bud." Jung-gu cries out, "Do you think those massive guilds busy with the gates will actually cooperate? The branch manager won't sit still either." The main character says, "Well, I'm the one in charge now, aren't I? What can the branch manager do? Anyway, Yo-hwa and Sejin will show up immediately whenever I call them." He yells, "That's not the same because they have a personal relationship with you." The main character doesn't want to talk much. "Shut up. Try pleasing everyone and see how stupid you look when all the hunters in the country become addicted to illegal drugs. Stop talking and make the calls. I'll handle the consequences." And so, at Chonghua Day, the presidential Blue House, Miss Gillian, the current guild master of the Infinite Legion, steps forward to greet him. The president asks, "What is it? Does it concern the Infinite Legion?" Gillian says, "HMCS just sent an investigation cooperation request to all the guilds in the heptagram." The president is surprised. An investigation cooperation request. She reports, "All details are kept strictly confidential. They only requested participation in field investigations and data collection related to awakened criminals, instances of hunters losing control, or cases of sudden power spikes. They emphasize that it has been approved by headquarters." Old President Dae-soo bursts into laughter. For a nominal investigative agency to be this daring. How dare they send a one-sided cooperation request like this to the heptagram? Is this the aftershock of the mad dog? It seems he has started making his moves without even bothering to keep up appearances. He says, It's up to you to decide. Either way, the Infinite Legion is yours now. Hearing that, Jillian writes directly on the paper. In the blink of an eye, it's the next morning. Junggu is surprised. Is there a rejection letter already? Yes. All the remaining guilds except the Infinite Legion and the Frost Soul Guild have agreed to the request and are submitting the relevant data. The guy rubs his aching head. Ha! Even so, it's surprising that there are only a few rejections. I thought everyone except the Empire and Blue Flower guilds would refuse. The main character looks at the report and says, "Is it common for hunters to transfer to HMCS after leaving their guilds?" That same evening in a familiar bar, the tattooed man says, "So they're planning to ambush us. Which day?" "There's no specific date yet. I just heard they are setting up a special task force." "Well then, go investigate it." He thinks for a moment and says, "I also heard there's an employee with connections to the vice president who got appointed. You can go now. If there's anything new, report directly to me. I'll reward you handsomely." A man in blue walks in and says, "Did you call for me, sir?" The tattooed man hands it to him and says, "Here, the inspection list you requested. Just to warn you, don't do anything stupid. It's not the right time yet." He gets angry and says, "Not the right time yet." Tattooed man replies, "I understand your pain in losing your brother, but the situation isn't good right now. A better time is coming. Just endure it for now." He goes crazy again and asks him, "A better time?" The tattooed man calmly says, "Yeah, HMCS has discovered the existence of Abyss. I don't know where the leak came from, but it seems there's a mole on our side who leaked the information." "Did Daesung say anything?" "I haven't told him yet, but Daesung will probably start making his moves now, so you go report it to him." The man in blue has no choice but to accept the order and says, "Understood." As soon as he leaves, the tattooed man picks up his phone and calls Clown. "We have a problem." Scene shifts to China. A tired voice rings out, "That doesn't sound good at all." The Clown says, "What is it?" "I'm busy with a deal here." Over the phone, the person says, "Abyss has been exposed." It's the tattooed man calling. "After that incident at the abandoned factory, HMCS Korea is preparing something. Our mole is no help at all, so we might have to rely on you now." The Clown laughs. "Haha, you set me on a business trip and now you're making me clean up your trash? That doesn't sound fair at all. I can just withdraw after I finish selling the goods, but if something happens to Abyss, you'll be the one in trouble." While the Clown is speaking, we can always build a new base, but there's no better place than Abyss for dealing drugs. I thought you understood that clearly. The tattooed man is so worried he's going crazy. The Clown pressures him again. "Cut the price in half for the drugs you sell to Abyss from now on. Maybe then I'll change my mind and help you guys." Hearing that, the tattooed man says, "I need to ask for Daesung's opinion first." The Clown ignores him and speaks directly. "Perfect timing. I'll just ask him myself." He appears in front of the headquarters and says, "I'll go and ask Daesung myself." He walks in without any hesitation and says, "You look even better in person than in photos. It's a pleasure to meet you." The Clown announces, "Abyss has been exposed. HMCS Korea is better than I thought. Everything is going off track. The idea of spreading fake news was great, but..." Daesung immediately cuts him off. He says, "Stop the act. You think we don't know anything? Don't underestimate me." Regarding the character, Korean drug dealer, Clown, "Aren't you the one who asked us to supply the illegal enhancement drugs?" The mysterious guy said, "I don't care what your goals are or who is behind this. If you want to enter the underworld, you have to go through Daesung first. We get paid, you do your jobs, that's it." The Clown chuckled in amusement, as expected of the Monkey King of Asia. Then he said, "You're right. Our only goal is to distribute the drugs, but HMCS, China is still a threat, even if you are a big shot in the underworld. It would be very troublesome if some stray dogs get caught." HMCS, Korea even reached out to Heptagram, one of the 7 great guilds. This can't be taken lightly. Daesung scoffed coldly, asking the Clown, "What are you trying to say?" He looked at him, smiled, and said, "Call for a meeting. Gather all the well-known underworld organizations. Those guys want to organize a meeting at the Abyss. Who would dare refuse an invitation from Daesung? And for the Clown, that's also a great opportunity to promote and distribute the drugs." He said, full of caution, "There might be rats sneaking in, but with enough people, we can bury them alive." The Monkey King said, "Are you trying to cause trouble before you lose your footing? It won't be easy." The Clown said, "I firmly believe in give and take. So I believe you know what I want." Before leaving, he deliberately said,
Let's cooperate, Daesung, showing he already knew who he was. Daesung turned to watch him leave. He wasn't happy at all. Memories of the past flooded back when he said, "I told you to call me Oppa." His sick younger sister smiled. Is this really the time to be strict about honorifics? Daesung back then, like any guy his age, full of love and worry for his sister, said, "Don't say that. Hang in there a little longer. I will make money. Anyone with power can make money nowadays. I'll do whatever it takes to get stronger. Then you'll get proper treatment. And we will go back to China together, the homeland you've always wanted to return to." His sister smiled at him. She said weakly, "I don't need money. I just hope you can have a happy family." And then she fell into a deep sleep.
Daesung was completely hopeless back then. He sought out the main character. "You want to be my disciple?" A young and reckless Daesung said, "Power. I need power. With power, I'll have everything I want, and I can protect the people important to me. You're the strongest person I've ever met, and I want to be even stronger than you." The weak guy burst into tears. "I don't want to lose the people I cherish ever again." Calling that made him unhappy. What meaningless emotions. "I have enough money now." And nowadays he is also incredibly strong. His face darkened. He ordered his subordinate Ryu, "You." The subordinate immediately appeared, "Yes." Daesung ordered, "Call all the organizations. We will have a meeting in Korea soon." Transitioning to the meeting room, a voice rang out, "Then from now on." The main character hosting it said, "We will start the meeting to discuss the investigation plan for the Narak case. I'm sure most of you already know. I am Hunter Min Siwoo from the Gangbuk team, currently in temporary charge of the case regarding illegal awakening enhancement drugs. If anyone is wondering why a stranger like me is taking command, feel free to file a complaint to the Central HQ. Since this is an urgent matter, I will quickly summarize the situation. What you're seeing is a private resort in Incheon named Narak. It is the main distribution center in Asia for the illegal awakening enhancement drug, and the first organization to spread this drug in Korea is also believed to be headquartered here. It's still unclear who the owner of Narak is. The location is registered under the fake name of a foreign frontman. Some drug-related cases have also been reported at other clubs in the same chain." Junggu beside him said, "That's right. We are currently compiling a list of suspected officials, and after this operation ends, we will coordinate with the chief of police to investigate further." The main character added, "Furthermore, based on the information gathered from the scrapyard case, where we first found traces of Narak, the distributors already knew about our investigation network. There is a high chance we have a mole in the system. Therefore, with approval from our superiors, we are holding this secret meeting only with verified core members. Drug-related cases always require swift action, and the goal this time is to wipe out the main distribution center, Narak, in a single strike. Narak is a critical trading post, so security is extremely tight. Under the guise of a resort, they have deployed heavy security forces around the area. The recent visitor list revealed that the majority are linked to criminal organizations. A curious guy asked, "There's a high chance that the inside of Narak has been taken over by armed forces awakeners from the underworld. Is that why we had to request backup from Heptagram?" The main character said, "Exactly. Aside from the agents participating in the operation." He raised his hand mysteriously and said, "Even the guild masters who pledge their support know nothing about this plan. The time and location will only be announced on the very day of the operation." The blue-haired guy said, "Understood. I understand the urgency and the special nature of this operation. But why are only two guilds, Empire and Blue Flower, getting special treatment? If it's just because of personal or family ties, that's a bit weird," he said. The Empire and Blue Flower guilds already knew about this drug from overseas incidents before it spread to Korea. The main character added, "That's why we also asked for their help in the scrapyard case." At this time, the blue-haired guy agreed, saying, "If it's for that reason, I have no objections." The main character said, "All right, that's enough for the introduction. Now let's get into the details of the plan." His face turned serious as he spoke. Operation name, Doberman. The rest of the group, pushed out into the waiting room, grumbled, "This isn't fun at all, is it? Even if they're a government agency, calling for backup just to whisper behind our backs like that. Do they think we're some third-rate mercenaries from no-name guilds? Haha." War King Kyung-hoo said, "If you're dissatisfied,
Why didn't you just refuse the request from the start? Since you chose to participate, you should cooperate seriously instead of complaining. Regardless, the ultimate goal is for the common good. That's true, but, as the Gungang Guild Master said, this situation really isn't pleasant. I understand why Muriang Dae-su and Seori Han refused to participate. After discussing classified info, the MC approached the group and said, "Thank you for waiting. I am Hunter Min Si-woo, the person in charge of this operation. Thank you all for accepting the support request despite your busy schedules." "It's nothing." Hyun-hoo rejoiced. "Hunter Min, it's been a while." He got straight to the point, saying, "This is the official document I wanted to hand over to you, but the gist is simple. HMCS will eradicate the black market that traffics illegal enhancement drugs to awakeners. The exact time and location will be announced within a week after confirmation." He explained, "The forces required for this operation have been clearly designated. Please prepare a squad ready to deploy at any moment. It would be even better if the guild masters could participate in person." Someone said in surprise, "Hunter Min, this request is a bit—" He immediately cut them off. "I don't think it's too much to ask from a major heptagram guild, but if it's truly difficult, please let us know in advance." The silver-haired guy chuckled in surprise. "Oh, I expected as much, but I didn't think you'd propose it so bluntly." "Hunter Min?" "No, Mr. Min Si-woo, the outstanding rookie who cleared the tutorial tower in 5 days. I heard you're a hunter who went missing 10 years ago, is that right?" He spoke directly. "Even though most of the information has been deleted, those in the know used to call you Sam John, right? You used to be a very famous hunter, weren't you? So where have you been all this time only to suddenly appear under the guise of a rookie and stir up the entire investigation agency?" The guy smiled and added, "You've piqued my curiosity." The MC replied, "Since this is my first mission in the agency, technically, I am a rookie. As for how that relates to the case, I have no idea." The guy next to him also spoke hesitantly. "Sam John? That name sounds familiar." His eyes narrowed as he said, "If it's from 10 years ago, the era when Gates first appeared and the world was in chaos, the war between humanity and the demons. He appeared during that war back then. Who was he again?" Feeling things were taking a turn, the MC walked away saying, "Anyway, the relevant documents have been delivered. Please contact me once your forces are ready." "Ah, all right, see you later then." Right after leaving, the MC immediately answered a phone call. The silver-haired guy was keeping a close eye on him. How strange. Why would such an outstanding individual be forgotten for so long? Meanwhile, at the HMCS Japan branch headquarters, a panicked voice rang out, "Director, we've discovered illegal drugs at the scene of the recent riots." Hikari said, "Ha, has it come to this? At this rate, it'll spread like wildfire. We must stop it as soon as possible." "How is the search for the mastermind progressing?" "The ringleader of the riot, Lakai Kitsune, is currently out of the country." She narrowed her eyes, then said, "That's highly suspicious. Lately, several bosses of major criminal organizations have also been absent from the country. Could there be a connection?" Her junior dashed over and said, "Boss, we just received directives from HQ." She asked in surprise, "From HQ?" The junior replied, "Yes, it seems to be related to the investigation, the illegal enhancement drugs." Hearing this, she immediately made a decision. Prepare to leave the country at once. The junior was startled. "Why so suddenly, boss?" Hikari smiled and said, "It's time to repay that debt." And so they set off immediately. The MC was standing at the airport arrival gate, complaining unhappily. "Hold on, no, I mean, good grief, am swamped with work, so why am I the one picking them up?" He said in surprise, "What support? I didn't ask for any. Edward, you're pulling these troublesome stunts on your own again." From a distance, a voice called out, "Min Siwoo." Hikari and Layla looked at him joyfully. "Long time no see. How have you been?" "Humph, you're actually on time for once." The MC stepped forward and said, "Branch directors, aren't you all busy? Did you all flock here just out of excitement to see me?" Hikari replied irritably, "Your grumpy attitude hasn't changed a bit." Behind them, Yo-wa thought sadly, "And here I thought he asked to go to the airport alone because he had something important to do." She muttered in utter shock. Who knew he was going to pick up his girlfriends? And 2 of them at once. Night fell. At a lively club, a group raised their glasses. Cheers. "Hey, didn't I tell you? No matter what anyone says, this gathering is mandatory.
This is our chance to take total control of the South. You're on another level, boss." While they were dead drunk, yelling, "Let's get rich," a mysterious group entered through the back door. A tattooed guy appeared in front of them. "You know that dealer, right? Contact them first." Inside, a group was already waiting. "We've cleared out the inventory, hired mercenaries, and even planted spies within HMCS. You're quite skilled yourself." Clown said, It's nothing. It's all thanks to Daesung's full cooperation." The group replied, "Right, you did a great job regardless. If you need anything else, just contact me. I'll leave the rest to you." They were surprised, "Huh? Are you heading straight back to China?" "Yeah," the redhead said. "I've delivered everything assigned to me. There's no reason for me to stay, right?" Clown said, "Yeah, I guess so, since you're not a combatant." "Mr. Zhang Quan, don't tell me Chiwu is pulling out too." He brought up Chiwu's painful past, saying, "Even when your brother's killer is on the attack." At the upper floor of Narak, a voice echoed out, "Everyone, hurry up." The scene was utter chaos, with both sides clashing violently. Intoxicated by this power, he yelled, "This drug is insanely strong. I'm gonna kill them all." Next to him, his friend shouted, "Yama, cut it out. Just lead the way." Behind them, two armed thugs rush over and say, "Boss, they said the first floor exit is completely compromised." "What did you say?" "This is insane. Are there no flight-type awakeners? Smash the windows and make a run for it." The Yamagoon goes berserk, his eyes rolling back as he says, "What's there to be afraid of? They'll kill them all. Cough, this drug. If I have Lux, fake or not, as long as I have it, I'll wipe them all out." Someone else appears and says, "I cannot allow that. Further resistance is futile." Hikari steps in and says, "Surrender." The younger brother, looking confused, asks his sister, "Hey, who are those guys?" Hikari replies, "You're right, Kumo. They are internationally wanted criminals." She says with immense excitement, "We thought this was just a raid on some drug dealers. Who knew we'd catch such big fish? This is a huge achievement. Capture them all alive." The two sides clash intensely. Kumo, in pain, thinks, "More reinforcements? Damn it, they're too strong." A group of awakeners appears and tells the drug dealers, "Go! We'll hold them off!" Hikari is surprised. Those outfits, it's the Qingdaofu gang led by Daesung, the boss of the Asian underworld. She then excitedly pulls out her bracelet and says, "Looks like I have a chance to test my new legendary Shikigami. Go!" The Qingdaofu members raise their voices. "A weasel and a snake? Is this a zoo?" Hikari is unamused by the remark. "A zoo? How insolent." She then retorts, "They aren't animals, they're spiritual entities." The younger brother Kumo flatters his sister, saying, "Wow, you've gotten stronger, Nuna." Nearby, a green-clad assassin charges forward. "What are you just standing there staring for, kid?" The kid struggles to resist, feeling that it's too heavy. Is it an enhancement skill? That I'll block off every approach. Saying this, the kid channels his energy into a tornado sphere. The small fry are blown away by the twister. He looks at Kumo and teases, "Cute little mouse." Kumo furiously retorts, "I'm a weasel. Got it? You damn snake bastard." Nearby, the battle on the women's side is incredibly intense. Die. She gathers energy in her hands and shouts, "Kagutsuchi, full bloom." The Qingdaofu side groans in pain. Damn it. Death is imminent for the girl, but luckily, her comrade rushes forward and blocks the attack. She is surprised to see who arrived. Shiwu. The man appears just in time, saying, "So even HMCS agents from overseas are joining the party." Hikari is shocked. He absorbed Kabutsuchi's attack? Chiwu directly absorbs it and fires back a formidable energy, saying, "What an annoying ability. Let me return the favor." This time, his counterattack seems even more powerful. She is utterly stunned as she takes the very blast she just used on him. She spits out blood. The younger brother, Kumo, screams, "No, Nuna. Are you okay?" The main character appears out of nowhere, catching her and says, running away mid-battle, "Please finish what you started." Hikari is utterly astonished. Hunterman. Chiwu spots the main character and speaks with bitter resentment. "It's you. Bastard who killed my brother." The main character realizes, I thought those sunglasses looked familiar. The main character is surprised by their identical faces. "You're the younger brother of that mirror reflection kid from last time, aren't you?" Without a second thought, he downs the mutant drug and declares, "I, Ryu, right here, right now, swear on my life, on all lives. I will grind him to dust. After saying that, he charges madly at him. The main character, completely unafraid, says, "Sorry to ruin your climactic moment, but I already know what happens next." He suppresses him with absolute ease. Watching the two fight frantically, a subordinate arrives to report. The escape route is secure, Lord Kai's. Clown and the others are moving the Lux down to the basement, so if we take that path first, we can get out. The female subordinate is slightly surprised and has to call out again, Lord Kai's. Kai's stares blankly at the golden light before his eyes and says, "This color bodes no good." His face filled with anxiety, he issues an order to Arumu and Raven. "You two stay behind and assist Clown. That kid can't die yet." And so the group of three works together to transport the drugs away. Watching the main character fight, he thinks anxiously, "This fire is spreading further than I thought." Always gripped by fear, he frantically mutters, "Damn it, damn it." Watching Chiwoo get beaten down, he hides in a corner and says, "I never should have followed Chiwoo. I should have just quietly slipped away while distracting them. I can't believe he just rushed in like a lunatic. What is his real identity? It looks like he's just toying with Chiwoo, a guy on par with an S-rank hunter, yet he's playing with Chiwoo like a damn toy." He crouched low and sneakily thought, "I need to run now," while they're distracted. Right after he said that, an explosion went off right behind him. He looked at Chiwoo, who had just fallen, sneering, "Can't hold on anymore, you bastard." Chiwoo got beaten to a pulp by him, dying with his eyes wide open in shock. Little brother Kumo ran over and asked, "Nuna, are you okay?" His sister suddenly said, "I owe you another one." He said, "Don't mention it. Thanks to you, the raid was much easier. Even though I expected it, there were more of them than I thought, so your support was truly invaluable." Kumo said, "The upper floors are almost cleared out too." Hikari approached the corpse and said, "This guy, he's a high-ranking member of the Blue Flower." He was surprised. Blue Flower? That's right, she said. They're a major faction in the East Asian underworld. Their base is apparently in China. Was there an important meeting in the Abyss today? He pondered for a moment. Seeing them rush out in such a panic, they clearly didn't anticipate the ambush, but... Hikari said anxiously, "There's no sign of the crucial drugs. Is the key holder on the upper floors?" He replied, "Hunter, Layla is trying to set up a sensory barrier around the entire building. It seems there is an emergency escape route. It'll head up to the higher floors now, so please keep catching those trying to flee. Jung-gu will be here soon." Just as he was about to leave, she immediately got flustered and said, "Wait a minute." She took off her precious bracelet, then said, "Take this." He was confused. "What is this?" She put it on his wrist herself and said, "This is a mana-enhancing artifact obtained from the last mission. Back then, after witnessing your unparalleled strength, I realized how superficially I had been living. So I've been working harder since that day. I was genuinely thrilled to receive the backup request from HQ this time. I wanted to help, but it's still not enough. I have to put in a lot more effort." Kumo yelled from the side, "Nuna, are you really giving him Takamikazuchi?" He complained loudly. "How can you just easily give away a legendary artifact like that? Could he be?" She panicked in embarrassment and tried to shut him up. "No, don't get the wrong idea." Clumsy and flustered, she said, "I'm simply returning a favor. Don't overthink it. Let's just go. There are still countless small fries out there." She thought shyly to herself, "Seriously, falling for him just because he saved me a few times? That's impossible." He approached her and said, "Hold on." As soon as she turned around, she bumped into his solid shoulder. "What?" It turned out he was just stepping closer to a rat. He caught the sneaky little rat hiding there. "Where do you think you're sneaking off to? Tired of living?" Seeing him was like seeing a demon, the guy screamed. "Wait, I'm not an awakened. I'm just a civilian, just a civilian." He interrogated him. "Bullshit. Even from the helicopter, anyone could see you're one of those gangster lackeys. What nonsense are you spouting? Still got a smart mouth? Want your teeth knocked out?" He screamed pitifully. "Ah, help. Stop." He was surprised. You're this scared of dying, yet you still dared to sell that kind of drug. With eyes full of murderous intent, he looked at the man. "If you don't want to get beaten to death, spit out where the drugs are." The guy immediately spilled everything. "It's underground, underground." The top floor has a special VIP elevator that goes straight to the basement, and there's an escape route down there. They all ran that way. After hearing that, he just felt even more exhausted. Sigh, what a pain. He made another call. "Hey, Jung-gu, there's something down in the basement." Jung-gu replied in shock.
There's a tunnel? A basement? He chased after the rest of the gang and said, yeah, a team went ahead, but they seem to be in desperate need of reinforcements. There are more criminals than expected. Even if it's just the two of us, we have to go. At least it's a relief that the guards dealt with the lobby area. While running, Yo Hua suddenly yelled, Sijun, wait! Ahead of them, soldiers were dropping dead like flies. The blue-haired girl said, sorry, you can't pass this point. Get lost. Yo Hua was shocked. Were they all wiped out? Has the battle already started? Realizing things were bad, she said, Sijun, these guys. Sijun replied, yeah, they're completely different from the ones we've fought before. At a glance, they're on par with us, maybe even stronger. They are international rankers, so be careful. We just need to stall them long enough and retreat with Clown when he gets here. As the two turned to run in another direction, a mysterious voice echoed, you better worry about keeping your own lives. Sijun felt something was wrong and yelled, they're coming. An axe swung down rapidly at the two of them. The dark faction relentlessly went on the offensive. Sijun quickly activated his passive skill, saying, it'll burn those troublesome drugs to the ground along with them. Opposite them, the girl wielding an ice whip said, you dare. The other guy used spatial teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Yo Hua. What the how did he teleport here? Sijun realized the danger and cursed, damn it, is that a spatial skill? He charged forward, wielding his giant axe, and said, a weak, long-range archer like you. Snap like a sugar cookie. Saying that, he swung down hard at Yo Hua. The girl struggled to defend herself and said, seems you don't know. For an archer, stamina is the most important thing, you know? After saying that, she turned the tables, stabbing him hard directly with her bow. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, fell down, and said, damn it. The clown hiding in the corner observing said, what the hell is this? I told them to take the drugs out beforehand, yet they caused a chaotic battle right in front of the emergency exit. What now? If you're going to leave someone behind, at least leave someone useful. Saying that, he walked towards the brawl. Sijun shouted, it's you, the masked clown. Both of them turned to look at the clown. Taking advantage of this, the enemy stepped forward to attack and said, you're distracted. She was slashed directly on the arm by him. The clown said, thanks for keeping me alive. Kai's orders made this mess even more annoying. That's enough. Let's go before you get caught. The people who came betrayed said, what about your subordinates? Are you going alone? The clown replied confidently, I told you, what's so special about Blue Flower? I shook off those clingy fools. Now I'm just an outcast. Take this batch of drugs with you. A voice rang out, where are you going? Suwoo rushed down to the basement just in time. Suwoo said, don't move a single step, you bastards. The clown sighed, ha, how annoying. I should congratulate you on such a successful ambush, right? Thanks to you, my stronghold has collapsed. Damn it. I can rebuild my base anytime, but do you know how much money I poured into this place? He said to Siwoo, so I'm very busy right now. You've already got a pretty good achievement anyway. Don't be too greedy and lose it all. Can we just part ways here? Then he pointed at Siwoo's disciple and said, we're both busy. Go deal with those lying on the ground over there. Siwoo couldn't stay calm. He asked him, did you do this? He picked up the axe and rushed at Siwoo. Do you not understand what I'm saying? Time to die. Siwoo used the Iron Fist Cave skill with one hand. In combat, the closer the distance between the caster and the target, the greater the power. Less than greater than. The remaining girl was secretly terrified. Raven was taken down in just one hit. It's definitely him. He's the center of this whole incident. She anxiously said to the clown, hurry and fall back while you still have the chance. Seeing Siwoo, the clown was extremely pissed. He took off his shirt to fight him. Forget it. I'll handle this place, just guard those drugs carefully. He approached Siwoo and said, now then, let's calm down and chat a bit. Gangbuk team member, Min Siwoo. Siwoo didn't answer but slashed him hard with a blade. Incredible. I was confident in my speed, but you're no pushover either. Siwoo asked, you're the main distributor, right? The clown said, what makes you think that? Siwoo immediately replied, because you're the best at slithering around. Speak before I knock all your teeth out. How did you bring those drugs in? Who produces and distributes them? He burst out laughing and clapped. Oh, don't tell me you thought I'd answer obediently. I see you've underestimated me way too much. After saying that, he immediately leaped and rushed at Siwoo. He was incredibly agile, appearing above his head in the blink of an eye and kicking down hard. Siwoo was surprised, a movement skill. In terms of speed, he's even faster than Dae-Soo, but his power is lower.
he immediately used Great Wind. He was blown far away, completely knocked out of his attacking stance. The clown wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Ha ha, I didn't expect to actually get hurt." Then he furiously screamed, "Me! I actually got hurt." He rushed at Siwoo once again. He threw an incredibly powerful punch. Hearing those words is so ridiculous, I have to ask again. Siwoo was slammed against the wall, but he wasn't in pain and even looked at him and smiled. "What the hell are you?" A second later, he used his ice skill, turning the surrounding space freezing cold. Sharp ice spikes emerged like spears. Thanks to his swift speed, the clown escaped being skewered. He laughed out loud and told Siwoo that he truly is a monster. Siwoo hadn't told him one more thing. He was also confident in his speed, "You bastard." Saying that, he flew above his head and kicked him hard into the ground. He jumped down to catch his breath. Damn it. This rigid ice is so annoying. When will these side effects from spatial movement ever end? Behind him, Sejun suddenly woke up from fainting. "Ugh, brother." Siwoo immediately said, "Don't move. It'll heal you." The blue-haired girl kept watching. Impossible. What is that power? The amount of mana emitted doesn't seem human at all, plus summoning spirits. He is definitely a threat to Pandemonium. I must report to headquarters immediately. As soon as she picked up her weapon, Siwoo threatened, "Hey, don't do anything stupid. Just stand right there. From what I can see, you aren't just some small fry, right? Do you know anything about the origin of those drugs? Don't glare at me like that. Answer. Unless you want to be chopped up like that big guy." The clown refused to give up. He used extreme heat. His intention was to freeze this entire place. He screamed loudly, and the surrounding ice surged fiercely as if to swallow this whole place. Siwoo said, "Is this your real skill?" His face was slowly freezing over, he said. "Now that you've seen it, there's no other choice. Let's turn to ashes together right here." The blue-haired woman screamed, "Are you crazy? Are you trying to burn this whole place down? You bastard." Our main guy used his fiery aura to warm up the basement. He exerted his firepower and grumbled, "Why make such a big deal out of a little scratch?" He advised him to just calm down. His freezing body was making him feel genuinely uncomfortable, but to him, the guy was just wasting his mana for nothing. He smiled and said, "Gotcha." His body was immobilized by the ice, and the guy said, "Do you understand the situation now?" Our main guy pushed his firepower to the limit to block it, thinking, "Damn it, why won't it go out?" He burst into laughter. Hee. Struggling is useless. My fire and ice aren't your ordinary fire magic. Penetrating fire. Once my flame latches onto the target's unique life force, their living soul, it will never extinguish. Humans usually can't manifest their living souls so easily, but Min Sejun has an older brother named Min Siwoo, right? You're one of those rare individuals who can control living souls, aren't you? He continued, "You're using your living soul like an out-of-control, rabid, drooling dog. So just turn to ashes along with that flashy life force of yours." After saying that, he unleashed another layer of power. Our main guy clenched his fists, channeled his aura, and said, "Oh, so what?" To the guy's surprise, he dashed forward and asked, "What are you going to do about it?" Using his unextinguishable firepower, he punched him hard. "I'll just roast you a little hotter, and that'll do." He beat him to a pulp and said, "Dom, I just have to crush you before my body burns away. After all, a skill depends on the caster's will. Once that person dies, the skill disappears with them." He jumped back and amplified his power, yelling, "Put it out. Do you think he'll die that easily?" Our main guy worried, "It's true, my recovery speed matches the rate my body is being consumed, but my mana capacity isn't unlimited." He knows that, so he'll choose to hold out instead of pressing the attack. But this skill must be placing a massive burden on him too. As expected, the best approach is to make him crumble as soon as possible. Our main guy said, "I can read your thoughts from a mile away." He wiped the corner of his mouth and said, "No matter how strong you are, the more power you use, the faster your body burns. Pushing past this limit is no different from suicide." Clown stalled for time, saying, "You won't even be able to touch my body." Our main guy used Iron Body to create a protective shield, thinking, "There's one thing I've realized since returning to Earth. The limit on my output due to the after effects of dimensional travel is actually a protective function of the body. The immense mana stored in my Dantian over the past 100 years is still fully intact. But the magic structure and channeling methods are worlds apart in each dimension. So to prevent an overload before fully adapting to this new dimension and environment, my body must have self-imposed a limit on its own output. If that's the case, when forced to surpass that limit, the only way is to forcibly detonate my own Dantian to break the barrier. And I already sense how to break that limit back then. but the consequences it will bring are still unknown.
Our main guy squinted his eyes, thinking, times like this really make me miss Frey.
The clown was taken aback. Why? Why won't you just die? Damn it. He exerted himself to burn his dantian again, shouting, "Die, you obnoxious bastard." Behind him, the blue-haired woman looked at him and thought, he's completely lost his mind. This isn't good at all. She quietly assessed the situation, someone who can shatter that magic barrier and force a high-ranking member of Pandemonium to reveal his true colors. This situation is no longer about worrying over our image. This man is far too dangerous. Since this is a direct order from Lord Kai's, I have to keep Clown alive at all costs, but with my remaining mana, how can I resolve this situation with just a single strike? If necessary, I'd rather do it with my own 2 hands.
Sejun had woken up at some point and said, "Stop this nonsense right now and let go."
The woman retorted, "You can't even stand, yet you're talking big."
Sejun replied, "On the contrary, take a good look at the situation. The abyss has been completely surrounded inside and out. The majority of the criminal organization's key figures gathered here, along with the suspects involved with that drug, have all been arrested. It won't be long before we find out where those escape routes lead." Realizing things were going south, the woman scoffed coldly and dropped her weapon. Clown looked at our main guy and said, "Hey, you flashy investigator. How does it feel to use your own life force as fuel to burn? You're only human after all. Unless you're of a different race, that body definitely has a limit. Shouldn't you go see your brother and write your will right now?" Our main guy thought, it's true that the recovery process is slowing down. If this keeps up, hell run dry first. But my remaining mana is also hitting rock bottom. Never mind my own body's recovery, Yeohua and Sijin's injuries are still very severe. Do I even have enough strength left to defeat him and take care of everything else? Could it be that the only way to break the limit is, but what if the whole building blows up from the overload? A familiar voice suddenly rang out. What are you worrying about? What are you so afraid of that you can't even break this flimsy wall? Why keep hesitating? Frey suddenly appeared and said, "Then this body will smash it to pieces for you." Our main guy gave a confident smile. A second later, the surge of power within him abruptly transformed. Clown screamed, "What the hell is this power?" A small black head with too many horns popped up. Frey emerged and declared, "The great Frey is famished. Bring out breakfast at once." Before Frey's immense power, all of the frost from Clown gradually vanished. He gritted his teeth in agony. What is this? My transcendence is being devoured? Our main guy smiled. Anyway, now that everything is settled, you're finally awake? Our main guy stepped closer to him and said, "Still, your timing in waking up is impeccable." That's right. What was that move called again? Transcendence. He used his copying skill to replicate his ability, then directly unleashed transcendence onto his body. He said, "This is the real battle for survival." The clown's body is continuously being burned. The MC says, "You asked me earlier how it feels to be burned, didn't you?" He smirks and says, "I'm not very good at describing things. Feel it for yourself." The clown's screams are incredibly vivid as he desperately cries out to Arumu for help. She kneels and says, "Lord Kai's, for you and for Pandemonium." She quickly picks up her weapon and throws it at the MC. A second later, she screams in agony, thinking, "Did he shift the skill's coordinates to my body?" His body looks like it's about to melt. He says, "Damn it." Then he uses a special magic scroll. A second later, he disappears, saying, "Just you wait, you bastard." The MC says, unamused, "Damn it. Is that a special escape tool? What a coward, leaving everything to his subordinate and running away." Frey chatters back, "You were almost roasted alive and you're still running your mouth." He walks over to his younger brother and says, "Sijin, are you okay?" "Yeah, me too." His younger brother looks at him, full of wariness, and says, "Wait a minute. That thing next to you." Cute little Frey pinches his cheek and then pouts adorably. The MC hesitates and says, "I mentioned this before, but what should I call it?" "That thing. It's kind of like a tenant." The building ahead, covered in white snowflakes, is the Demon Realm, Antarctic base headquarters. Inside, Clown is breathing heavily, gasping. "Damn it." Dr. Shutan says gleefully, "To think you were burned by the flame created from your own mana. What a hilarious sight." Clown grits his teeth bitterly and says, "Shut up, old man." He can't take it anymore and screams, "I'll kill you, you bastard." He just sighs and says, "The one who ruined the entire project still has the nerve to yell like that. Seeing you scream so loudly, you must have recovered. How many times have I told you this since we first met? Transcendence is a type of poison,
The more you use it, the more dangerous it becomes.
The flame can burn away the target's vitality, but the detonator is your own body. Human bodies have limits when casting S-rank skills and above. I've patched it up, so be sensible and save your strength for the great current of pandemonium. Next to him, a demi-demon says, "See? That's exactly what I'm saying." He has blue hair and is named Demi-Demon Kroll. You're a renowned guildmaster, one of the top hunters in the world. How can you be this weak? I heard from Kaisei that you tried to handle that mess yourself and ended up getting beaten to a pulp by HMCS. At this moment, Kroll goes on and on about Clown's humiliating incident. While you lie here recovering, Wookershin has to toil away cleaning up the mess of the Lux project that you ruined. Clown can't take it and screams, "Shut up, you meathead!" What did you just say? You want to fight? Dr. Shuton says, "I'm tired of hearing you two bicker. If you want to fight, go do it outside." You two are from the same hometown, aren't you? No wonder you always want to tear each other apart. Seriously. A red demon appears and says, "Hey, Dr. Shutan, are you in here?" Shutan and the others greet him with utmost respect. "Lord Hikatan, you have arrived." "All right," he waves his hand and says, "All right, kneel, humans." He asks Clown first, "You're the group sent to handle the Lux project, aren't you? I heard there was a problem. How is the recovery going?" Clown stammers, "We apologize. The recovery operation." He openly shows his disdain and says, "Humans are just like that. I didn't expect much anyway. The purpose of Lux was merely to make those complacent hunters feel a bit of pressure again." The main goal was to let humans taste the potential of demonic energy. As you know, the great cause of the demon race is to enlighten humans on the true way to use mana. Those who master demonic energy will understand the power of the dimensions and will naturally control the countless gates connecting them. With the limitless power and resources from those dimensions, this world could achieve extraordinary development. Yet those ignorant humans rejected it and sparked the war 10 years ago. That is why humanity still hasn't stepped onto the evolutionary ladder. They cannot use mana in its primal form, only knowing how to fight each other over scraps. Clown, who doesn't understand, asks what he means. Hikatan explains, "It means you have no right to decide the fate of this planet. If mana is used incorrectly, it won't just harm this world, but all dimensions. Therefore, we demons must bear the responsibility and supervise humanity. We, the race that transcends all dimensions, the wielders of true power, we are the demons." After hearing this, Clown curses inwardly. What a load of bullshit. If you're so great, do it all yourselves. The demi-demon next to him whispers, "Shut your mouth." Hikatan adds, "Anyway, the main topic is still the artificial gate project, Doctor. The gate that is about to open will become the vessel for the descent of the demon lord Salago." The doctor is surprised. "You mean the descent of the second-tier demon lord?" Hikatan replies, "That's right. Now that we've successfully created an S-rank gate, the timing is absolutely perfect. The current artificial gates are full of monsters, but they lack mana stones, right? Once the descent is complete, the higher dimensional demonic energy of the demon lord will easily solve that problem. There's only one issue. The descent ritual requires a massive amount of sacrifices, and the monsters inside the gate alone aren't enough. We will need high-quality hunters, at least an entire unit of S ranks." Dr. Shutan says confidently, "Don't worry, Lord Hikatan. Since this artificial gate is S rank, the top hunters will fly into it like moths to a flame." Hikatan replies, "Exactly. Small sacrifices are inevitable for our great cause." He approached Clown and said, "Loyal servant of Pandemonium, you know just how much we prepared all these years for the Demon Lord's descent, don't you? This time, absolutely nothing is allowed to interfere. Do you understand?" Another figure appeared outside the door. "Lord Hikatan, I have arrived. I've investigated the Lux incident, and it seems the hunter who had the biggest hand in ruining the project is the very same one who stopped the fourth Demon Lord's descent 10 years ago." Breaking out in a cold sweat, Hikatan replied, "What did you say? The one sucked into that dimensional rift? The one we tried so hard to wipe out of existence?" They continued exchanging words. "Unfortunately, yes, it is him." Old man Shuton yelled, "Impossible. You're telling me a mere human pried open a dimensional rift and came back." Hikatan grew anxious. "Damn it, this timing is the absolute worst." He then turned to leave, saying, "For now, just continue with the gate project.
Going deeper into another room, his subordinate asked, Lord Hikatan, so what do you plan to do?
Should we dispatch an assassination squad? Rubbing his temples, Hikatan replied, Humph, and suffer a humiliating defeat like last time? Damn it, but we can't just leave him be. Contact the one above VIP level. Kaiser received the order, his resolve unwavering. He immediately picked up the phone. A displeased voice on the other end said, What a pity, Kaiser. You know that contacting me directly puts us both in danger, don't you? The orange-haired Kaiser replied, I know, but this is an emergency. Fear trembling in his voice, he asked, Do you remember the one who defeated the 4 demon lords 10 years ago? Kaiser continued, So you do remember. He has returned to Earth. Because of him, I've lost my 2 best subordinates. On the other end, the blonde man replied, Not to mention, he's involved with a public organization like the HMCS, so we can't act rashly. That's why I need your help. And why exactly should I help you? Flustered, Kais answered, Because this is a direct order from Lord Hikatan. Moreover, during the upcoming artificial gate operation, the descent of the demon lord Sulago will be initiated. Whether you have to cut off their limbs in the shadows or behead them in broad daylight, you must ensure absolutely nothing interferes with the descent ceremony. The man in yellow was surprised. No wonder the hunter world has been so chaotic lately. I understand. Tell Lord Hikatan to rest assured. The mysterious figure from earlier was none other than Count Saint Germain. He said excitedly, I will take care of my part. Cutting to the cute little fray. First up, pizza. And then some delicious hamburgers. And finally, some irresistible fried chicken. Munching happily, they nodded and said, That's right. Chew, tear, enjoy. Food really does taste so much better when you have a physical body. This is what it truly means to be alive. Suwoo sighed. What am I even supposed to call this situation? His younger brother, equally helpless, replied, The effect of abusing mana beyond your limits. Suwoo retorted, No, calling it a side effect is an understatement. It's an outright disaster. Devouring the entire feast alone, Frey exclaimed, So frickin' delicious. Sijun said, I've seen a few hunters with summoning skills walking around with their summoned beasts, but I've never seen anyone summon something like that. Suwoo, also perplexed, added, Does it even make sense to call that a summon? On the contrary, Yohua chuckled softly. Hey, about that thing. It's maintained by your mana, right? It doesn't look like an independent creature. It's more like a mascot, isn't it? It's really cute. Little Frey screamed, A mascot. This body belongs to an apex predator. Flying back to Siwoo, they declared proudly, Humph, I shall explain it clearly to all of you myself. This weakling and I met about 10 years ago in another realm, where we forged a pact. Even after returning to Earth, our souls remained bound by that pact. However, this weakling's power on Earth was so pathetic that my magnificent form could not manifest, and I could only reside within his consciousness. But after that last battle, his Danshin evolved into a core, allowing me to maintain a physical form once again. Smacking Siwoo a few times, Frey added, Do you understand now? Oh? Yohua said, surprised. A core? I've never heard of that before. Can a Dantian truly level up? Frey replied, I speak no lies. In the demon world, that is a fundamental trait of dragons and powerful demon races. Sijun said, As long as it doesn't harm you, Hyung, then it's fine. Thanks to that last project, I've learned a lot of things, including the fact that we can still grow so much stronger. So please continue teaching me, Master. Standing behind him, Yohua smiled and said, Despite my age, I still have a mountain of things to learn. Rubbing the back of his neck, Siwoo said, You don't have to make such a big deal out of it. His younger brother replied, All right, let's head out. You still have to deal with the aftermath of the incident, right, Hyung? Yeah, give me a ride. Tactfully inviting Xion to leave, Yohua asked, Do you want to come hang out at the Blue Flower Guild with me? And so, completely ignored, little Frey screamed, You bunch of idiots! How dare you leave me behind? The next morning at the HMCS headquarters, Junggu looked surprised. Oh, you're here. You're here this early? Siwoo immediately replied, With a case of this magnitude, we'd normally be up all night. It involves an entire crime syndicate, after all. Don't bother with the small fry. What about him? Junggu answered, Jiang Chuyen? He's currently locked up in holding. Since his arrest, he hasn't uttered a single word except when eating.
There's been zero progress. The drugs? Junggu replied, yes, they've all been sent to forensics. Satisfied, Siwoo said, good, let me know right away if anything comes up. Surprised, Junggu asked, are you heading down the holding? The MC smiled eerily and said, he'll open his mouth soon, once all his teeth fall out.
And so, within the dark dungeon, a terrifying scream echoed out. The people outside were anxious. Hey, is this okay? I don't know. Just keep quiet for now. Under the MC's torture, he immediately replied, I'll talk, okay? The one orchestrating the entire Lux Awakening drug trade is the Qingdao Fu organization. Qingdao Fu is a global syndicate centered around Daesung. They're the ones distributing Lux throughout Northeast Asia. They also handed over the domestic distribution rights to Clown. I know Clown is one of the biggest black market distributors around here. They plan to spread Lux across the entire region using Narek as their main base. That's all I know. With his face all swollen, he said, as for where Daesung gets the goods, I have no idea who's behind the global distribution. I swear. The MC asked, then who the hell is this Daesung guy? He said about 10 years ago he suddenly appeared, established an organization overnight and swallowed the entire underworld in a very short time. On the outside, he founded a cult based on a skill called Asura, and he even set up a large-scale trading conglomerate so no one knew he was involved in the underworld. The MC sighed, ha, so this is how I raised you, huh? All right, that's enough for now. What about Clown? Who is he? The red-haired guy fearfully said, I really don't know. I only met him on Daesung's orders. All I know is that he's an incredibly eccentric businessman. The MC said, I see. So in the end, we still have to dig around ourselves. Truly useless as always. Fine, eat up and get some rest. You're coming with me to meet Daesung. After escaping the MC's torture, he let out a long sigh of relief. Going up to the rooftop, the MC said, with the achievements from this project and the previous one, I got promoted to semi-special rank. Edwin, how much harder does that bastard expect me to work? Suddenly, a portal appeared in front of him. Realizing it, he said, oh, you're here. In front of him were his two eccentric disciples. The old man obediently said, you called for me, my lord. Then he happily thanked him. Thanks to the artifact you gave me, my secret work has become much smoother, and truly grateful to you. But where did you get such a rare, or rather, suspicious item? Remembering the girl from the black market who gave it to him, he brushed it off and said, I have some ties with the Dark Celestial clan. Anyway, the reason I called you two here. I have a new mission for you. He ordered, there are a few people I want you to investigate. Tail them for a while and observe their every move. If anything is suspicious, report it immediately. The old man asked, who do you want us to follow? The MC said, during the recent project, information was leaked, so we need to find the loophole and plug it. I checked everyone who transferred from other guilds to HMCS, focusing on those who could access the project data. In the data room, the girl was pushed to despair and thought, I should just quit. The MC said, as a result, the suspects have been narrowed down to 2 guilds, both belong to Heptagram. And there's also the Sorihan Guild with ice skills. The Jungang Guild is led by that pretty-faced, silver-haired guy. He said the leak came from one of those 2. Scene transition at the main hall of HMCS HQ. To all investigators who have officially joined HMCS HQ through this appointment ceremony, the crowd chanted, we would like to express our deepest gratitude. Blackwood took the stage to speak. We look forward to your future contributions. And before we move on to the next part of the ceremony, as investigators, you must all be aware of the illegal awakening drug incident that recently shook the world. And you also know that the first successful crackdown was thanks to the South Korea branch. Not only did they confiscate a massive amount of dangerous illegal drugs, but they also completely dismantled the distribution network and successfully arrested key figures, which is a tremendous achievement. Therefore, the central contributor to this victory, Hunter Min Siwoo of the HMCS South Korea branch, is hereby promoted to semi-special rank. The crowd below whispered amongst themselves, starting his career at semi-special rank. Who the hell is this Min Siwoo guy? Damn it, even pulling strings should have its limits. Another guy felt incredibly unfair. The vice president is really going all out. It seems they're warning the former president's faction. That Hunter's face isn't even on the global rankings. How strong could he possibly be? Blackwood announced, Dear HMCS investigators, we are the shield and bullets of humanity.
Ever since the gates appeared on Earth, we've entered an era where the power of skills rules over law and intellect. HMCS has used that power to protect justice. For justice, we must focus on using our power righteously, rather than adhering to cumbersome procedures. This concludes the appointment ceremony. All HMCS personnel left the venue.
A very displeased person said, "Damn it, they dare to turn everything upside down just by parading some backed-up rookie around? Do they know how much money I've burned behind the scenes to maintain HMCS's reputation?" His subordinate stepped forward and said, "Sir, some semi-special rank agents have already started leaning towards the vice president. I heard that senile old Harold Bloom said something to the agents complaining about this appointment, and the former president's faction is gradually losing ground." He was furious and then threw a stack of reports at his secretary's face. "So what? Are you adding fuel to the fire? All of you should be doing something about it. I've tried my absolute best to curry favor and flatter the former president, yet now those greenhorn brats are all gunning for my seat. Get out, all of you! Find a way to take down that parachuted bastard for me. Go out there and bring back some achievements." The staff ran away in fear. His chest heaved with anger, and he couldn't help but curse. Damn it! It seems I'll have to use my trump card after all. He entered a mysterious club and then said, "Pandemonium! I thought they disappeared after the demons migrated to Antarctica. Do they still exist? Even so, I don't understand why we have to join hands with them. It's not that I'm against having demons backing us, but you guys don't gain much from us." The guy replied, "Do you really need to know? You're not the type to care about those details. What matters is this irrational world, where humans are judged solely by their innate power. I know how you struggled to climb from the bottom to where you are today." He continued, right? Dirty money laundering, shady underground deals. I know it all, but I don't care. Pandemonium values pure desire to become stronger above all else. If you can just do us a few small favors, sitting in the chairman's seat won't be hard for you at all. That's what they told him. Take it. Wear it with pride. This is the only international organization dedicated to investigating awakened crimes. Depending on the country, the scale and authority vary, but the main headquarters' influence has now far surpassed any national agency. He then explained the ranks to the MC. Suddenly, the MC stared at his phone, his face darkening. Black worriedly asked what was wrong. At this moment, the MC disappointedly said, "Jiang Chui is already dead." The MC immediately returned to meet his disciple. Unbelievable. I just went out for a moment and this happens. Summarize it for me. What happened? The old man replied, "Poisoning. There are no signs of outside intrusion into the holding cell. He must have hidden the poison in his body beforehand. It looks like suicide, but who knows? Since you left, I had Volk guard outside the building, but he didn't see anything suspicious." He handed the MC a massive file folder and said, "These are the reports you ordered me to investigate." He took the information on the two individuals. About Ryu Ji-won, Guild Master of Diamond. His background and records are highly unusual. Before entering the tutorial tower, there is almost no data on him, nor any recorded relatives. Guildmaster of Sorihan, Lee Yeji, has a clear background. She is an elite support-type hunter. The Sorihan Guild focuses on defense and recovery, which is why they are often sent abroad for missions. He said, "All right, I'll dig deeper into the internal info myself. Send Volk to China to investigate the Qingdao Fu organization. You find out more about Ryu Ji Huan's origins." The old man obediently followed the order. While Frey was busy devouring food, the MC worriedly thought, no matter how you look at it, Jiang Chuan was probably silenced. Does Qingdao Fu have connections within the HMCS? What kind of investigative agency has this many loopholes? Little Frey interrupted the MC. "Hey, hurry up! This is an emergency!" "What?" It said, "My show suddenly stopped broadcasting. What depressing news! Change the channel!" The MC exasperatedly said to the kid, "Seriously." As soon as he changed the channel, the TV delivered breaking news. As of 0000 hours, on Mount Tibet, Gangwon Province, Korea's first S-rank gate has appeared. We will now connect with our reporter live at the scene. Early the next morning, at the International Hunter Association, Korea branch. The S-rank gate in Gangwon Province. The crowd gathered and discussed. I heard they decided to conduct the raid using only domestic hunters.
Yeah, I saw the official announcement from the government. Rumor has it that Mistelteen showed up at the conference. What? Really? Less than greater than. It's an S-rank gate after all. Can they even handle it with a lineup like that? Shouldn't the command authority belong to our Hunter Association? The crowd immediately shut up when they heard the president had arrived. A tremendously powerful woman entered. It was Kim Yoon-ju, president of the International Hunter Association, Korea branch. From behind, an assistant asked, "President, is there any private news from the international headquarters?" She said, "No. Do you think those self-proclaimed elites would care about a peripheral branch like this? Their world has always been like that. To Mistelteen, the Hunter Association is just a pool of high-quality mercenaries." The guy said, "But I heard our association was given command over the raid this time. As for the related information and the roster of participants," Kim Yoon-ju interrupted. I was briefly informed in the car on my way here. There are 2 A-rank gates near the S-rank gate, right?" He replied, "Yes, and unfortunately, they are located too close to each other, so we were assigned to manage that area for security reasons." Oh, Yoon-ju thought for a moment and said, "Well then, first of all, it's best to send a recon team into the S-rank gate. After completing the 2 A-rank raids, we will launch an all-out assault on the S-rank gate." The assistant quickly said, "A recon team." She said, "Exactly. With an S-rank gate, reconnaissance pretty much dictates success or failure. Yes, I will prepare a detailed written report." "Oh, President, there is another piece of news from the advisory department. It seems the main branch of the HMCS is also participating this time." She frowned and said, "HMCS? Who are they planning to send?" Scene transition. So this is an S-rank gate. You can feel its pressure even standing from here. Seeing the entrance so clearly from afar, it truly is terrifying. If the situation wasn't this serious, there's no way the leaders of all 6 hexagram guilds would gather together. You old geezers, this is an emergency, not a picnic. They asked, "Has the association arrived yet?" The commander muttered as he counted, 1, 2, 3, 6. "We're missing someone. Arriving this early, you must want to snatch a bigger share of the loot, right? You guys really sniff out money like bloodhounds. You're the one who arrived the latest. We came because we were summoned. Money isn't the main issue. Oh, come on, don't act so high and mighty. I heard the association will command this time. It seems like the government just does whatever it wants with these raids." A criminal investigation agency like the HMCS suddenly joining a raid. "Hey, I heard you got transferred to the main branch. Must be nice." The MC gritted his teeth in anger. Rumors sure spread fast. "What a pity. We should have recruited you into White Lion before. It looks like everyone is here. I am Kim Yoon-ju, in charge of commanding this entire operation as announced. Today, the operation will be divided into 3 teams. Within the government's restricted area, there is 1 S-rank gate and 2 A-rank gates. Therefore, today's objective is for the teams to complete the reconnaissance of the S-rank gate and raid the 2 A-rank gates. The assistant next to her said, "I will now announce the team assignments. Raid Team 1, Diamond, Sorihan, and HMCS. Raid Team 2, Empire, Solabi, and White Lion. Recon Team 3, Changhua, Infinite Guild, and the International Hunter Association." As stated, each organization is limited to 1 platoon based on the gate's average power rating. Raid Team 1 will be the strike force for the A-rank gate in the east, and Raid Team 2 will attack the A-rank gate in the west. Recon Team 3 will be in charge of scouting the S-rank gate. The silver-haired guy said angrily, "I knew it. They're pushing us to do the cleanup while the recon team gets the fun job. We're just prioritizing safety here." The captain said calmly, "Unless something extremely unusual happens, there won't be an early attack, so just stay calm. Teams A and B proceed with the raid as quickly as possible. Over." Frey appeared and whispered, "Hey, Sikriang, who is that? Talking like the supreme leader." The MC replied, "I don't know. The Hunter Association didn't even exist in my time. Anyway, that damn Choi Dae-soo, he's just looking for an excuse to work us to death." Someone approached the MC and said, "Hey, our team is ready. Let's head to the East Gate." He replied, "All right, let's go." While moving, the captain suddenly turned to ask Hunter Min, "Have you ever thought about transferring from the HMCs to the Sori On Guild?" The MC asked hesitantly, "Do I know you?" She replied, "Who doesn't know you these days? Our guild specializes in healers, you see, and you're a rare spirit necromancer. We pay the best salary and benefits among all the guilds." The MC said firmly, "You must already know my answer. No, I still have a lot of things to do. She had already expected it, I figured as much. Suddenly, a young staff member ran quickly to the guild master saying, "We found the entrance."
They immediately appeared in front of the gate. The silver-haired guy said, "It's quite big for an A-rank gate, but still small compared to a rank 5. Weird, the portal is right on the ground." He said excitedly, "Let's go in right now. First come, first served on the loot." Then the whole group jumped down. "Wait, loot distribution happens after the raid. Hurry up, brothers." The MC scratched his head in confusion. Why are they in such a hurry? Like dogs needing to pee. Well then, let's hurry and follow them. The captain ordered Sorihon, hold formation. Enter from the rear. Yes, ma'am. The MC slowly stepped into that strange gate. As soon as they arrived, Frey yelled, "Oh my gosh, it's so hot. I'm gonna melt. Someone bring me a watermelon. Is this a tropical jungle terrain?" The MC recalled nostalgically, "It really reminds me of the Tower of Beginnings." From behind, the group announced, "Guildmaster, the entire main force has entered the gate." She looked around for a moment before saying, "Good, leave a small team to guard the entrance." How strange, there's not a single small monster in sight. It seems Gungang has already pushed deep inside. A massive noise startled the expedition team. The group flinched. What was that sound? It came from the forest. Move, quickly! So they rushed toward the source of the sound. The gray-haired guy was still clueless. "Huh? Come on, why are you all gathering here?" he said with immense pride. "We already marked this spot as ours." The expedition team advanced deep into the gate, surrounded by an overflow of magma. The group was stunned, this place. Is it a volcanic zone? How strange. I can't even tell if it's day or night. A woman said, "Our goal this time is purely reconnaissance. Let's quickly observe the environment and retreat before anything unexpected happens. Each guild will scout in a different direction." Yo Hua said, "Hunter Jillian, then our Cheonghua guild will take charge of the southern sector, okay?" She could only nod. The guild master of the Infinite Guild, S-rank Hunter Jillian. Her skill is word command, right? That's probably why she remains silent all the time. Yo Hua felt a chill and said, "Sigh. I wish I had been teamed up with Master." The group behind her called out with darkened faces, "Guild Master?" "Ah yes, let's move out." Scene cut to another group. "We've been in here for a while now." "But it's weird. We haven't seen a single monster." "Hey, did you find anything?" A guy said, "Well, we scanned a 20-kilometer radius. There are no signs of monsters, not even any mana stones. But there's a concentrated flow of mana in one place, and its epicenter. Is that volcano over there?" The local captain said, "Heading straight there is too risky. We will only advance as far as our detection abilities allow." Back to Yo's group. She looked around for a while and said, "It looks like there's nothing to see. But that volcano is definitely suspicious." She was about to shoot an arrow to scout it out. "Wall, fall back." Then she said in surprise, "Oh, did I startle you? Hunter Jillian?" Jillian wrote back on paper, "We have finished scouting the southern sector. Let's return to the assembly point." Yo agreed. "Right, we should head back." Afterward, Hunter Jillian wrote again, "Ms. Kang Yilhua, you seem to know a lot about the famous Hunter Min Siwu, right?" Yohua asked in surprise, "Yeah, why do you ask?" She wrote, "I also made it this far thanks to the guidance of Master Choi Dae-soo and the heroes of the war 10 years ago. My uncle Choi Dae-soo and Du Kyung-hoo. Their exploits are still fresh in my memory. But strangely, no matter how hard I try, I can barely remember anything about Min Siwu. Isn't that strange? Someone strong enough to shake the entire nation, yet fading from memory after only 10 years. Yohua said, "Well then, try asking Master." A person ran up and shouted, "Guild Master. Connection to the command post just got cut off. You need to come here immediately." Seeing the situation wasn't looking good, the crowd immediately rushed over. She was shocked. What's going on here? This whole place. What is the meaning of this? People were dropping dead like flies. Lucky few barely managed to cling to a faint breath. The monster said, "So you came to me yourselves. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down. I'll slaughter every single one of you right here." Over a dozen high-rank hunters fought for their lives, yet they couldn't even leave a scratch. They were completely wiped out. The South Team leader thought anxiously, "This thing, it's not a monster. It's a whole species that surpasses all limits." Trembling in fear, she thought, "That is a demon."
At her most desperate moment, Yo Hua ran over and screamed, "Team leader." Fortunately, Yo Hua saved her just in time from that demon's deadly attack. The group attacked with all their might to stop that terrifying demon. After being attacked by Hunter Gil, it wasn't in pain but excitedly said, "That technique is quite interesting, but I think this will be even more fun." In contrast, Gil's face was tense as a bowstring as she thought, "It broke through my word command that easily. It even has the intelligence to speak. And those horns. It must be a legendary high-tier monster." Yo Hua shouted, "Everyone, don't take your eyes off its attack trajectory. Let's see you fly like an insect, you bug." It used firepower to attack, preventing the crowd from getting close, she yelled. "Damn it." Team leader. Well, lure the enemy away, gather the survivors, and call for backup. Taking this chance, she distracted it and yelled, "Over here, you lizard." Monster was pierced by a shot and was in immense pain. It was furious and said, "Let's end the fun here." With that, it stomped hard on the ground. Sharp spikes erupted from the ground as a result. Unfortunately, Hunter Gil's mouth was slashed open by a spike. It laughed ha-ha and said, "I've torn your mouth open. Now I'll crush those 2 arms of yours." The monster twisted its body, launched an attack, and said, "Turn to ashes." Yo Hua screamed, "Everyone. Defensive formation." Its deadly attack was suddenly neutralized and shattered. The monster was dumbfounded. "Ah, what the hell is this?" Even our main guy was surprised. "Why am I here?" 30 minutes earlier at Cave A, our main guy stood before the gate and said, "If what's in front of me isn't an illusion, could there really be another gate inside this one?" Little Fry spoke up. "The gate itself is erratic enough, but this is the first time I've seen something like this. Should we call it a multi-layered gate?" Our main guy clicked his tongue and said, "Are we even sure this is really a gate?" Fry replied, "At the very least, we can confirm it leads to another space. Its mana composition and structure are exactly like a normal gate." Even the white-haired guy was surprised and went, "Oh wow." He was incredibly surprised and said, "A gate within a gate? I've never seen anything like this in my life." Our main guy asked, "Where are the other hunters?" He replied, "They're being treated by Seori Hun, and the rest are checking the monster corpses for loot." He said, "Since there are no monsters or magical artifacts inside, let's go out and report this phenomenon first." The white-haired guy was displeased. "Why should we? What if the gate closes? Just throw a few healthy guys in to test it. Why retreat so soon?" Our main guy looked at him with disdain. "You've almost ruined things multiple times by rushing in like a moth to a flame. Haven't you learned your lesson yet?" Embarrassed and enraged, he yelled, "What did you say?" And so Frey appeared and said, "Ahem, I shall deliver the verdict." Frey pushed the 2 of them and said, "You 2 go in first." And just like that, they were sucked inside in utter disbelief. "What? Are you crazy? You monster?" The 2 fell down, feeling a bit dizzy. Where is this? A volcanic region? That damn black beanhead. I swear I'll settle the score later. I don't know how he trains his summons. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. Recognizing this sound, our main guy immediately stood up and rushed over. And so, arriving here, our main guy said, "Well, I heard a familiar scream, so I came running." Yo Hua surprisedly asked him, "Master, why are you here?" Our main guy said, "I should be the one asking that. Why am I here? Don't tell me these 2 gates are connected." The monster angrily pointed at our main guy, saying, "You dare interrupt my fun. Then I'll skewer you all and swallow you whole." Our main guy immediately used a protective skill, then said to Yo Hua, "Back me up from behind." She immediately replied, "Yes, master," and then drew her bow. The white-haired guy chased after them, dead tired, and said, "At least give me a heads up next time you do something." "Wait, why is Team C here? Don't tell me this is a rank 5 gate." Team leader. Oh, she fainted. Witnessing the MC fight the monster, the white-haired guy was left speechless. This is so humiliating. Before he showed up, no one ever called us weak. The power gap was supposed to be small enough for us to catch up. Is he even human? Or a demon? The captain suddenly said, "His race is completely different. He is not human. Such a powerful existence. He can't possibly be human." At this moment, she said in a highly unstable state, "I am an S-rank hunter too. I am the president of the International Hunter Association's Korean branch. And yet, why am I?" The white-haired guy responded sympathetically, "Yeah, I've been feeling the same lately. No matter how hard we try, We can never compare to creatures of another race. But who knows? If we can understand the true nature of that power, we might just be able to touch their toes.
Yohua yelled, "Damn it! I hit it so many times already. Master, I think that bastard can regenerate its body."
The MC explained that is a Balrog, one of the very few high-tier monsters capable of using skills. And among them, Balrogs are so rare that they are almost never seen even in the demon world. They don't use a Dantian like us, but a higher concept called a core, and the ability of a Balrog's core is regeneration. Yohua replied, "So we win if we destroy the core, right?" The MC smiled confidently and said, "Why destroy it? I'll just eat it." Kang Yohua, I'll draw its attention. You find the core's location. Yohua was surprised, "Huh? How am I supposed to find it? I don't have any sensory skills." The monster roared, "You mere insects." The MC rushed at it and instructed. A skill is merely the first activation form of mana. How you use it depends on you.
Think simply. The core is the deepest center of the Dantian. They are living creatures after all. Yehua obediently listened to his teachings. The shape of mana is determined by willpower. Let me try to activate my wind skill and look at the mana directly. And she discovered the location over there, the place where mana is most concentrated. She drew her bow and said, "I found it!" The MC praised, "Good job. Those eyes are quite useful." It angrily stopped her. "You insects! How dare you aim at that spot?" "I am forced to draw my sword now." Frey was quite excited. A Balrog using Balmung. That legendary grade item is rare even in the demon world. The monster drew its sword and then used Incinerate. Yeohua anxiously screamed, "Master!" The monster slashed its sword fiercely at him, but unscathed, he merely clicked his tongue and said, "Goodness, how embarrassing. Where did you even get that knockoff sword from?" He even blocked it with just one hand. In the past, in my 50th year since falling into the other world, truthfully, every time I went to the volcanic region, I bumped into it. A damn sword. Even among Balrogs, only the highest tier individuals possess the flame sword, known in the other world as Balmung. A Balrog wielding Balmung is powerful enough to be classed at the Dragon Guard tier even in the demon world, making it almost invincible. In the present world, the MC said, the real Balmung isn't this light. After holding it back, the rest of the group joined forces to attack the monster, rendering it unable to struggle. The MC said, "It's time to exit the stage." He stood on the monster's body, then used the predation array. Its core was completely drained out, leaving a massive hole in its neck. The core flew into the air and the dark energy from Frey rushed forward to swallow it whole. It opened its sharp mouth wide, then said with immense joy, "Delicious! A regenerative core." The monster screamed, He took mine." The MC smirked and said, "Thanks for the meal." That monster. It was actually defeated. It is dead. The white-haired guy was no longer surprised. See that? There's not even time to put down your spoon. Luckily, I can't sense any more monsters inside the gate. But even for an S-rank gate, this feeling is still very off. Furthermore, the majority of our personnel have lost their combat capabilities. We should return as soon as possible. Yohua said, "Master, what exactly happened? How did you fall into this gate?" The MC recounted, while investigating an A-rank gate, we discovered another gate hidden inside it. After stepping in, we were immediately transported here. Don't tell me the A-rank gate and S-rank gate are connected? The silver-haired man brushed off his hands and said, "Nonsense, but it's the truth. After we were dropped down here, the passage disappeared. Unless we find another gate inside this place, there's no way to return to the original A-rank gate." Yohua asked anxiously, "What is this? An overlapping gate? Or a gate with multiple entrances? This phenomenon has never been recorded." The protagonist replied, "Perhaps this isn't the same space. The monster levels and environment are all different." He continued, "Unless someone intentionally linked them together." Huh? The silver-haired man agreed, these gates are definitely not normal. Even their simultaneous appearance all over the world is already very strange. Do you remember the illegal awakening drug incident in the Middle East gate the last time? An empty gate, no mana stones, no monsters. This feels very similar. No, it even seems more sophisticated. The protagonist said, if the three gates that appeared at the same time in Gangwon-do are all linked, then there's definitely some kind of intent behind this.
In that case, all these gates are artificial gates. That's the highest possibility right now. Yohua said in fear, that's impossible. The silver-haired man also couldn't believe it. Nonsense. Someone created and then linked these gates. Who would do that, and for what purpose? From the very beginning, creating a gate was an impossibility. Furthermore, why create empty, worthless gates like this?
The protagonist replied, regardless, the most urgent thing to do right now is to deal with these bizarre gates as soon as possible. Whether it's an A rank or S rank gate, it's clear there's nothing to gain here. Have you figured out the layout of this area yet? Yohua said, roughly, and just as you said, Master, there are definitely no mana stones here. But mana is gathering around that volcano, so it's worth checking out. Right, the heart of the gate is very likely there. Take the wounded out of the gate. After closing this one, we'll deal with the remaining gates immediately. The silver-haired man said unhappily, wow, look at you giving orders so naturally. The protagonist worried, Team A is almost done, so they should be fine, but Team B. Yohua comforted him, don't worry, Master. Si-jun went with them. The goal of all the teams is the same, clear the gate as fast as possible.
They will definitely be fine. Even if a dangerous monster appears, it can't be stronger than this Balrog. He hesitated. It's not that I don't trust him, it's just that I'm a little worried. Indeed, his younger brother's situation wasn't much better. All the S-rank hunters who followed Si-jun had fallen. 3 hours ago, Si-jun scouted, has Team B still not found the gate's checkpoint? Not yet, Guildmaster. But since the area inside isn't too large, we expect to finish the search within 3 hours. It's a pity there are no mana stones, but since there's nothing obstructing the search process, we should find it soon. It seems the War King and White Lion teams are also making good progress. An empty gate, huh? Actually, we didn't need to bring this many people. I thought so too. I wonder if the other teams are in a similar situation. By the way, to check the situation outside, can our Empire team withdraw first? The War King said, it's fine. One team is enough to handle an A-rank gate. Are you sure? What if a pile of mana stones appears the moment we leave? Si-jun laughed out loud and said, if that happens, it would be a bit of a shame. Then my side will start packing up. He ordered, Hunter Beck, get ready to head back. Understood, Guildmaster. Empire team, recall the search squad and return to the gate's entrance. Please assemble at the gate entrance as quickly as possible. Understood. Byung-guk, the retreat order has been given, let's head back. I'll be right there. Let me just finish checking over there. The blonde guy said bitterly, damn it. We were recruited in the same batch, yet just because of a rare skill he became a team leader, while Im's still just a grunt. Even during rookie training, he was at the bottom of the class. Or is there something shady going on? While wandering around aimlessly, he accidentally slipped. He fell down a cliff. Startled by what was next to him, he said, what is this? Where am I? As soon as he jumped up, he saw countless corpses lying there. The guy yelled, are you from Gyeomgang? You're a Gyeomgang hunter, right? But no one replied. He thought fearfully, if he's from Gyeomgang, he should be with Team A. Why is he here? Suddenly, he heard a noise and flopped down. Two strangers were talking. How did you get here? Is there any other way? I obviously entered long before you guys. Who do you think released the Minotaur in here? As expected, that monster was sealed to serve as a guardian beast. Even you couldn't kill that many hunters, right? Since all the team leaders left their positions, I came to help. Speaking of which, where is Guildmaster Li Yi-ji? Weren't you planning to completely wipe out Frost's soul? Healer hunters are very valuable. She's still useful as a sacrifice, so I sent her out first. They'll fake my death here and quietly leave Frost's soul later. Cold-blooded as always, huh? No wonder you chose a guild just like yourself. That's enough, go close the gate quickly. Where's Clown? I think he went over to Team C. Hearing these words, the guy's body began to tremble. Voice echoed above his head, oh my. Monster appeared and said that cleaning up must always be thorough, followed by a piercing scream from the guy. Hearing the scream, the criminals immediately noticed and ran over. The monster said, humans. As expected, you never clean up properly. The two asked in surprise, Lord Orobas, why are you here? He replied, the doctor opened a separate entrance. He asked, so are there enough sacrifices now? Orobas said, not yet. There was an incident. It seems the Balrog has been defeated. The criminal exclaimed in shock, what? That Balrog? Orobas replied, yes, it's that necromancer again. We planned to use Gate 3 as the descent point, but things got complicated. Humans have gathered there, so we cannot arbitrarily destabilize the gate. Therefore, the descent will proceed at Gate 2. He ordered, close Gate 1 and move to Gate 3. Make sure they don't do anything unnecessary. The number of sacrifices at Gate 2 is more than enough. After all these years of research, we can finally present the results. Yet so many annoying pests keep showing up.
Because we are serving a noble existence, we are not allowed to make even a single mistake. Understood? They bowed respectfully and said, "As you command." Back at Gate 2, Sejun asked anxiously, "Have you still not found him?" The group replied, "Yes, I relayed the retreat order, but Hunter Kim Jong-guk has always been uncooperative. Yet this is the first time we can't even reach him on comms. Even the tracking hunters can't locate him?" She replied, "No. The strange thing is that his signal has completely disappeared." Sejun sighed. Getting separated during a mission. It's going to be a huge mess if he suffers from gate syndrome. Let's wait for now. We should ask hunters from other guilds for support. Saying that, Sejun immediately went to the other team and asked Guildmaster Do Kyung-hoo. He was quite surprised. "Empire Squad, you guys haven't left yet." Sejun replied, "I'm sorry, but one of our hunters got separated. Our tracking squad can't pinpoint his location. Could the War King Guild lend us a hand?" Kyung-hoo replied, "No problem at all. Hey, go find their man for them." "Understood, sir." Then he said unhappily, "Getting separated, huh? Do you think you're kindergarten teachers? Sigh, kids these days." Staff member said anxiously, "Guildmaster, multiple life signals just suddenly disappeared. It seems our hunters have been attacked." Both guildmasters were extremely shocked. The team continued tracking the location. It's currently about 200 meters, underground. "Wait, something is wrong. It's getting closer." The guy read out 150 meters until it was 50 meters and the ground shook violently. Then the rocks and dirt underground suddenly exploded. The crowd couldn't understand. What is going on here? What is that giant hand? The crowd fell into chaos. A monster. Is it a monster? Kyung-hoo thought, no, could it be someone's magic skill? But if it's a living creature, this feeling is incredibly bizarre. Its hand. There's a slit on it. The monster opened the back of its hand, and from that slit, smaller monsters swarmed out. It's a monster. They're pouring out. Everyone ran for their lives. The scene before them was no different from the apocalypse. Everyone, calm down. What the hell is that thing? All units prepare for combat. Damn it, it's total chaos. The number of monsters far exceeds what we can handle. Plus, that hand is causing everyone to panic. In this situation, Hunter Shin. Yes, Guildmaster. Lead a squad out of the gate and request reinforcements from the main camp. He said with utmost seriousness, right away. Understood. What the hell is going on? An empty gate is suddenly spewing out monsters. Are the other gates still okay? A staff member said in fear, "Captain, over there." What the hell is that? Since when did the gate entrance become this small? Some others who lacked the ability were caught up to, "Help, the monsters are already here." Everyone, run towards the entrance. Even if you have to crawl, you must get out. Jisoo immediately used her taming skill. The monsters were largely bound. The crowd pushed themselves. Run quickly. Don't look back. Hurry. But as they got close, they said in fear, "No, the gate." It closed right before their eyes. Some who stayed to fight yelled, "Watch out. Most of them are rank monsters. Defend. Hold the defensive line. Damn it, how long is this attack going to last? This is truly a dilemma. Monsters keep pouring out, and that giant hand isn't moving at all. At least it's only summoning monsters instead of attacking directly. But can that thing even be called a monster? The group tried to contact headquarters. We're detecting an unknown energy source similar to mana, highly concentrated at the rift where the monsters are spawning. Sejun said, "It might be another form of a gate." Beside him, Yanti gasped, "You mean?" "A reverse gate, like the first gate 20 years ago. A gate in the shape of a hand? I've never heard of such a thing." Kyung narrowed his eyes. "Either way, we have to seal that rift spewing out monsters. If we can't reach the root, we target the rift directly. At this rate, we'll be wiped out before backup arrives. I need your jump, Empire." Kyung drew his sword and said, "I'll deliver a single slash." Sejun replied, "Understood. We've grown too accustomed to the peace of this era. Hunters trained only in fixed routines and pre-planned attacks will lose their way when thrown into true danger like this. Civilization restored too easily, new powers and resources obtained. Blinded by forces we don't fully understand, we've become too complacent. My Hyung used to say this a lot. If you don't want to be swept away by power and truly want to master and control it, you must fight with your life on the line. Sijun shouted, "Ready." Then Kyung smiled and said, "That's the spirit. Let's go then." He immediately unleashed Single Strike.
His first strike slashed at that giant hand like a demonic claw. "Brace for the recoil. Put your strength into your legs." The group struggled as they said, "The energy is bouncing back." Did it work? Suddenly, instead of monsters, countless small hands sprouted from that giant hand. Then an eye opened inside the hand. Some who witnessed this couldn't believe their eyes as they stammered, "What is that thing?" The group couldn't stop themselves from trembling. The monster Orobas, hiding behind the bushes, thought gleefully, "Ah, he is coming. He is descending." The descent of the second realm's demon lord, Lord Sulago. Meanwhile, inside the S-rank gate where Team C is, Yo Hua said tiredly, still no sign of the gate's core. The MC replied, "Yeah, no matter how you look at it, this area seems to be the right spot. There really aren't many hunters around, huh? Most of them are heavily injured. Over half the personnel already decided to leave the gate early." Tisk, how stingy. The MC replied, "I was the one who told them to retreat, so don't interfere. Other halls, you can just leave too." The silver-haired guy said, "Hey, why would you say that? We're on the same team. Don't be so cold." The MC said unhappily, "Shut up, get lost." Yo Hua thought awkwardly. He's always so aloof, but it seems like he's especially cold to the Diamond Guild Master. He added, "Search the surrounding area a little more. Don't go too far, all right?" Suddenly, someone called out to him. The MC asked in surprise, "Oh, Junggu?" He panted and said, "I've been looking everywhere for you. Why are you with Team C?" The MC explained again. "Inside the gate we initially entered, there was another gate, a passage leading here. As soon as we passed through, that passage vanished." The MC asked again, "More importantly, why are you here? Has Team A evacuated yet? Is the gate raid already over?" Junggu hesitantly replied, Actually. After you disappeared, we decided to leave some hunters behind, excluding the injured, to continue searching for the gate's core. So I went out to the gate entrance with the Ice Soul Guild Master's team to escort the injured. After taking the injured to the base camp, I was about to re-enter the gate with the Ice Soul Guild Master when the gate closed. The MC grew worried. "What? Then what about the other hunters still inside the gate?" Junggu said, "They can't get out. We can't communicate inside the gate, so there's no way for us to confirm if they are alive or dead. So while I was going around warning the other teams, I saw Team C's injured coming out, and I immediately ran in here." The MC immediately told Junggu we should check the situation outside first, and since this gate could also suddenly close, you must leave right now. The main character became anxious and said, "We have to go now. I need to confirm this with my own eyes." So Yo Hua ordered, "All members of the Blue Flower Guild, check if anyone is still inside the gate, then evacuate immediately." "Yes." The silver-haired guy smirked and said, "So it's finally begun." They unexpectedly ran into the president who said, "Team C is out. All Team C hunters are accounted for. Fall back to the base camp." "President, what on earth is going on? What about the other teams?" "Let's head to the base camp first. Once we reassess the situation, I'll explain everything. I will now report on the status of the raid. Gather around, everyone." The main character still felt extremely anxious. "Why can't I see Sijun anywhere?" The president said, "First is Team A, the Soul Eagle Guild, the Diamond Guild, and HMCS. Over 20 people, including their main hunters and guild masters, are trapped inside, and the gate is closed. Next is Team C. The International Hunter Association, the Infinite Legion, and the Blue Flower Guild have all escaped, and the entrance to their gate still exists. As for Team B, the Empire and White Lion Guilds, aside from 4 members of the Empire Guild, the rest are all trapped, and their gate has closed." Yo Hua was shocked. What? 3 guild masters were helpless and got trapped in a mere rank gate. According to the survivors, the president replied, after a bizarre hand-shaped monster appeared inside, a portion of the personnel retreated under the orders of the Empire Guild Master to call for backup, and during that process, the gate's entrance suddenly shut. Yohua looked devastated upon hearing the news, repeatedly saying, "That's impossible." The rest of the group asked, then the only remaining gate is Team C SS rank gate. Jianggu was also surprised, closing automatically before the raid even ends. This is completely unprecedented. The gray-haired man approached and said, "They've been completely swallowed up." With humanity's current technology, once a gate closes, it can never be reopened. Even if a new gate appears nearby, there's no guarantee it will connect to the same dimension. Then what about our guild master and everyone else trapped inside the gate? The president said, "The final verdict is that a rescue is impossible. They will be classified as KIA." The group collapsed in despair. "No. What are we supposed to do now?" Sob. Guild master. The main character said, "No, it's not impossible. Because these gates were never normal to begin with. Multiple gates appearing so close together and even closing before we could find the gate's core. Such things can't happen with normal gates. There are no resources, and the monster levels are bizarre and completely misshapen. These gates are essentially traps, clearly created with a specific purpose in mind." In fact, the Diamond Guild Master and I have confirmed that there is another passage inside Team A's gate, connecting it to Team CS gate. In other words, inside the S-rank gate, there's a high chance that the dimension where Team B is trapped is also connected. Jianggu hesitated. Then, as long as we find that passage, we can save Team B. No. The president said, "If Hunter Min Siwoo's deduction is correct, then it's no different from sending more hunters into gates created by an entry with unknown identity, power, and motives. We cannot allow any more casualties." The team leaders also replied anxiously, "That's right. What if a rescue team enters the S-rank gate and it closes on them? Now that we know the gates can be closed at someone else's will, it's way too risky." The president said sternly, "The very existence of gates remains beyond human control. Therefore, from a rational standpoint, the immediate rescue mission must be cancelled. However, later on, if we get backup from the Antarctic base, we might at least be able to." Antarctica. The main character frowned. "You're not about to suggest we ask the demons for help, are you?" She said, "Why are you reacting like that? In the current situation, it's obvious they have more knowledge and information than humanity." The main character found it ridiculous, even if they could be the very ones who created these gates. She replied, "It seems there are still quite a few people who harbor hatred for the demons. All this time, they've been secretly helping rebuild human civilization as atonement for sparking the war back then. So what could they possibly gain by pulling a stunt like this now?" The main character felt like he was going crazy. "So you're willing to trust invaders just because they struck first and then bandaged our wounds later? This isn't something that happened 200 years ago. It's only been 20 years. Honestly, you didn't even participate in that war. What the hell do you know?" Feeling her pride stung, the president said, "Arguing like this will get us nowhere. If you're so capable, why don't you go solve it all yourself? As the commander of this raid, I officially declare that there will be no additional rescue operations. We will report this incident exactly as it is to the higher UPS and then." The main character interrupted, "Well, it's not like you did anything but sit on your ass the entire raid anyway." A staff member said, "Madam President, just report it to the headquarters, ask the government for support, or do whatever you want." "What? What?" The main character said, "I'll execute the rescue mission myself." Elsewhere, someone looked at a map and said everything is being brought under control much slower than expected. Less than greater than. Tashunka, an SS rank hunter of Mistelteen, said, "I just heard that the S-rank gate in South America was successfully cleared. It seems the scale of the damage is greater than we thought." Izanami, an SS rank hunter of Mistelteen, replied, "It's the same on our end. The country itself didn't suffer much damage, but the number of hunter casualties inside the gates is higher than predicted." Old Man Merlin, an SS rank hunter of Mistelteen, stroked his beard and said, "This is an unprecedented phenomenon. Casualties on that scale are unavoidable." Gandharva, an SS rank hunter of Mistelteen, appeared and said, "Saying it's unavoidable is a bit much. Isn't this going too far? Hunters are being sucked in like they're in a vacuum cleaner. In my opinion, our association should intervene more decisively. If the global number of mid to high tier hunters declines, it's going to spell trouble for future gate raids." Saint Germain, an SS rank hunter of Mistelteen, patted her shoulder and said, "You're spouting nonsense, Gandharva." She slapped his hand away and said, "Damn it, who do you think you're touching? Haven't you grasped the Hunter Federation's stance yet?" Germain said, "If a powerful transnational organization like ours intervenes any deeper, the countries involved will be put in an awkward position. Humans instinctively fear those stronger than themselves.
Besides, training towers are being built in every country right now, and countless hunters are being mass-produced as we speak. What is there to worry about?" Tashunka sighed tiredly. "Seriously, mass-produced? Let's just observe the situation for a while longer. We will closely monitor the support activities of each national association, and if assistance beyond that is needed, well, deal with it then." The blonde guy approached and said, "What's going on?" "Miss Arya is busy working." The secretary replied, "Ah, I apologize. I have an urgent report. There's a request for backup from South Korea. A gate under investigation has closed for unknown reasons, leaving numerous hunters trapped inside. They believe it might be connected to a nearby gate and are requesting rescue assistance. It seems more severe than anticipated, so I rushed over." You took the piece of paper, tore it up, and said, "I'll pass on the information. You can go now."
The scene shifts to the main character's group. He looks surprised. "That's an unexpected face, huh?" Yo-Wa says, "I can understand the others staying behind, but I never expected you to be here too. Goldmaster of the Infinite Legion, Jillian." Jillian says nothing. She just quietly observes everyone. Yo-Wa asks, "You're Cho Su-Ah's subordinate. Did you get permission to be here?" She then says, "I came to repay the debt I owe Min Siwoo. Due to my injuries, I can't cast incantation magic, but I have mastered basic tracking skills, so I can still be of use."
The government announced they won't disclose rescue efforts or casualties until the Rank 5 gate is completely closed, but the president is merely following the association's advice to prevent public panic. Considering his position, he couldn't act rashly. However, the fact that he approved my participation in this rescue shows he fully understands the severity of this situation. Yo-Hua replies, "Yeah, all right, whatever." The main character also says, "As long as you don't get in the way, I don't care. We're short on time, let's head in right now." Saying that, he suddenly snaps his fingers and adds, "Once we're inside, the gate entrance will be guarded by these guys." His two subordinates suddenly appear. Yo-Hua says, "Those mascot suits sure look familiar." The main character asks, "Did you bring what I told you to bring?" The old man replies, "Yes, master, we came straight from the black market." That woman named Mumyoung emphasized that she put her all into crafting these exactly to your special request. Yo-Hua is surprised, "Relics from the black market? What are they exactly?" The old man says, "They are relics that forcibly maintain mana phenomena. In other words, they extend the duration of a skill. If sprinkled on a magic circle, aura, or the caster, the original skill will be forcibly maintained regardless of the remaining mana. The effect only lasts for half a day, but..." The main character adds, "These gates were clearly created using someone's mana. If so, we can also treat them as a type of skill formed from mana. This is the bare minimum safety measure to prevent the gate from closing suddenly." Yo-Hua says, "Ah, so at least we can breathe easy for half a day." The main character, still slightly worried, says, "If everything goes according to plan, that is." Then he commands, "Regardless, make sure nothing suspicious gets close. Understood?" The two reply, "Yes. Please return safely, master." And so the main character's group moves inside the S-rank gate. Junggu says, "I can't feel the presence of any monsters right now." The main character says, "I'll primarily search around the area of Gate A that I initially entered. Everyone else, focus on the areas we haven't checked before. Yes, focus on the flow of mana. The more concentrated the power is, the higher the chance the space remains open." He looks at the other group and instructs them, "If you spot anything unusual, report it immediately." Yo-Hua accidentally discovers a cave. She looks puzzled. "Isn't this the place from earlier? Why does it feel like I haven't gotten any closer?" Gillian says, "How strange. Based on the battle marks, this should be the place. But the Balrog's corpse has vanished." Suddenly, Gillian pulls Yo-Hua back. She says, "I swear this wasn't here earlier." Then she uses her flower soul power to dispel it. She says, "It's an illusion. Someone has overlaid a skill onto this space." Yo-Hua is shocked. "Impossible. Could there be someone else in here besides us? Can't we break the illusion right from here?" Gillian says, "It'll be difficult. We've already stepped into a preset trap. Even if we realize it's an illusion, escaping won't be easy." "Damn it. Then even if we try to regroup with Master." Gillian says worriedly, "The path has changed, or it's no longer the right direction.
After all, illusion techniques are crowd control skills. If only we could pinpoint the exact location of the mastermind. The main character uses his drizzle skill. The group is surprised. It's suddenly raining? Weather phenomena inside a gate? Could this also be the work of the illusionist? Or perhaps it's an Alice skill? Yohua says joyfully, this rain, could it be Master's? Junggu says, for a moment, I panicked thinking it was a real rain of arrows. So that skill can be used this way too. It really is a rain of arrows. It just looks like regular rain to allies. The main character stares resolutely ahead and says, so if you don't want your body turned into a honeycomb, why don't you show yourself already? And so, right before his eyes, they slowly reveal themselves. The light-haired guy says, wow, so what you said was true, Kaishin. This guy is no ordinary opponent. Wukershin, you were right. It's definitely him. He says, the war hero from 10 years ago, who defeated the demon lord of the fourth circle before being cast into another world. The mad dog, Min Siwoo. Wow, I've only heard the rumors. This is my first time seeing you in the flesh. His aura is no joke. The guy named Keshin says, don't let your guard down, Jin Du Hua. The main character speaks up. I know a thing or two about your kind as well. He says, pandemonium. You're the trash that sucks up to demons, right? He bursts into laughter and says, oh, you've got a good eye. A sharp tongue, too. Looks like you've got half a brain, so let's skip the pleasantries. He immediately rushed at the MC with a lethal move, saying, let's see what you're made of. The MC replied, I don't care what you desire so much that you'd side with them, but... As a human living on this same planet, aren't you ashamed, clinging to the strong and betraying your own kind? Do you think living righteously is stupid? Since ancient times, scum like you only need to be. The rest of the group charged forward, finishing the MC's sentence. Beaten to a pulp. Jin Do-Hwa use folding fan. Crimson wave. Rank SS. It bends the illusory world to create giant waves. A skill that dominates the target's 5 senses. Crimson wave. Yo-Hwa stepped back and said, a wave. Jillian said, calm down, it's just an illusion. Frey drooled and said, that skill looks delicious. I want to eat it. It doesn't seem like just an illusion, does it? MCU's Ice Age, Cage Rank, S. Description: Immobile shield skill using ice magic. Defends against magic by moving along with the caster, Cage. He said, that bastard is definitely trying to close the exit here. Yo-Hwa, catch him. Yes. Jin Do-Hwa scoffed. To be able to counter mana head on right inside my illusion. How could someone with such talent be a nobody? It seems both our destinies have been twisted. 10 years ago, we fought in different places, but I know your reputation well. You contributed the most to the war, practically a hero. Yet look at you. You were tossed out of all dimensions and forgotten by everyone, while I became a crazed murderer overnight. But in the end, we were both just chasing our own ideals, weren't we? Foolish humans arbitrarily erase and alter the truth for their own gain. The world has rotted to this extent. The MC said, bullshit. I've never killed innocent people or sucked up to demons to protect my ideals. Jin Do-Hwa laughed. You only know half the story, mad dog. I don't have a hobby of killing innocents either. While you were cast away and disappeared, the world turned into hell, only patched up on the outside. I wonder, will you still hold on to that righteous belief after learning the truth? I'm very curious, but... At least I won't find out here. He suddenly stopped and said, that's enough stalling, isn't it, Wukershin? The MC said anxiously, the illusion is shattering. Everyone be careful. Jin Do-Hwa sneaked away and said, see you next time, mad dog. Frey looked baffled. That delicious skill ran away. What's that? A portable gate. The MC said, so they brought their own portal. As for Wukershin, he thought furiously, damn it, how dare you betray us? The gate hasn't fully closed yet. I can't take them all on by myself. At this rate, when he started to the place, he descended. The group immediately chased after him, shouting, and that guy? He ran away. Yo-Hwa drew her bow and shouted, where are you going? Do you think you can escape? She shot him right in the core, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. The gate suddenly opened again after he collapsed. The group grew anxious. A real gate appeared inside a gate. Have they been freely creating connecting passages in here all this time? But does this place really connect to where Saijin is? The MC said, we've come this far, so there's no reason to hesitate anymore. There's a risk the remnants might close this passage, so everyone stay here and guard it. It's the only way anyway. He jumped into the gate, then said, finally made it here, but am I too late? Before his eyes, all of Team C had fallen.